Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
You stare at Black Phoenix with a surprised expression, your neck stiff. Have you always talked like that? Yes. Never been beaten? They can't beat me. That makes sense. Black Phoenix stares blankly at you. You want white spirit mithril? You smile. I won't take it for free, I'll pay. What's money? Silver. Black Phoenix looks puzzled. You have white spirit mithril? No, it's ordinary silver. Ordinary silver? Didn't you say you'd exchange it for something called money? That's too much trouble. You think for a moment and say, suppose someone has a big, fat, white pig. What would you do if you wanted it? Exchange it for something else. You slap your forehead, finally understanding. No wonder it's a primitive tribe, still bartering. Knowing Black Phoenix wouldn't need ordinary silver, you pull out a bunch of bottles and jars. I'll trade you these pills. This one strengthens the body. This one prolongs life, and this one cures infertility. Black Phoenix takes the pills and looks at them. She casually twists open a bottle and pours it into her mouth. She stretches her neck, puffs out her cheeks, and swallows it all in one gulp. This bottle is a 6-month supply, and Black Phoenix swallows it all at once. You say helplessly, at least chew a couple of times. Why don't you swallow the bottle too? Black Phoenix looks at you, picks up the empty bottle, and stuffs it in her mouth. Hey, that's enough. You quickly snatch the bottle from Black Phoenix's hand. You're really damn honest. Black Phoenix's muscles begin to twitch slightly, and her dark face flushes slightly. Black Phoenix looks at you blankly. I'm a little hot. You, little Blackie, stop messing around. After a while, Black Phoenix returns to normal. She shakes her arms and legs a couple of times. I think I've gotten a little stronger. You smile crookedly. Are my pills potent? Black Phoenix says expressionlessly. 2 more bottles of pills. You're quite impolite, exchanging it for white spirit mithril. The white spirit mithril is yours. It's an exchange. You give me pills, I give you mithril. We're on good terms. You raise an eyebrow. It's all about feelings, no transaction. Black Phoenix nods. That's right. You squint, looking at Black Phoenix in surprise. You're pretending to be honest, aren't you? I'm not pretending. All right, enough talk, lead the way. Black Phoenix leads you to the Chi-Man tribe settlement. The Chi-Man tribe's settlement is vast, stretching as far as the eye can see. Various stone houses and wooden buildings are built together, with tribesmen dressed in animal skins moving about busily, each busy with their own tasks. Women are busy with household chores. Children are busy chasing and playing. The men bring back huge wild beasts to supplement the tribe's protein intake. The 8-year-old children, who are 1.8 meters tall, are at the age of rapid growth. When the Chi-Man tribesmen see you and Black Phoenix returning together, they all stop and look at you curiously. Some people still held a slight reverence in their eyes. Seeing this, Black Phoenix said loudly, "He is not the Chi-Man god, but a friend of the Chi-Man tribe." The Chi-Man tribesmen suddenly realized, and then went back to their busy work. You noticed that these beasts were all radiating rich spiritual energy. They were actually demonic beasts, far superior to the demonic beasts of the beast-taming sect. The 2 brothers, each with a foundation establishment stage physique, were arguing with their respective teams about whose harvest was greater. The 2 were arguing heatedly, and it looked like they were about to have another match. Black Phoenix walked over, her tone still calm. Cloud Leopard, Blood Fong. You cannot make a move without my permission. Cloud Leopard and Blood Fong, whose normal height was also close to 3 meters, quickly stood silently to the side, like elementary school students who had made a mistake. These are he used pills, which can enhance your physical bodies. Black Phoenix gave 2 bottles of pills to the 2 of them. Pills. Cloud Leopard and Blood Fong froze for a moment, looking at Black Phoenix and then at you. Then they unscrewed the bottles and poured the contents into their mouths, stretching their necks and swallowing with a gulp. Seeing their similarly rough actions to Black Phoenix, you were too lazy to correct them. A while later, the two discovered that their physical bodies had indeed strengthened somewhat. The two exchanged a surprised glance. Cloud Leopard and Blood Fawn, like two small mountains, came rumbling over, flanking you from both sides. The two gave a simple, honest smile, each extending a huge hand, and said in a deep, resonant voice, "2 more bottles, please." The two big oafs were quite rude. For Black Phoenix's sake, you didn't directly embarrass them, so you looked at Black Phoenix and let her handle it herself. Black Phoenix blinked, immediately understanding your meaning. She walked over and also extended a hand. "2 more bottles, please." You feel you have absolutely no common language with these primitive people. You look at the corpses of the demonic beasts. Use your demonic beasts to exchange. You sense for a moment and discovered that these demonic beasts had already formed demonic cores. Only demonic beasts that have officially entered the chi refining stage can form demonic cores. You learn from the pill formula you dug out of the ancient cave that demonic cores are an important main ingredient for refining spirit pills and are extremely precious. Currently, only the boundless Black Dragon Forest has the conditions to produce demonic beasts that have already reached the chi refining stage, or even the foundation establishment stage. Cloud Leopard and Blood Fawn ran off, and through the demonic beasts their respective teams had captured at your feet. You only took the demonic cores from a few of the demonic beasts that had them, obtaining a total of 8 chi refining level demonic cores. I'll take as many demonic beasts with demonic cores as you have. You toss a bottle of pills to each of them. The Chimon tribe knows the value of demon cores, but they usually swallow them directly, wasting a lot of their medicinal power. Your pills are many times more effective than swallowing demon cores raw. Hearing this, the two brothers immediately led 2 groups of people out of the tribe to hunt. You follow Hei Feng to get the white spirit Mithril. A short while later, in a dense forest, a huge palace hundreds of meters high appears before you. The palace has an ancient and rustic design, full of a savage atmosphere. You look at the palace. "Hei Feng, I have to say something to you. You make your tribesmen live in stone houses and thatched huts, while you build such a huge palace to live in. You're even more exploitative than a capitalist." Hei Feng also looks at the palace, her eyes full of reverence. "This is where the Chimon god is worshipped. My residence is over there." You look in the direction Hei Feng is pointing. To the right of the palace is a simple, low stone house, almost invisible if you're not paying attention. You look closely. If you hadn't told me, I would have thought it was a guard post. You enter the palace. At the far end of the spacious hall stands a colossal statue, the Chimon god. The Chimon god is clad in armor, with a slender physique, standing with his feet apart. His muscles, though not exaggerated, are smoothly defined and aesthetically pleasing, seemingly containing unparalleled power. The statue is so lifelike that you can't help but glance at it a few more times. At this moment, the Tao of life and death within you seems to sense something and suddenly trembles. You are suddenly startled, turning sharply to the statue of the Chimon god. You clearly sensed a connection emanating from it, but the statue remains standing silently, showing no abnormality. Black Phoenix cast a glance your way. "Don't worry. This is the spirit of the Chimon god. I feel it every time there's a sacrifice." You look slightly tense. "Is this stone lump alive?" Black Phoenix explained. "Not exactly, but it can communicate with the Chimon god through the statue." "Can it communicate anytime? Shall we make one now?" The Chimon god only issues divine pronouncements when the Chimon tribe encounters a major event. You frowned, looking again at the Chimon god statue. So sinister. This time, your Tao of life and death showed no abnormalities. After observing carefully for a while, you shook your head and left. You thought to yourself, "No matter how sinister it is, can it be more sinister than my brother Mosey? It's all unnecessary." You and Black Phoenix arrived at the warehouse on the right side of the palace. You peeked inside. It was filled with local specialties from the Black Dragon Forest: demon cores, gems, precious minerals, all piled up in one place. You politely said you'd wait outside. Black Phoenix, however, was completely unfazed and invited you in. That's too kind of you. Before you could finish speaking, you'd already darted into the warehouse. It was overflowing with good stuff. Black Phoenix gave you a large lump of white spirit mithril, enough to forge 3 or 4 natal magic weapons. You took a fancy to many other good things, so you gave Black Phoenix some pills, and Black Phoenix gave you these materials in return. Just as you were about to leave, you suddenly sensed the aura of the Earth's source. You looked back in the warehouse and saw that the small mountain of white spirit mithril was actually shaking and beginning to generate Earth's source. You exclaimed in surprise, "What a coincidence! What's that?" Black Phoenix asked. "You can see it." "Yes, I can see it, a cloud of white mist." Your eyes lit up. "We didn't put this in, did you?" "No." You laughed. "Then it's not yours anymore. You don't mind if I take it, right?" "No." "Great job. You've directly stored the source of the Earth into your space." Upon further investigation, you were overjoyed. This was actually the Kangwoo Seal source of Earth, ranked 10th in the Tianjin attribute. UVE already fused with 8 of the top 9 sources of Earth in the Tianjin attribute. The 6th-ranked Yuming Thorn was fused with by that unlucky Lin Jingji. You were looking for the 10th-ranked Kangwoo Seal, and you actually stumbled upon it. You were ecstatic. With this kind of luck, if I'm not the protagonist, who is? You excitedly said to Black Phoenix, "I'm leaving. I'm taking the white spirit mithril back to forge a greatsword. I can have Bloodfang forge it for you. He's the most skilled weapon forger in the Chi Huang clan." "Great job, Black Phoenix. You're really going all the way. You obtained the white spirit mithril from the Chi Huang clan, and now the Chi Huang clan is forging a weapon for you. It's like using the same ingredients from the same source." You hand the white spirit mithril to Black Phoenix, then take out refining materials from other sects and a piece of Gongjin iron. You ask, "How long will it take to finish?" "About 2 months. What if I pay more?" "Also 2 months. Even adding money doesn't work." The smelting of white spirit mithril requires a trip to the distant Garyu volcano, a journey of half a month. You slap your thigh. "Easy, I'll take him." Cultivators who refine their bodies with spiritual energy can only achieve flight after reaching the golden core stage, thanks to their powerful physique. Because the Chimon god can fly, the Chimon people have an innate yearning for flight. They also have a natural reverence for those who can fly. That day, you found Bloodfang in the Black Dragon Forest. Bloodfang was still struggling to subdue wild boars in the forest in exchange for your pills. You explained the situation to him and took him to Mount Galu. After giving him all the materials, you returned to the Chimon tribe. You stayed in the tribe, waiting a month before going to pick up Bloodfang. You spent most of your time cultivating, contemplating the path to self-foundation. Your thinking was clear, but your practice remained elusive. Whenever you got stuck in cultivation, you would wander around the tribe. Through your interactions with the Chimon people, you discovered that although they possessed extraordinary physical strength and seemed warlike, they were actually very simple and honest, only wanting to hunt monsters in the Black Dragon Forest to eat every day. You would even arm wrestle with children taller than you. If these children lose, they'll have to carry you around the Chimon tribe in a sedan chair. If you lose, you'll have to lead them around the Chimon tribe 3 times. These children's physical cultivation levels are low. Some haven't even cultivated their bodies. Their physiques are only slightly stronger than ordinary people. The Chimon tribe is ridiculously large. These children have no concept of it. So, some parents often call their children until their voices are hoarse at dinner time, but still can't get them to come home. When they go out to look, they find their children carrying you leisurely around in a sedan chair, drenched in sweat. Whenever this happens, you'll wave your hand and shout, "Stop the sedan chair." The sedan chair stops. You push a young sedan chair bearer in front of a serious-looking parent and laugh. "Sister-in-law, I called Shua home a long time ago, but he's too busy playing to listen. You must give him a good talking to when you get back." So, after a long day's work, Shua got another severe beating when she got home that night, her screams echoing throughout half the tribe. This was the first lesson you taught these children. You showed them what the harshness of society meant. That day, after most of the children had been beaten, you called them all together. Looking at the chattering children before you, you smiled slightly and announced loudly, "Today, I'll make you all fly, okay?" Thousands of children answered in unison, "Okay." Buzz! The ground began to tremble slightly, and the entire tribe rushed out in terror. They looked up and saw you hovering in the air. You shouted, "Rise!" A deafening roar resounded. Your powerful source energy swept over thousands of children, and they began to slowly rise into the air. "Ha ha ha! So high, so high! Mommy, I want to go home!" The children's shouts, screams, and cries mingled together. The children rose higher and higher, and in the vast sky, they were dotted with countless figures, each with a different expression. Little ones, that day, the Chimon people, yearning for flight, saw their children soaring in the sky. They stared in disbelief. The children were like birds, like eagles, like their Chimon god returning in armor. The next day, in a stone house, you entered a state of quiet meditation. The smiling faces of each child appeared in your mind. Your thoughts began to churn. They laughed because of me, and they laughed because of themselves. I changed them, and they realized my existence. Your thoughts began to wander. The world sees me, I exist. The world ignores me, and I don't change the world. To the world, do I still exist? The world thinks I don't exist. So do I really not exist? You frowned, your thoughts stuck. Self, what is self? Your thoughts gradually slowed down. Self exists, what is existence? Your thoughts completely stalled. You entered a state of complete meditation. Even your thoughts stopped. The 10th year, Black Phoenix entered your cultivation room as usual. She skillfully checked your breath. After a moment, she nodded and left. Black Phoenix looked up at the sky. It was clear and cloudless. Black Phoenix was about to leave. Suddenly, a gale arose, and dark clouds covered the sky. The entire world plunged into darkness, as if night had fallen. Black and white were reversed, and the moon shone brightly. The Milky Way shifted, and light streamed eastward. The energy of heaven and earth was disordered. A suppressed and chaotic energy began to spread. All the Chi-Man people stared at this world in terror, their hearts filled with inexplicable panic. Just as the strange phenomena reached their peak, a soft whisper suddenly echoed between heaven and earth. "I exist in heaven and earth, therefore I exist in heaven and earth." In an instant, the darkness vanished and the tide receded. Everything returned to calm. The clear sky reappeared, the vast earth still heavy and imposing. The Chimon tribesmen surrounded Black Phoenix. "High Priestess, what happened just now? It was terrifying. Was the Chimon god angry, or did the Chimon god issue a divine decree?" The Chimon tribesmen bombarded Black Phoenix with questions. They had never seen such a terrifying phenomenon. Black Phoenix said calmly, "The Chimon god didn't give me any divine guidance." The Chimon tribesmen grew even more terrified. In their world, everything unknown had to be related to the Chimon god. Otherwise, it was an ominous sign. The crowd in front of the stone house became noisy again, various speculations spreading among them. Just as the Chimon tribesmen were discussing intensely, the stone house door behind Black Phoenix creaked open. Black Phoenix turned around. You walked out calmly. The moment Black Phoenix saw you, her heart skipped a beat, as if she had seen the Chimon god for a fleeting moment. At this moment, your spiritual power is fully contained, like a vast ocean, calm on the surface but teeming with terrifying energy beneath. The aura of the entire world subtly gathers towards you. Black Phoenix looks over in surprise, her face showing expression for the first time. All the Chi barbarians stop their discussion and subconsciously look at you. The crowd falls silent, staring at you blankly. You seem unchanged, yet completely different. You stand quietly at the entrance of the stone house, seemingly ordinary, yet you become the focus of this vast world. You look at Black Phoenix, your voice clear. "Little Blackie, why don't you pay your respects to the Foundation establishment ancestor?" Black Phoenix's blank expression reveals doubt. Foundation establishment? Was the strange phenomenon just now because of you? A moment of hesitation flashes in your eyes. What strange phenomenon? I just took a nap and this happened. You slept for a long time. How long? 2 years. You were slightly surprised. I can actually sleep so much, longer than hibernation. You look at the crowd of onlookers and ask, are you holding a grand meeting? Black Phoenix dismisses the Chi barbarians. The noisy crowd gradually retreats, many still instinctively looking at you with a reverence they themselves are unaware of. Today you officially advance to the early stage of foundation establishment. You have completed foundation establishment through self-cultivation. At the moment of advancement, the Earth's source and the Tao of life and death within your body tremble together, as if cheering and celebrating for you. You have successfully opened up this path that no one has ever walked before. You have gained the favor of this world, and you have formed a subtle connection with the Yuan-Yang realm. At that time, in your consciousness, you stood alone and proudly high in the sky. A magnificent road traversing the heavens unfolds beneath your feet, with surging clouds and golden rays filling the sky on both sides, and heavenly sounds filling the ears endlessly. But this road is hazy and ethereal, gradually disappearing into the void, not yet fully solidified. You stand at the starting point, gazing at the end. This is the embryonic form of your great Tao. Your great Tao concerns the self and existence. You have not yet fully comprehended it, but you know that the moment you reach the end of your path, your great way will be completely perfect. Your every move already carries a subtle, natural harmony. You keep raising your hands and kicking your legs. What? Black Phoenix asked. This has a more natural feel to it. Who told you that? I thought of it myself. Black Phoenix's expression was cold. She stared at you for a long time without speaking. After a long while, Black Phoenix spoke. Bloodfang is back today and has finished forging the sword for you. Why is he only back today? You told him you'd pick him up in a month, but he didn't wait for you and came back on his own. Isn't it a half-month journey back? Bloodfang encountered the crimson-eyed Tiger King, a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, on his way back. He was chased for 2 years, and I only rescued him today. Chased for 2 years? What grudge does this Tiger King hold against him? I don't understand. Bloodfang stole the crimson-eyed Tiger King's only cub. I understand Tiger King's feelings. You and Black Phoenix arrive at Bloodfang's house. Bloodfang is covered in hideous wounds, a deep, bone-revealing tiger claw mark on his back, nearly splitting him in two. Bloodfang's wife is applying various herbs to treat his wounds. Your expression shifts slightly. You haven't expected Bloodfang's injuries to be so severe. Seeing you enter, Bloodfang stands up with a thud. Your sword. Bloodfang hands you a silver longsword. The longsword is slender, like a condensed cold light. Its shape is seamless, without any superfluous curves. The blade gleams with a dark white, cold light, its subtle sharpness trembling gently in the air. This sword is made primarily of white spirit mithril, one of the 3 rare metals, and incorporates more than 10 kinds of rare forging materials, making it several levels higher than the Soul Awakening sword. A fine sword. You catch it in your hand. This sword will be your natal weapon from now on. You will nurture it within your body for a long time. You look at Bloodfang, his body covered in wounds, a pure smile of satisfaction on his face. He is full of a sense of accomplishment. Does this sword have a name? You ask. Bloodfang can see you are very satisfied with the sword. You name it. I'm usually a low-key person, so I'll give a low-key name. Bloodfang asks, what's it called? The Burial Skyblade. Bloodfang scratches his head, looking uncertainly at Black Phoenix. Great Witch, does the Burial Sky Blade sound low-key? No, it's not low-key. You put away the Burial Sky Blade. You haven't read books, you don't understand, I don't blame you. You take out 3 bottles of healing pills and give them to Bloodfang, healing pills. Bloodfang knows your pills are very potent. He takes them and is about to pour them all into his mouth. You easily stop him with a hand. Big dummy, just take one. You gently grasped Bloodfang's arm, but he couldn't move an inch. Only when he nodded blankly did you release him. Bloodfang looked at you in astonishment, never imagining that someone as slender as you could possess such incredible strength. Eat first, then take me to find the crimson-eyed Tiger King. Bloodfang swallowed a pill, his eyes lighting up. Great! I know it is cubs again. Let's go steal them back. Bloodfang was delighted to have another chance for revenge, this time to make the crimson-eyed Tiger King furious again. Bloodfang's wounds began to heal, and in a moment they were completely restored. Bloodfang was excited, never expecting that injuries that usually took 10 days to half a month to heal would be completely healed today. Bloodfang looked at you with amazement. Your explanation is incorrect. We're not going to steal cubs. You smiled slightly. Bloodfang, not stealing cubs. We're going to kindly take in the crimson-eyed Tiger King's cubs. Why take them in? The crimson-eyed Tiger King is dead, and its cubs are orphans. Do they need a kind person to take them in? Bloodfang asked, puzzled. The crimson-eyed Tiger King is dead? Who killed him? Me 3 seconds later. Boom! A deafening roar echoed from the depths of the Black Dragon Forest. A massive crater exploded in the vast forest, fresh soil flying everywhere, a scene of utter devastation. The crimson-eyed Tiger King's corpse lay frozen in the crater. From the air, you waved your hand, and the crimson-eyed Tiger King's demon core was in your grasp. Another Foundation establishment demon core, what a treasure! On the ground, Black Phoenix and Bloodfang, acting as bait, stared in astonishment at the crimson-eyed Tiger King's corpse. The crimson-eyed Tiger King was a major threat to the Chi Barbarian clan. Even Black Phoenix was only evenly matched with it. Yet you killed it with a single strike. Black Phoenix and Bloodfang only thought you were in the early Foundation establishment stage. Now, they were questioning their existence. Afterwards, you had Black Phoenix and Bloodfang lead you through a large area of surrounding demon bee settlements. Your flying ability was too great. You wiped out a large number of demon beasts that Black Phoenix and Bloodfang couldn't catch. The threat from demon beasts near the Chi Barbarian clan was greatly reduced. You obtained a total of 7 Foundation establishment demon cores and 139 Chi refining demon cores. A bountiful harvest. You only want the demon cores. The demon beast corpses are all given to the Chimon tribe, so they can take them home to make sausages and cured meat. You land in front of Black Phoenix and Bloodfang. You take out various pills to strengthen the body and heal wounds. Here, Black Phoenix, take these. Okay. Black Phoenix accepted them without hesitation. Bloodfang's eyes nearly bulged out. So many pills, how many times could they save him? I've been with the Chimon tribe for 2 years. It's time to leave. Black Phoenix blessed you. Have a safe journey. Faced with Black Phoenix's sincere blessing, you clicked your tongue. I suggest you study the art of language in the future. Art. Forget it. I can't reason with a slacker like you who missed out on compulsory education. You look at Bloodfang, jump up, and pat Bloodfang's shoulder. Bloodfang, the sword you forged is quite good. Bloodfang said in a muffled voice. Your pills are delicious too. You looked at the 2. I've opened a Wanmeng sect outside. Once you reach Golden Core and can fly, you can come find me. I'll protect you. Before they could speak, you soared into the sky with a boom, disappearing into the horizon in a few steps. Black Phoenix and Bloodfang jumped to the highest tree and watched you leave. Your figure disappeared for a long time before they returned to the Chimon tribe. You quickly returned to the Wanmeng sect. You landed on the sect's plaza. I'm back, saying he was nowhere to be seen today. He didn't come to greet you. As usual, you took a deep breath of spiritual energy. You were about to exclaim, awesome. Suddenly, the stench of blood in the air filled your nostrils. You focused your mind, and a powerful divine sense surged forth, suddenly enveloping the entire Wanmeng sect. In an instant, your face turned icy cold, and a boundless killing intent erupted from your eyes. Your divine sense detected Sang, lying in a pool of blood, lifeless. Scattered throughout Lin Mo's family mansion were numerous small, fragmented pieces of corpses, making it impossible to identify who they were. Die! You roared, your voice like a thunderclap. The sound echoed between heaven and earth, causing the entire Wanmeng sect to tremble. Your figure vanished instantly. You reappeared, enveloped in earth-shattering rage. Outside the side hall, your immense source power transformed into a giant hand, carrying unparalleled ferocity, fiercely grabbed towards the side hall. Boom! The magnificent side hall shattered with a deafening roar, bricks, tiles, and wooden beams flying everywhere, billowing dust. You withdrew your gripping hand, revealing a person in it, a Qi refining realm cultivator. This person was held tightly in your hand, his face contorted in pain and rage, struggling in vain, utterly terrified. The person, clinging to life, said, I am a cultivator from the Sea Alliance. You can't kill me. The cultivator suddenly screamed in terror, and you brutally performed a soul search. You were like a demon lord descending to earth, the brutal cruelty in your eyes sending shivers down one's spine. A moment later, the soul search was complete, your icy gaze becoming even more ferocious. Source power surged in your giant hand. Bang! You crushed this person on the spot. You suddenly disappeared from the spot, using the Tai Su travel technique to chase after them to the southwest outside the Wanmeng sect. You just learned through soul-searching that 5 cultivators came to the Qianming Mountains today, 1 in the early foundation establishment stage, and 4 in the Qi refining stage. These 5 people searched everywhere for spiritual veins. Sensing that the Wanmeng sect was full of spiritual energy, they directly came to seize the Wanmeng sect, saying he tried his best to stop them, but it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. He was easily killed. They searched around the Wanmeng sect and found Lin Mo's family. Just as they were about to wipe them out, they were surprised to find that 4 or 5-year-old Lin Mo was actually a late-stage Qi refining cultivator. The foundation establishment cultivator used his flying sword to directly tear Wei Xia and Lin Kaifeng to pieces and tried to capture Lin Mo alive. Lin Mo watched his parents die before his eyes. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with hatred, and he fought desperately. The sounds of the two sides fighting woke Wan Qingwan, who had been in seclusion on Dongji Peak since returning from the extinction sect. Wan Qingwan, also at the late Qi refining stage, immediately rushed to assist. In the 2 years you were away, Wan Qingwan also discovered Lin Mo's extraordinary talent, so she taught him the Xianfeng 4 directions technique. Wan Qingwan and Lin Mo, both at the late Qi refining stage, were no match for the 5 opponents, especially since the opposing team also included a foundation establishment cultivator. Just when it seemed they were about to be defeated, Yin Jishua led a group of extinction sect grandmasters and followers from the 1,000 Bright Mountains to provide support. Since experiencing the benefits of cultivation, Yin Jishua gathered all the extinction sect followers in the 1,000 Bright Mountains. She required all followers to cultivate the extinction sect's inherited cultivation techniques, thus filtering out those with spiritual roots within the sect. Many grandmasters lacked spiritual roots. Their affinity for spiritual energy, resulting from fusing with a source of earth, was even less than that of ordinary spiritual roots, insufficient for them to use as normal spiritual roots. Many grandmasters left the 1,000 Bright Mountains. Yin Jishue instructed those who remained to stay in the 1,000 Bright Mountains and focus on cultivation. Yin Jishue also discovered that your Wanmeng sect has the most abundant spiritual energy, but Yin Jishue knows that you only allow Wan Qingwan to cultivate in seclusion within the Wanmeng sect. Therefore, Yin Jishue did not dare to allow the members of the extinction cult to cultivate within the Wanmeng sect, but only had them gather near the sect to cultivate. While cultivating, Yin Jishue saw Wan Qingwan's distress signal and immediately led the extinction cult to provide support. However, the opposing side had foundation establishment cultivators, and besides Yin Jishue, the extinction cult's high-level combat power consisted of only one top-tier extreme Dao Grandmaster. The others were all ordinary martial artists. These cultivators have only been practicing immortal cultivation techniques for a short time and have little immediate combat power. Lin Mo and Yanji Shue, as the main combat force, are struggling to hold on. The others are outmatched and can only fight and retreat. Finally, the Foundation Establishment cultivator on the other side leads 3 Qi refining cultivators to pursue the group heading southwest. Leaving behind a Qi refining cultivator you just crushed to continue looting the Wanmeng sect. At this moment, you are frantically chasing southwest in the air. Your eyes are filled with anxiety. You extend your divine sense to its maximum, releasing your vast source power at full force, creating an incredibly powerful aura. Everyone you pass feels a strong sense of oppression. After taking a few steps southwest, you don't encounter Wan Qingwan and the others. Knowing they couldn't have escaped this far, you quickly change direction and start searching again. Your expression is extremely cold, your eyes filled with undisguised, icy, killing intent. The urgency in your eyes grows stronger. After changing direction 3 times, you finally feel a surge of powerful spiritual energy and source power fluctuations on the ground ahead. Your expression was ferocious as you took a step forward. Indeed, it was Wan Qingwan and her group. At this moment, Lin Mo, Yanji Shue, and another top-tier grandmaster were struggling to parry the Foundation Establishment cultivator's fierce flying sword attacks. Yanji Shue's face was pale, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, and a shocking wound on her abdomen. She was already severely injured. Lin Mo, with his small body, held a precious sword, infusing it with spiritual power, and fought bravely as the main force. Lin Mo's eyes were slightly red. The hatred for his parents' deaths solidified the anger on his small face. The Foundation Establishment cultivator strolled leisurely, only wanting to kill Yanji Shue and the other top-tier grandmaster, and capture Lin Mo alive. Wan Qingwan led the others in dealing with the 3 Qi refining cultivators. Wan Qingwan was also injured. Her white dress was stained with blood, streaks of bright red that were dazzling to the eye. Suddenly, the atmosphere of heaven and earth changed drastically. The entire space abruptly darkened, as if the gods were angry and about to unleash divine punishment. A furious roar that echoed through the heavens shook everyone's eardrums. "Die, you bastard!" Your voice reverberated for miles, and everyone turned to look at you. The Foundation Establishment cultivator also looked over, trembling with fear at the immense source power emanating from you. You were enraged to the extreme, and without hesitation, you slashed down with your soul-awakening blade. At that moment, it was as if a second sun appeared in the sky, its blinding light making everyone unable to open their eyes. No! The Foundation Establishment cultivator and the 3 Qi refining cultivators vanished completely in the endless white light, leaving no trace of their bodies. You landed with a thud and strode towards the crowd. The disheveled members of the Extinction sect stared at you blankly. They only knew that the sect master of the Myriad Dreams sect was above all other grandmasters. Today, they realized for the first time that even a powerful Foundation Establishment cultivator was nothing more than a single strike before you, and their eyes were filled with horror. Yanji Shue was severely injured. Her delicate body trembled slightly, and 2 members of the sect supported her. Yanji Shue finally got a chance to catch her breath and immediately took out several healing pills and swallowed them. Only then did she look at you with scrutinizing eyes, her autumn water-like eyes filled with even more shock. Little Lin Mo watched his mortal enemy dissipate into the air, his eyes filled with sorrow, and he sheathed the Xianxiao sword in his hand. Lin Mo looked at your figure, which seemed to shield him from all storms, and a glimmer of light appeared in his sorrowful eyes. Your expression was extremely serious as you walked straight towards Wan Qingwan. Wan Qingwan looked at you with bright eyes, a relaxed smile on her face, as if she had survived a calamity. Wan Qingwan's voice was sweet and clear. "My good friend, you're finally back." Your gaze was deep. "I'm back." You immediately stepped forward, grasping Wan Qingluan's snow-white wrist with your left hand to check her injuries. With your right hand, you placed an 8th-grade healing pill into Wan Qingluan's soft, cool lips without asking any questions. Although Wan Qingluan didn't appear to be seriously injured, no matter how badly she was injured, it's always good to use some strong medicine first. After carefully checking several times, you confirmed that Wan Qingluan only suffered minor internal injuries. She had fully recovered after taking your medicine. You lowered your gaze, secretly relieved, your tense nerves finally relaxing. Damn, thank goodness I made it back just in time. At this moment, you noticed that Lin Mo was using a sword this time, not a gun. Upon looking at Lin Mo's sword, you immediately frowned. The Xianxiao sword? You wondered how Lin Mo had found a Xianxiao sword. The sword was inhabited by the remnant soul of Yi Yuyun, which was essentially a weapon spirit. You took the Xianxiao sword, briefly sensing it. The blade was empty, without a trace of Yi Yuyun. You were shocked. How did Yi Yuyun disappear? At this point, Yi Yuyun's soul was still very incomplete and weak. It was impossible for her to have run away on her own. Could it be possession? That's not right either. Based on your research on the soul, can you be 100% certain that Yi Yuyun's soul strength is insufficient to possess someone else? Your eyes trembled slightly, and your divine sense immediately swept over Lin Mo, finding nothing unusual. Lin Mo, how did you get this sword? Lin Mo looked at you, his eyes innocent. Master, didn't you prepare this sword especially for me? Why do you say I prepared it especially for you? Master, you use a knife, but you deliberately. Please, this precious sword is kept in a special pavilion, presumably to be passed down through generations. And since I'm your only disciple, wasn't it prepared for me? You frown? Damn, you're really not being polite. You feel that your honest Lin Mo is gone forever. Lin Mo slowly lowers his head without answering. Do you like using swords? You ask again. I like using swords the most. Thank you, Master. You twitch your brow, feeling something is off. During the 5th simulation, when you first met Lin Mo, he picked up a long staff and showed it to Wei Xia in a very professional manner. If you hadn't given Lin Mo a spear, he would have preferred weapons like spears and staffs. Your face darkens. Lin Mo, do you really like using swords? Lin Mo is taken aback, hesitatingly saying, Master, I like using swords. What's your second favorite weapon? Lin Mo's eyes dart around. A knife. I like the same kind of knife as Master. What's the third one? The 9-section whip. And the fourth one? The fourth is the axe. Lin Mo's answer grew slower and more hesitant. Your brows furrowed deeper, your aura becoming increasingly oppressive. Good friend, what's wrong? Wan Qingluan's gentle voice interrupted your thoughts. You looked up at Wan Qingluan. Her bright smile eased your mind for a moment. Wan Qingluan continued. Good friend, that was dangerous just now. Luckily you arrived just in time. You nodded. Yes. What would you have done without me? Luckily I arrived just in time. Suddenly, your voice stopped abruptly, a flash of inspiration crossing your mind. Just in time, just in time. I returned 2 years later, only to encounter a Foundation establishment cultivator at my door. I landed and just happened to smell blood. There just happened to be a Qi refining cultivator left behind in the Wanmeng sect who didn't need to be there. This cultivator was perfect for my soul searching, providing a direction for my tracking. The highest combat power on the other side just happened to be a Foundation establishment cultivator like me, and I just happened to save Xiao Wan. Ow, everything just happened. You were shaken, a chill running down your spine. You instinctively gripped the Soul Awakening blade tightly. The Soul Awakening blade? You seem to remember something. Why didn't I use the Burial Sky blade? The moment this thought crossed your mind, the Soul Awakening blade in your hand transformed into the Burial Sky blade without warning, and your expression instantly changed drastically. You abruptly looked at the people opposite you. They didn't react to the sudden change in your weapon, still looking at you with expressions of gratitude, reverence, or shock. Only Wan Qingluan showed concern in her eyes. her small face filled with confusion as she looked at you. Your face was extremely solemn, your mind churning with thoughts. Linimo, who doesn't like using guns? The vanished Yi Yun. So many things just happened, like they were deliberately arranged. The forgotten burial blade. Your rationality makes you absolutely calm down. No, this is so damn wrong. This is all too illogical. There's a problem. A huge problem. At this moment, the Tao of life and death within your body trembles. You seem to wake up, your eyes flash wildly, and the divine evolution technique suddenly operates to its limit. A cool sensation rises in your mind. The whole world suddenly becomes incredibly clear and pure, so pure that it lacks many details. Qingwan opposite you frowns, her face full of guilt. Good friend, I didn't mean to. Whoosh! Qingwan's exquisite face shattered into pieces with a crisp sound. The entire world before you shattered like a mirror, exploding with a deafening roar, each fragment dissipating into specks of light. Your vision cleared again. You were still standing in the Wanmeng Sex Plaza. In the distance opposite you, Qingwan stood quietly, her face filled with guilt and worry. You look grave and confused. Damn it, I've been tricked. When? You look up at Qingwan at the end of the square. Little Wan. Seeing you regain your senses, Qingwan immediately leaps over and throws herself into your arms. Soft and warm against your skin, a delicate fragrance wafts over you. You touch Qingwan all over. The realistic touch reassures you. This time it's the real deal. Qingwan's watery eyes are filled with worry. My dear friend, I'm sorry. Are you all right? I'm fine. Are you all right? I'm fine. Let me explain. You can feel the sincerity in Qingwan's voice. While carefully examining her body, you say, begin your explanation. Qingwan hesitates for a moment. The dream I just saw was because of me. You look at Qingwan. Don't talk, continue. Qingwan nods. Then you'll have to cover your ears and listen carefully. Then, Qingwan explains the whole story to you. It turns out that after Qingwan left the Wanmeng sect after reaching the mid-stage of qi refining, she returned to the Miexing sect. Upon returning to the Miexing sect, Qingwan unintentionally used her spiritual power to unlock the true cultivation inheritance within the Miexing sect, the Great Dream Scripture. The Great Dream Scripture is a supreme inheritance that directly points to the Mahayana realm. More importantly, Qingwan also obtained the Great Dream Tao essence at the Miexing sect's inheritance site. In other words, the Great Dream Scripture is a lost Tao source Mahayana inheritance. The Great Dream Tao essence granted Qingwan the ability to make people sink into illusory dreams. If the person cannot awaken on their own, they will be eternally trapped until their physical body withers and they die. After obtaining the inheritance, Qingwan returned to the Wanmeng sect and waited for you while in seclusion, wanting to tell you this good news. She had been waiting for you for 2 years. But just now, after you returned to the sect, Qingwan's great dream, Tao essence, inexplicably connected with you, directly going out of control and trapping you in a dream. Fortunately, you used the various loopholes in the dream to break through the confusion and, with the help of the life and death Tao essence, escape the dream. Qingwan can see everything in the dream. She knows the dream is constantly manipulating your emotions, trying to make you sink deeper into its depths. The dream realm opened by the uncontrolled Great Dream Tao essence is something even Qingwan cannot end. After recounting the entire process, Qingwan said firmly, "Good friend, I don't want the Great Dream inheritance anymore." "Then what do you want?" "I want you." Your gaze softened as you smiled at Qingwan. "Don't worry, it shouldn't be a problem. Has the Great Dream Tao essence ever gone out of control before?" You weren't particularly worried. You already had a guess in your mind. Qingwan answered affirmatively. "Never. Just targeting me." "Yes." You nodded. "Okay, I'll try again." Qingwan's expression was somewhat tense. "What do I need to do?" You waved your hand. "You don't need to move. I'll do it." "Okay." You concentrated your aura and suddenly released the aura of the life and death Tao essence. Sure enough, the next moment, a sense of dizziness immediately swept through your mind. But this time you were prepared. You want to come again. The divine evolution technique was activated to its maximum, and you maintained a constant state of awareness within your divine consciousness. A moment of clarity, the illusory sensations caused by the great dream, Tao, essence recede like the tide. You slap your thigh. As expected, this great dream Tao essence was actually influenced by the life and death Tao essence aura on your body, triggering a dreamlike descent into oblivion. Your life and death Tao essence had previously resonated with the Black Phoenix's divine power Tao essence, and even elicited a spiritual response from the Chi-Man god. It seems there's some kind of connection between Tao essences. Wan Xingwan stares blankly at you. Good friend, I feel it. You also have Tao essence within you. You nod. That's why it triggered the dreamlike descent into oblivion from the great dream Tao essence. Will it happen again in the future? As long as I deliberately conceal my Tao essence aura, there won't be any problems. Really? I was just kidding. From now on, if you touch me, I'll die. Wan Xingwan. Wait a minute, I'll disperse my cultivation and cripple myself. The great dream inheritance isn't that interesting anyway. You naturally stop Wan Xingwan. This dreamlike descent into oblivion makes you realize that the Wanming sect needs to strengthen its defenses. With the resurgence of spiritual energy, more cultivators will appear. For example, there's a foundation establishment cultivator like Zhao Shi in the Myriad Island Sea, and now there's the Qi Barbarian clan, and Shao one has a Tao Source Mayana level inheritance. Perhaps other sects also have cultivation inheritances, just lacking an activation opportunity. If we don't take proper precautions, the tragedy in the dream might really happen. You plan to set up a protective array for the Myriad Dreams sect. With a protective array, you can go out and have fun without worry. Yi Yun happens to be skilled in array formations. You've raised him for 10 years. It's time for him to contribute. Before you went to find Yi Yun, you gave Wan Qingwan the method for refining her natal magic weapon. There's still a lot of white spirit mithril left, enough to forge a magic weapon for Wan Qingwan. You pat her head. Study hard. I'll check your homework when I get back. Okay. You arrive at the pavilion where the Xianshao sword is stored. You remove Yi Yun's soul shield. Brother Yu Yun, wake up. Yi Yun regains consciousness. Sect Master you've come. I've recovered more memories this time. That's perfect. Show me 1,000 or 800 offensive formations. From memory, Yi Yun was stunned for a moment. Sect Master don't joke around. I don't have that many formations. The only one I can remember completely is the Shiyue Canfeng formation. Shiyue Canfeng formation. That's the defensive formation I set up on Sea Serpent Island. Your eyes darted around. Brother Yu Yun, you don't mind if I search your soul, do you? Yi Yun hesitated for a long time. I don't mind, but Sect Master knows the state of my soul. So please be gentle. Understood. You laughed. Brother Yu Yun, open your mind. I'm coming in. A moment later, you left the pavilion. Your smile remained. Not bad. You weighed the formation jade slip in your hand. You originally thought that the Shiyue Canfeng formation, which even your third-tier extreme Tao couldn't withstand, was just trash, but you didn't expect it to withstand the full force of a Golden Core Cultivator's attack. The reason you broke Yi Yun's Crescent Moon Remnant Wind formation was because of insufficient Spirit Stone supply. The formation activated its energy-saving mode. The Wanming sect's mid-grade spirit veins are sufficient to support the Crescent Moon Remnant Wind formation in high-performance mode. You've decided to use this formation for now, and replace it with a higher-grade one later when you have more loot from tomb sweeping. To set up the formation, you still need to learn some basic formation knowledge, then refine the formation flags, and finally connect the spirit veins to activate the grand formation. You need to undergo intensive seclusion for a period of time to thoroughly understand the fundamentals of formations. Before your seclusion, you arrive at Lin Mo's family's place. You land on the ground, and Lin Mo's family greets you. Sect Master, you're back. Looking at your unharmed family, you're quite moved. Thankfully, they weren't raided. Master, master, almost 5-year-old Lin Mo looks at you, seeming somewhat unfamiliar. After all, he hasn't seen you for 2 years. Looking at this honest Lin Mo, you know this is your real advantage. The cunning Lin Mo in the dream wasn't cute at all. You sense Lin Mo's cultivation level. It's indeed late-stage, qi refining, just like in the dream. You just asked Wan Qingwan, and in reality, Yin Jishue and the others are indeed stationed near the Wanmeng sect, surviving by absorbing the scraps of spiritual energy left over from the sect's resources. You're kind-hearted and can't stand seeing poor people. You'll go and chase them away in a bit. You look at Lin Mo, who's at the late-stage qi refining level. You've got some strength, kid. I'll give you a little test. Master, what kind of test? You take out over 20 cultivation manuals. Come on, learn all of these, and then create the most ruthless cultivation technique you can think of. Lin Mo stares blankly at you. Master, I created a cultivation technique. Lin Mo's little face tenses, incredulous. You look down at him. Lin Mo, you're almost 5 years old. It's time to shoulder the responsibility of revitalizing the Wanmeng sect. Master, you're already the best in the world. Is there still room for improvement in the Wanmeng sect? You glare at him. Young man, don't always think about resting on my laurels. It's my turn to rest on yours. Lin Mo quickly explains. Master, I don't want to slack off. I'm just afraid I can't do it. Kid, I have faith in you. Master, do you think I can? You definitely can. Lin Mo hesitates for a moment. Then his eyes finally harden. Master, I definitely can. You nod slightly. Lin Mo is so easy to fool. A little encouragement, and he'll work like a head start. You give Lin Mo the long spear you got from the Great Qian Treasury. Lin Mo's eyes light up. Lin Mo holds the spear with obvious delight. Thank you, Master. You see him say, Come on, Lin Mo, let me test your spiritual root. Wan Qingwan explained these basic cultivation principles to Lin Mo. He knows what a spiritual root is. Master, great. Lin Mo steps forward. Master, what kind of spiritual root do you have? You clear your throat. My spiritual root is quite extraordinary. I won't scare you with it, but it's definitely not ordinary. Master, you must have a heavenly spiritual root. You mumble twice. Yes, yes, I was born with a spiritual root. Stop talking, take this. You channel spiritual energy into Lin Mo's body. Lin Mo feels slightly uncomfortable and looks at his dantian. A moment later, Lin Mo's dantian slowly emits light. A dazzling deep purple appears, radiating intense light that engulfs Lin Mo's small body. Master, I have a heavenly spiritual root. Lin Mo excitedly looks up at you, his smile innocent and pure. You are not surprised. It would be unjust if Lin Mo didn't have a heavenly spiritual root. Moreover, Lin Mo's dantian radiated an incredibly vibrant light, absolutely top tier among celestial spiritual roots. Lin Mo, not bad, you praise. Lin Mo excitedly looked at his dantian. Master, the color seems to have changed a bit. At a glance, you noticed a touch of gold appearing within the deep purple of Lin Mo's body. That gold seemed unsatisfied with this level, beginning to erode all the purple light. A few breaths later, the purple completely transformed into a dazzling bright gold, and Lin Mo was directly enveloped in a magnificent golden light, making him look quite radiant. Lin Mo's spiritual root looks extraordinary. You stood there stunned for a long time, astonished. What the hell is this chosen one? Is this still one of our human kin? Could this kid be some kind of incarnation of the heavenly Tao? The lower half of Lin Mo's face was illuminated by the golden light, making him look somewhat divine. Master, what kind of spiritual root is gold? You considered for a moment and said, Your spiritual root is on the same level as mine. Both are formidable. Master, are you also a golden spiritual root? They're pretty much the same, basically, with little difference. Lin Mo danced with joy. Yay! My master and I both have golden spiritual roots. Lin Mo, you called out to him, keep a low profile. Lin Mo looked at you. his gaze puzzled. Master, why? Our spiritual roots are very special. We can't easily show them to others. Seeing your serious expression, Lin Mo nodded emphatically. Master, I understand. From now on, I'll say we have ordinary heavenly spiritual roots. That's right. What Lin Mo didn't know was that his spiritual root was too extraordinary to be displayed. Your spiritual root is too dazzling to be displayed. You also emphasized to Wei Xia and Lin Kaifeng that it must be kept secret, and you even tested their spiritual roots. Unfortunately, neither of them has a spiritual root. Lin Mo is destined to walk alone. You left Lin Mo's family. Before you left, you told Lin Mo to spend more time with his parents when he had free time. The three of them seemed to understand your meaning, and their expressions were somewhat gloomy. This year is the 10th year, and the Remnant Realm will open again next year to investigate the situation of the Yuan Yang Realm's spiritual energy recovery. You will take Yi Yuyin to the vicinity of Sea Serpent Island to help him recover his memories. This time you will stay far away, lest that bastard Jiang Huaijin burn you again. Before you went into seclusion to comprehend the formation, you came to the Chunyang sect. You asked Song Yinfeng, the head of the Chunyang sect, to forge a bell for you using white spirit mithril. Song Yinfeng's eyes lit up when he saw that you had actually obtained white spirit mithril. He had only seen the three extraordinary metals once before in his master's possession. Seeing the real thing now, he was speechless. One of the three extraordinary metals, white spirit mithril, was simply the most wondrous thing in the world to Song Yinfeng, who was skilled in weapon crafting. Sect leader do you have any more white spirit mithril? Song Yinfeng asked excitedly. You were prepared, breaking off a small lump and tossing it to him. Sect leader Song, consider this your labor fee. Is it enough? Song Yinfeng caught it hastily, laughing loudly. Enough, enough. Thank you, sect leader I'm leaving. Take care, sect leader. After leaving the Chunyang sect, you went and thoroughly explored all the ancient cave dwellings that the Kuntu Extreme Dao Grandmasters had helped you discover. You discovered a total of 38 cave dwellings. 6 of them were actually other people's ancestral tombs. With the unwavering belief that you were already there, you went inside to take a look. Sure enough, there was nothing there. After coming out, you carefully backfilled the soil and recited a rebirth mantra. 3 of the 38 cave dwellings were naturally formed caves, completely bare, but your professionalism allowed you to break off a few stalactites to use as decoration. Only 29 of the cave dwellings were legitimate cultivators' dwellings. You plunged in and devoured them in a whirlwind, reaping considerable rewards. You acquired 17 sets of formations. These formations were diverse, including concealment, trapping, defense, and illusion formations. One of the advanced defensive formations particularly interested you. It could withstand attacks from nascent soul-level cultivators. However, it required a high-grade spiritual vein to maintain its operation. You plan to explore the surrounding area after setting up the Northern Wind and Crescent Moon Array and bring back more spiritual veins. As long as the number of spiritual veins is sufficient, even low-grade spiritual veins can be piled up into high-grade ones. You obtained 28 elixir recipes, the highest being a 7th-grade recipe, but you can't refine these pills. Although you have already established your foundation and control spiritual fire, the materials needed for elixir production are all spiritual plants and herbs, which you simply cannot find to obtain. You only have recipes, but no ingredients. Even a skilled cook like you can't make bricks without straw. But you weren't too discouraged. It's not a big problem. I'll plant the spiritual plants now, and after a few simulations, they'll all be full-grown, rare medicinal herbs. You brought back 52 cultivation techniques, the highest being a nascent soul cultivation technique. These are all valuable spiritual treasures left by our predecessors, belonging to intangible cultural heritage. You also obtained a weapon refining technique, the 100 Refinements Treasure Technique, which can be used to refine top-tier magical artifacts. You plan to learn weapon refining as well, and you'll be an all-rounder in the future. Besides these treasures, you also obtained a source of earth, and this source is extraordinary. The Ziwei Palace, ranked first in the metal element. After comprehending this source of earth, the special ability it comes with allows you to see the fortune of a nation and influence it to a certain extent. To exaggerate a bit, the rise and fall of a nation is in your hands. These gains have put you in a great mood. Tomb sweeping is fun, and continuous tomb sweeping is even more fun. You activate the Tai Su Xing technique and return to the Wanming sect in 2 steps. You are about to officially begin your seclusion. Before your seclusion, you find Wan Qingwan. You tell her that her natal magical artifact has been forged by Song Yinfeng and will be completed in 3 months. Wan Qingwan is very reluctant to see you go into seclusion and clings to your clothes, not wanting you to leave. You were once an excellent physician. You could tell the problem as soon as you saw her symptoms, and you immediately began practicing medicine illegally. You and Wan Qingwan fought a grueling 18-round battle, each more intense than the last. The battles were incredibly fierce. Your shouts were deafening, and the air was thick with blood. Ultimately, Wan Qingwan was defeated, repeatedly crying out, "I'm no match for her." Out of pity, you temporarily spared her. If she dared to attack again, you would surely kill her 7 times over, ensuring she never returned. After healing Wan Qingwan with your superb medical skills, you went into seclusion in the alchemy room. Wan Qingwan, as instructed by you, brought Yin Jishue to the Wanming sect for cultivation. You allocated Yin Jishue a mountain for her cultivation. The others from the Extinction sect remained encamped in the Qianming Mountains. You had no obligation to help these complete strangers. You began to focus on your seclusion. A year passed in the blink of an eye. The 11th year. You smiled wryly in the alchemy room. Another fulfilling year. You've mastered the basic techniques of array formations to an unparalleled degree. You've also completed the refinement of array flags and are now able to set up the Shiyue Canfeng array. You've also managed to comprehend 3 earth sources. After establishing your foundation, you've completed the construction of the rudimentary Great Tao. Now, earth sources are as transparent to you as if they were naked. Before, comprehending earth sources was like encountering a complex mathematical equation. After struggling for a long time, you could only lament your lack of English proficiency. But now you understand the essential logic of earth sources. Comprehending them is like performing simple addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. A quick calculation is all it takes, making it incredibly efficient. The 3 earth sources you've comprehended are the 5th-ranked divine intent rejection of the Gen earth element, the 10th-ranked Kangwu seal of the Qian metal element, and the 5th-ranked Kangyi suspension of the Kuan earth element. You've also become a 34th-tier extreme Dao Grandmaster, unlike anyone else. Your combat power, in the context of the cultivation system, is roughly equivalent to the mid-golden core stage. You've also completed the 1st level of the Yuanling Overlord Body Technique. Theoretically, the Yuanling Overlord Body Technique isn't easy to cultivate. You shouldn't have completed it so quickly. However, your previous accumulation of the Guardian Body Technique allowed you to naturally break through to the 1st level of the Primordial Spirit Overlord Body Technique. Just completing the 1st level has already significantly increased your physical strength, exceeding the accumulation of many Guardian Body Techniques. You're now rock hard. Nothing can sway you, not even Shaowan. You step out of the alchemy room. Wan Qingwan isn't in the cultivation room. You guess you want to find Yanji Shue. You ascend into the sky, cough twice, and your voice booms. Stomach cutter! Your voice covers the entire Wanming sect. Everyone and half a remnant soul are drawn to your voice, all looking at you. You look down and continue. Everyone, today is a good day, so I've decided to set up the Wanming sect's protective formation. The commotion will be quite loud later, so I'm waking you all up in advance to avoid startling you. After you finish speaking, scattered applause rang out throughout the Wanming sect. The sect is sparsely populated, and this is already their most enthusiastic response. Wan Qingwan, standing on a hilltop with Yan Jishue, is particularly enthusiastic clapping her little hands until they're red. You're very satisfied. Then let's begin. You pat your storage bag, and 18 streams of light fly out. 18 array flags. A circle of array flags swirls around you. You make hand seals and chant incantations. After vaguely reciting the multiplication tables, you shout, "Go!" The 18 array flags instantly transform into streams of light, rushing towards various parts of the Wanmeng sect. You make another hand seal, and the array flags throughout the Wanmeng sect simultaneously emit a thick beam of light, each beam colliding with adjacent flags. Moments later, the 18 array flags connect end to end, surrounding the Wanmeng sect. Finally, spiritual energy surges in your hands. A rumbling sound resounds as all the array flags connect with the underground spiritual veins. The Wanmeng sect and the nearby earth veins begin to tremble violently, as if an earth dragon were turning over. The surrounding members of the extinction cult stop their cultivation, looking over in terror. The beast-taming sect, dozens of miles away, also senses the tremors in the Qianming Mountains. Xing Ming and a group of elders quickly flew over to investigate. After discovering that it was you who was causing trouble, they looked at you with a mixture of relief and utter shock. Xing Ming and the others couldn't understand why you, without any fluctuation of source energy, could create such a commotion, as if you were about to turn the entire Wanmeng sect upside down. You didn't care about their attention. Now you had reached the final step of setting up the array. You were actually struggling a bit, but fortunately, you were a Foundation Establishment cultivator who had opened up a new path, and your spiritual power far surpassed that of ordinary Foundation Establishment cultivators. Your spiritual power surged wildly, sweeping towards all the array flags. Your release of spiritual power was almost at its peak. The overwhelming spiritual power made everyone feel intense pressure, and they couldn't even breathe properly. Xing Ming and the others who hadn't cultivated immortal cultivation techniques only felt very oppressed, but they didn't feel your overwhelming spiritual power very strongly. Wan Qingwan, Lin Mo, Yin Jishue from the Wanmeng sect, and the members of the Extinction sect looked at you with shock. They knew what ordinary Foundation Establishment cultivators were like, but you, a Foundation Establishment cultivator, far exceeded the descriptions in their cultivation techniques. They even thought you were approaching the Golden Core realm. You gritted your teeth, your face gradually contorting into a grimace. Merge the array. Buzz. The enormous white halo formed by the 18 array flags on the ground began to slowly extend simultaneously in both the upper and lower directions, forming an arc-shaped light screen. As time passed, this arc-shaped light screen gradually converged into a hemispherical shape. Sweat beaded on your forehead, your spiritual energy rapidly draining away. The people on the ground noticed your struggle and silently clenched their fists. But you're no ordinary person. Setting up an array is no challenge for you. Merge it for me. Boom. After exhausting most of its spiritual power, the top of the hemispherical light screen finally and slowly but surely completed its final fusion. A loud bang resounded, and the fully fledged northern wind and crescent moon formation was finally complete. The northern wind and crescent moon formation appears to be only a hemisphere on the ground, but it is actually a complete sphere. The other half is hidden underground, defending against attacks from below. After the formation closed, the light screen flickered twice and gradually disappeared. Those like Xing Ming, who haven't cultivated immortality techniques, would just walk straight in and end up with bloodied heads. After setting up the north wind and crescent moon formation, you flashed into the air outside the formation. Xing Ming and the others immediately greeted you. Xing Ming cupped his hands and smiled. Sect leader He, it's been a long time. You're even more impressive than before. Sect leader Xing, are you here to watch the show? Xing Ming smiled obsequiously and pointed at the Wanmeng sect, asking, Sect leader He, you seem to have created a transparent shell for the Wanmeng sect just now. Why is that? You glanced at him. Sect leader Xing, it's unprofessional to establish a sect without a protective formation. Sects like the beast-taming sect are founded on martial arts. they wouldn't know anything about protective formations. Their sects are practically naked. Enemies can come and go as they please, like public toilets. Normally, these sects leave some grandmasters to guard their strongholds. They don't mobilize all their forces unless there's a major event. A protective formation? Xingming naturally didn't understand your meaning. That transparent shield is a protective formation? It sounds like it can defend against external enemies. You smile smugly and call out, Sect Leader Xing, unleash your full power on my Wanmeng sect. Bombard the Wanmeng sect with all your might. Go all out. Xingming is startled. Then after a moment's thought, his expression suddenly clears. Sect Leader, you don't want me to destroy your Wanmeng sect and then extort some beast essence from me, do you? Your face falls. Is that how you see me? Sect Leader, whether you are that kind of person or not, let's not discuss it now. Justice will prevail. Xingming continues quickly. What I mean is, Sect Leader, you don't need to beat around the bush. The beast-taming sect can directly give you beast essence. We're all good neighbors. You look at Xingming. You've been quite savvy lately. That's right, that's right. You look at the Wanmeng sect, but this time it really isn't about extorting you. I've given up blood-sucking. Xingming is skeptical. Give up, give up. I've given up for several years. Xingming confirms. So easy to give up. It's easy to quit. I've succeeded many times. Xingming, seeing your sincerity, didn't seem to be trying to extort money. He looked at Wanmeng's sect. Sect Master, are you really confident? Xingming was also curious about just how powerful the sect's protective formation was. With his own top-tier extreme Dao Grandmaster strength, even a supreme extreme Dao Grandmaster wouldn't dare to take his attack head-on without defense. Your light shield looks large, but it's also very thin. Xingming genuinely didn't believe it could withstand his full-force attack. You casually said, if it breaks, it's on me. A look of surprise flashed in Xingming's eyes. Then he gritted his teeth. Sect Master, then I'll make my move. Hurry up. I'm getting a cold waiting. Xingming turned his head, his entire body surging with source energy, all of it concentrated in his right fist. The other beast-taming sect elders, seeing this, knew Xingming was serious, and they silently retreated a few meters. Xingming's power reached its peak. Then he roared, Go! A massive fist shadow instantly materialized, hurtling towards the Wanmeng sect plaza. The deliberate, powerful punch of a top-tier ultimate Dao Grandmaster is no small feat, the air along its path. The fist shadow flashed, about to land on the Wanmeng sect plaza. Suddenly a loud bang. The powerful fist shadow suddenly exploded in mid-air, as if it had encountered an impenetrable wall. The Shuofeng Canyue formation rippled slightly, its hem becoming slightly dirty. Xingming's eyes widened, and he gasped several times. This was definitely a punch he had given his all. How come there wasn't even a splash? The other elders of the beast-taming sect were equally shocked. Xingming was a top-tier extreme Dao Grandmaster. With this kind of performance from the light barrier, wouldn't it be able to block the attacks of the vast majority of extreme Dao Grandmasters in the Great Qian dynasty? Only a very few top-tier extreme Dao Grandmasters could break through it, right? However, your next move completely exceeded their expectations. You looked at Xingming. You haven't eaten, have you? Xingming's shock turned to astonishment. Sect Master, this isn't the limit of the sect's protective formation. This is nothing. You push Xingming aside. Step back a little. Watch me. The vast source power on your body instantly surged, your aura countless times greater than Xingming's before. Xingming, who was closest, suddenly changed color. This. Xingming felt as if he were facing an ancient god who seemed to reach the heavens and the earth. Xingming had only one feeling in his heart. Insignificant, extremely insignificant. Since advancing to the Supreme Grandmaster level, Xingming had never felt so insignificant. The other beast-taming sect elders were also struck by the overwhelming pressure, as if a huge boulder was pressing on their hearts, making it hard to breathe. All of them changed their expressions drastically and immediately fled from your side, as if they would be melted by you if they stayed a second longer. This is a supreme grandmaster. The elders stared at you from afar, their eyes filled with disbelief. What kind of supreme master possesses such a world-destroying formation? Below, Yinji Shue and the members of the extinction sect stared at you blankly, their eyes filled with shock. They finally felt firsthand the terror of your power as the world's number one. So, the one who mobilized spiritual energy to set up the formation earlier wasn't your strongest state. Now, with your surging source energy, you are in your ultimate form. They couldn't help but wonder, could this sect-protecting formation truly withstand your full force attack? With a thought, the burial heaven blade, nurtured within you, appeared out of thin air in your hand. You smiled fiercely. So you call this a sect-protecting formation? Take this. Boom! The entire world was instantly engulfed by the magnificent sword light. Although this strike wasn't aimed at anyone, everyone instinctively used their strongest defensive techniques. The earth shook and source energy exploded, a massive shockwave spreading outwards from the Wanmeng sect. The beast-taming sect members desperately resisted the aftershocks of the explosion. The sect's protective formation creaked and groaned, as if it were struggling to resist. After a few breaths, the clouds finally parted and the moon shone. Everyone looked at the protective formation, only to see it shaking and trembling, on the verge of shattering. You frowned slightly, focusing your gaze. If it had broken directly, you would have been disappointed. Fortunately, the Shiyue Canfeng formation shook but didn't break, swayed but didn't collapse. After a moment, it gradually stabilized. The vast spiritual energy in the spiritual veins was visibly absorbed by the formation, and the formation finally returned to its original state. You were overjoyed. Awesome! Your full force attack, just now, was extremely close to the power level of the late Golden Core stage. The formation actually withstood it, although somewhat barely. It was definitely enough. You felt completely relieved. You looked at Xing Ming and smiled. Sect leader Xing, how is my sect-protecting formation? Xing Ming was already speechless with shock. His mind was in turmoil, both because of your terrifying strength and because you were able to set up something called a formation that even you yourself couldn't break. Xing Ming stammered. Sect leader I'm convinced, completely convinced. Two faint yet powerful auras. You frowned and turned around. You saw 11 fragmented realms slowly closing and disappearing completely. But two people were floating on Sea Serpent Island. Your pupils contracted upon seeing them. These two were Jiang Huaijin and his senior sister. They had actually emerged from the fragmented realms ahead of time. At this moment, the fragmented realms had completely closed their connection channels. These two would have to wait another 100 years to re-establish contact with the blazing fire fragmented realm. Your heart tightened, and you became fully alert. Fortunately, these two did not notice you in the distance, or rather, they did not care about you. They seemed to be determining their direction. You could not fathom the strength of Jiang Huaijin and his senior sister, but by sensing Jiang Huaijin's aura, you knew he was probably at the Golden Core stage. As for his senior sister, you couldn't fathom her at all, but you guessed she was at least at the nascent soul stage. Yi Yuyun in your hand was clearly much more excited than you were. Even though you used your divine sense to firmly hold down Yi Yuyun, preventing him from emitting any soul fluctuations, the Xianxiao sword still trembled violently. You begin to slowly retreat, avoiding the use of the Tai Su travel technique to prevent attracting Jiang Huaijin and his companion's attention. Soon, you've retreated far enough that Jiang Huaijin and his companion are almost invisible. Then, you vaguely see Jiang Huaijin and his companion transform into two streaks of light, plummeting straight north. You breathe a slight sigh of relief. As long as they don't head west towards the Great Qian dynasty, you could develop safely. But Jiang Huaijin and his companion's early arrival in the Yuanyang realm must have a purpose, potentially altering the Yuanyang realm as Guju, a term referring to the overall situation or landscape. possibly even affecting the Great Qin dynasty. Although Jiang Huaijin doesn't recognize you this time, you still want to bring him here to light the sky lantern, so you must improve your cultivation as soon as possible. Fortunately, this time you're in the shadows while he's in the light, allowing you to accumulate power and deliver a powerful blow. You're now even more motivated to cultivate. You don't plan to return to the Great Qin dynasty for now, but instead continue flying towards the Wan Daohai region deep within the EC. There were originally 2 mid-grade spiritual veins on the endless island of the Myriad Island Sea. One of them has already been moved by you, which means there should be many other spiritual veins in other parts of the Myriad Island Sea as well. You need to sweep through them to gradually upgrade the grade of the Myriad Dreams Sex spiritual veins. You quickly arrive at the Myriad Island Sea. It hasn't changed much since your first visit, but you notice that many cultivators in uniform have appeared on the various islands. Most of them are in the Qi refining stage. After inquiring, you learn that a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, Ding Jinyan, has emerged in the Myriad Island Sea. Ding Jinyan unified the Myriad Island Sea region with his formidable strength and established an alliance called the Sea Alliance. The Sea Alliance? You mutter. Isn't that the organization that those cultivators from Little Wan's Great Dream Realm belong to? This Sea Alliance actually exists? You exclaim in surprise. But you quickly calm yourself down, suppressing your doubts for the time being, and decide to go back and ask Wan Qingwan if she knows about the Sea Alliance. You begin to focus on investigating the spiritual veins. During the exploration of the spiritual veins, you were extremely cautious, changing your appearance every day so that no one could recognize you. The spiritual veins of the Thousand Islands Sea were mostly occupied by cultivators, but in the following months, these cultivators encountered a series of bizarre events. Many cultivators suddenly felt their spiritual energy cut off while cultivating, as if their water and electricity had been cut off, causing them immense discomfort. No matter how they circulated their cultivation techniques, they couldn't absorb any spiritual energy. Many cultivators suffered from oxygen deprivation and nearly died. Moreover, this phenomenon gradually began to spread from person to person. Within a few months, all the spiritual veins on the islands, large and small, stopped producing spiritual energy. It wasn't until cultivators went deep underground that they discovered that the underground spiritual veins had long since been replaced with ordinary earth veins without anyone noticing. At first, only the spiritual veins of small islands were taken away, but later, some high-quality, low-grade spiritual veins on some large islands also fell victim to this. Today, it's even more outrageous. Even the only mid-grade spiritual vein on Endless Island has vanished. The mid-grade spiritual vein on Endless Island was stolen, and Zhao Shi was the most gloating. Originally, Zhao Shi, a Foundation establishment cultivator, possessed 2 mid-grade spiritual veins on Endless Island, but one was later taken away by a mysterious person. Although Zhao Shi was heartbroken, the other party could approach him undetected and could take his life at any moment. So Zhao Shi could only wipe away his tears and comfort himself that this little pain was nothing in the face of adversity. But before Zhao Shi's tears had even dried, Ding Jinyan, a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, emerged from the depths of the sea and seized Zhao Shi's endless island without a word. Zhao Shi and his Zhao family were forced to settle on an island with only low-grade spiritual veins. Ding Jinyan has been incredibly powerful these past few years, establishing the Sea Alliance and possessing mid-grade spiritual veins. Although Zhao Shi was nominally a member of the Sea Alliance, he hated Ding Jinyan to the core, but his strength was insufficient, so he could only swallow his anger. But to Zhao Shi's surprise, Ding Jinyan's retribution came so quickly. Today, a kind-hearted person actually picked up the mid-grade spiritual vein of Endless Island. Zhao Shi was so happy all day that she couldn't suppress her smile. Zhao Shi vaguely guessed that the culprit this time was probably the mysterious person who moved the mid-grade spiritual vein last time. Zhao Shi thought that no wonder this mysterious person could approach her so quietly. They had almost emptied the entire spiritual vein of the Myriad Islands Sea in just a few months. Those were giant spiritual veins. Ordinary storage bags couldn't hold them at all. Zhao Shi didn't understand how that mysterious person had done it. Although Zhao Shi knew it was the mysterious person's doing, she wouldn't provide Ding Jinyan with any clues, because it would not only be pointless, but also cause trouble. Zhao Shi originally thought that the storm of the spiritual veins being moved was basically over, because the Myriad Islands Sea no longer had any decent spiritual veins for that mysterious person to satisfy their cravings. But today, something happened that put the Sea Alliance on high alert. After the spiritual veins were depleted, Ding Jinyan convened a high-level meeting of the Sea Alliance today, ordering Sea Alliance cultivators to explore in various directions to find more spiritual vein areas to settle in. However, during the meeting, Ding Jinyan discovered that Foundation Establishment cultivator Xiang Yanfeng was absent. Ding Jinyan sent someone to summon Xiang Yanfeng, only to find him silently dead in his cave, along with his 4 qi refining cultivators. The 5 men died cleanly and swiftly, each cleaved in 2 by sharp weapons like swords, without any hesitation. Even Xiang Yanfeng, a Foundation Establishment cultivator, received no special treatment, being similarly cleaved in 2 vertically. Foundation Establishment cultivators are the absolute elite of the Sea Alliance. Even Ding Jinyan himself couldn't have killed them so easily. The entire Sea Alliance was thrown into an uproar, everyone feeling insecure. Ding Jinyan dared not be high profile anymore, and quickly arranged the exploration directions that very day. Everyone scattered in all directions to search for spiritual veins. Ding Jinyan, along with several trusted confidants, headed east, having heard that the East held a vast continent with the greatest chance of finding spiritual veins. Meanwhile, you continued eastward, quickly returning to the Great Qian Dynasty. You had originally only intended to go to the Myriad Islands Sea to collect unwanted underground spiritual veins. However, you discovered the 4 Sea Alliance cultivators you had encountered in the Great Dream Realm and couldn't resist killing them. The existence of the Sea Alliance was one thing, but the fact that these 4 cultivators also existed was absurd. You immediately returned to the Wanmeng sect and asked Wan Qingwan about the Sea Alliance. Wan Qingwan told you she knew nothing about the Sea Alliance, let alone which cultivators were in it. After a moment's consideration, you concluded that the scenes in the Great Dream Realm were not only a reflection of Wan Qingwan's and your own perceptions, but the illusion would also supplement details based on real-world phenomena. You thought about it, and felt it was acceptable. The Great Dream Tao essence was born in the Yuanyang realm on par with the Great Tao, so being able to perceive some realities of the Yuanyang realm wasn't too excessive. You also brought back Wan Qingwan's natal magic weapon, the Spirit-Gathering Bell from the Chunyang sect. The silver-white Spirit-Gathering Bell resembled a miniature bronze bell. The Spirit-Gathering Bell was slightly smaller than a palm, covered with intricate and mysterious patterns, and was extremely exquisite. Wan Qingwan used her spiritual power to control the Spirit-Gathering Bell. With a crisp ring, it could immediately disrupt a cultivator's mind, dragging them into the Great Dream Realm. The bell sound could also transform into a powerful and incomparably sharp rain of swords and other offensive techniques. If you only used your early Foundation Establishment cultivation, it would take you a considerable amount of effort to withstand this rain of swords. You integrated all the spiritual veins you brought from the Myriad Islands Sea into the foundation of the Myriad Dreams sect. There was 1 mid-grade spiritual vein and 233 low-grade spiritual veins. The moment the spiritual veins were fully integrated, the entire Myriad Dreams sect was enveloped in mist and smoke, with the concentration of spiritual energy reaching an unprecedented level. The strength of the northern wind and crescent moon formation was thus increased to its limit, capable of withstanding the power of a peak golden core cultivator. The cultivation environment of the Extinction sect members around the Myriad Dreams sect inexplicably improved, and they all showed excited joy in their eyes. You also noticed these extinction sect members. There were more than 70 of them, including one top-tier extreme Dao Grandmaster. Although you haven't had any contact with them, in the Great Dream Realm, these people were risking their lives to protect Yanji Shue and Wan Qingwan. During your business trip to the Qi Barbarian tribe, the Northern Wind and Crescent Moon formation hadn't been set up yet, and these people didn't come directly to the Myriad Dreams sect to cultivate for the abundant spiritual energy. Although Yin Jishua suppression played a role, you had a fairly good impression of these 70-odd people. So you went to Yin Jishua and told her about your idea of recruiting these people. Your alchemy, weapon crafting, tomb sweeping, and other activities will require a lot of tedious and basic work that needs to be done by laborers. The Wanming sect will need disciples sooner or later. Now, we can recruit a group of people with spiritual roots and then gradually expand the recruitment. Yin Jishua was very happy to hear your idea. You said you were discussing this with Yin Jishua, but you actually realized that Yin Jishua wanted you to recruit these people. It's just that you haven't expressed your opinion, and Yin Jishua didn't dare to bring it up with you. After all, these people from the Extinction sect haven't contributed anything to the Wanmeng sect, unlike Yin Jishua, who has trained a good holy maiden. You then mentioned your request regarding the recruitment to Yin Jishua, and Yin Jishua summoned the sect members that day to explain the situation. After hearing your request, 5 of the 77 sect members left and, at Yin Jishua's request, went away from the Wanmeng sect to cultivate elsewhere. In the end, 72 people were chosen to join the Wanmeng sect, including the top-tier Grandmaster Zhao Yuegu. The 72 were led by Yin Jishua to the main hall of the Wanmeng sect, where you casually sat in the sect leader's seat on the high platform. You surveyed them calmly and sharply. They had all witnessed your array formation and attack on the Shiyue Canfeng array and dared not look you in the eye. You cleared your throat and said, "I'll confirm one last time. You all understand the 3 requirements for joining the Wanmeng sect, and have you thought them through?" The crowd hesitated slightly, then said, "Sect leader, we have thought it through." "All right then, complete the first requirement." The crowd looked at Yin Jishua. Yin Jishua's expression turned solemn, and she shouted, "Complete sect leader, he's orders." The crowd's solemn gazes turned resolute. Then, the true energy and source power within these people began to surge, like boiling water. A few seconds later, the first sound came from the crowd. The top-tier Grandmaster Zhao Yuegu's aura weakened. He forced himself to be alert and bowed to you, saying, "Sect Master, I've already dispersed my martial arts cultivation." As soon as Zhao Yuegu finished speaking, the others also emitted a series of muffled thuds, like self-destructing trucks, all dissipating their martial arts cultivation. You made them dissipate their cultivation mainly because the Extinction sect's techniques are too damn evil. The Myriad Dreams sect only needs one madman like you. You've been observing everyone's state from the beginning. Zhao Yuegu has always been the most proactive and determined, abandoning the cultivation of a top-tier Grandmaster without hesitation. You glanced at him a few more times and had a good impression of him. "What spiritual root do you have?" you asked. "Sect Master, I have an Earth spiritual root." You nodded. "Not bad, the Myriad Dreams sect needs talent like you." Zhao Yuegu respectfully said, "Thank you, Sect Master. Then let's start with you for the soul search." Although Yin Jishua had informed everyone beforehand that there would be a soul search requirement, they were still somewhat moved when they heard that it was about to begin. Exposing all their secrets without reservation would cause even the most upright person to feel inner resistance, let alone these happy-go-lucky members of the Extinction sect. Only Zhao Yuegu remained calm. He took 2 steps forward. "Please, Sect Master, perform a soul search." Zhao Yuegu's stubbornness wasn't because he was a benevolent person. It was simply because he understood you didn't care what they had done, but wanted absolute knowledge of them. Your expression was calm, yet incredibly oppressive. With a flick of your wrist, a strange, winding spiritual energy connected to the top of Zhao Yuegu's head. Then the soul search was activated. Zhao Yuegu looked pained, but ultimately persevered. You felt this person was someone special. Once he sees an opportunity, he would cling to it relentlessly, going down a dark path. Such people either plunge off a cliff of life and shatter to pieces, or they seize an opportunity and soar to great heights. What's your name? Sect Master. My name is Zhao Yuego. You nodded. Next. You performed soul searches on all 72 people. These members of the Extinction Sect had indeed done many abstract things. But it doesn't matter. Once they come to the Myriad Dreams sect, they will all obey. After the soul search, you began to complete the third request. You activated the special ability of the River of Oblivion's source, reshaping their worldview. With your foundation establishment cultivation, you can only activate the River of Oblivion's ability on a maximum of 100 people weaker than you. After a series of painful wails in the hall, the 72 people's eyes finally regained their clarity. Their gazes towards you suddenly became incredibly loyal. From now on, in the minds of these 72 people, they will be forever loyal to you and will never have any thoughts of betrayal. You frequently go into seclusion or run away. You must avoid such melodramatic situations as internal strife. Besides ensuring their absolute loyalty to you, you haven't changed any of their worldviews or perceptions. You still want them to have humanity. The 72 people bowed to you in unison. Sect Master. You gently waved your hand. Rise, all of you. Everyone looked at you, their eyes filled with reverence and piety. You felt like a cult leader. All my beloved ministers, step down. These people all retreated in unison, without seeking Yin Jishue's permission again, without even glancing at her once more. Even after they left, the shock in Yin Jishue's beautiful eyes remained undiminished. The piety in those 72 eyes couldn't be faked. Your ability terrified Yin Jishue. She slowly looked at you, hesitant to speak. You knew what she wanted to ask. You smiled easily. Sect Leader Yin, don't worry, I didn't use such methods on Shaowan. Yin Jishue subtly scrutinized you, her red lips slightly parted. I believe Sect Leader he. But what? Yin Jishue's relaxed expression turned serious again. But I think Xiao Wan's poison is much deeper than that of these 72 people. Yin Jishue was startled, meeting your gaze. Although your words were frightening, she only saw a gentle, warm light in your eyes. Yin Jishue was stunned for a moment, a hidden glint flashing in her eyes. Finally, a barely perceptible curve appeared at the corner of her lips, making her appear very gentle. After you absorbed the 72 members of the Extinction Sect, you adjusted the management structure of the Myriad Dreams sect. The Myriad Dreams sect will have even more members in the future, so it's crucial to ensure internal order. You established 5 halls, each directly responsible to you. Enforcement Hall, headed by Yin Jishue. Transmission Hall, headed by Lin Mo. Alchemy Hall, temporarily headed by you personally. You originally intended for a mid-stage Qi refining disciple to manage the Spirit Plant Garden, but one Qingwan volunteered, so you let her be. Finally, the Affairs Hall, responsible for sect personnel, scheduling, and daily affairs. You appointed Zhao Yuegu as its head. Zhao Yuegu was overjoyed and kowtowed to you several times. You told him to rise and not to be too formal, saying he was assigned to Zhao Yuegu's subordinates, responsible for the training and instruction of future disciples. The news of Yin Jishue leading the 72 members of the Extinction Sect to join you spread rapidly throughout the sect. The Extinction Sect is doing well because Yin Jishue had already arranged for a new leader to be chosen within the sect, so there was no internal turmoil and the transition was smooth. But other major sects expressed shock. They didn't understand why Yin Jishue would give up her position as sect leader to become a hall master. Even if your strength is unparalleled, Yin Jishue, already a grandmaster of the extreme path, can't gain any improvement from you. So why would she condescend to join the Myriad Dreams sect? Various rumors began to circulate in the martial arts world. Some said you and Yin Jishue had an affair. Some said you used one Qingwan as leverage to force Yin Jishue to join, and some even said that saying it would get you locked up in a dark room. But the most reliable and mainstream opinion was that you had actually discovered a new path beyond the Grandmaster of the Extreme Path. Therefore, Yin Jishue brought her family to join you. Many Grandmasters of the Extreme Path even came to visit, wanting to verify this. But before they could even enter the Myriad Dreams sect, they were blocked outside by a great formation. Faced with something they had never seen before, they completely believed that you had obtained some kind of higher level power. Combined with the fact that you've been leading a group of extreme Kunta Taoists to raid ancestral grave for the past few years, they guessed you must have gotten something valuable from the burial mounds. So these extreme Tao masters went crazy, exploring every hole and opening. Later, many martial artists and even ordinary people joined the treasure hunt. Thus, a nationwide tomb raiding craze swept across the entire Great Qian dynasty. Many families' ancestors were disturbed, but by then it was too late because you had already eaten most of the spoils. You had thoroughly explored almost every cave in the Great Qian dynasty, Jinyu Kingdom, and Wan Dao Hai through high-intensity raids. They could only eat your leftovers. As a result, you obtained a massive amount of cultivation techniques, formations, weapon refining methods, pill refining formulas, and other resources, all of which you stored in your spatial storage. The Wanmeng sect's warehouse contained copies of cultivation techniques and other resources of slightly lower quality. Even so, the warehouse still couldn't hold them all, so you built 3 more warehouses to solve the problem. But your sweeping campaigns always leave some survivors. Many obtain cultivation techniques by taking advantage of these loopholes. Thus, many people's fates are reversed. Some ordinary martial artists, once looked down upon, overthrow sect leaders overnight and ascend to the top. Others, farmers and hunters, oppressed and struggling to survive, kill powerful figures and become the new elites. Some high-ranking individuals are dethroned, while others rise even higher. A myriad of human experiences unfold. Because of your indirect influence, a new era of cultivation slowly begins. While people outside were fighting to the death for a qi refining technique, you arrived at Strange Stone Ridge. The stone-piercing root earth spirit, whom you hadn't seen for several years, was still in the late golden core stage, showing little change. But you discovered that stone-piercing root had recently encountered a significant problem. Recently, many cultivators discovered that Strange Stone Ridge had spiritual energy suitable for cultivation, and a large number of cultivators flocked there. Stone-piercing root, of course, didn't want others to take away its spiritual energy, and it angrily charged out. Although stone-piercing root was only in the late golden core stage, these cultivators were mostly powerful, and there were many of them. In the end, these cultivators almost ate stone-piercing root to death. When you arrived, the chubby stone-piercing root was lying on its back, burping contentedly. You took stone-piercing root back to the Myriad Dreams sect, and incidentally, you also extracted the high-quality, low-grade spiritual vein beneath Strange Stone Ridge. You extracted the spiritual vein not for yourself, but for stone-piercing root. Because stone-piercing root had become accustomed to the spiritual energy of Strange Stone Ridge, it coughed when it absorbed other spiritual energy. You cleared a space not far from the spirit plant garden, rearranged the heavenly gang spirit trapping array, and nurtured the stone-piercing root within it. You have arranged for your disciples to plant various types of spiritual plants in the spirit plant garden. Many of these spiritual plants were swept from various cave dwellings, while others were collected by you specifically during your travels. These spiritual plants are quite young, not even as old as Lin Mo. However, the Wanming sect has abundant spiritual energy, so the spiritual plants will grow relatively quickly. After a few decades, they can be used for alchemy. You taught the heavenly gang spirit trapping array to Wan Xingwan to prevent the stone-piercing root from courting death. Afterwards, you began your seclusion. You familiarized yourself with all the cultivation manuals and scriptures you had collected. Among these cultivation manuals are 6 supreme techniques that directly lead to the Mahayana realm. You selected the Lilu divine scripture from them to cultivate. The Lilu divine scripture focuses on killing and believes that the best defense is offense, making it most suitable for a peace-loving person like you. During your reading of the scripture, you learn more about the history of the Yuanyang realm. It turns out that the Great Qian, Jinyu Kingdom, Wandao Sea, Black Dragon Forest, and many other places you haven't been to yet belong to the southern region of the Yuanyang realm. Correspondingly, there are also the northern region, eastern region, and western region. These four regions are incredibly vast. Most cultivators cannot even traverse one region in their entire lives. In the previous cultivation era, countless geniuses emerged from these four regions, leaving behind their own glories and splendors. You know that the extent of these four regions is only the limit of the knowledge of the person who left the records, not the limit of the Yuanyang realm. You remember that after Jiang Huaijin and her senior sister left the Lihor realm, they headed directly north. You deduce that Jiang Huaijin and Shunman must have gone to the northern region. Otherwise, given their cultivation levels, news of them staying in the southern region would surely have spread. After leaving Sea Serpent Island last time, you finally learned about Jiang Huaijin from Yi Yuyan. Yi Yuyan said that Jiang Huaijin is a foundation establishment cultivator from the Fire Phoenix sect of the Lihor Remnant realm. But based on your perception of Jiang Huaijin's aura, you estimate that after so many years, Jiang Huaijin should be at the late Golden Core stage, or even the peak Golden Core stage. The person who returned to the Yuanyang realm ahead of time, with Jiang Huaijin, is named Shunman, also a cultivator from the Fire Phoenix sect. You'd guess she's a nascent soul cultivator. Yi Yuyan was originally also a Fire Phoenix sect cultivator, a disciple of the Phoenix sect and one of the best among the younger generation, achieving excellent results in numerous sect competitions. Yi Yuyan has a younger sister named Yi Qianping, who possesses the wisdom Yin spirit body. Absorbing the primordial Yin energy of a wisdom Yin spirit body can help break through cultivation bottlenecks. This dangerous constitution was discovered by Jiang Huaijin. Jiang Huaijin pretended ignorance, secretly approached Yi Qianping, and eventually won her heart. Yi Yuyan didn't see through Jiang Huaijin's disguise and even thought this brother-in-law was quite good. Yi Yuyan often took care of Jiang Huaijin, doing his best to provide him with cultivation resources. Yi Yuyan treated Jiang Huaijin like a brother-in-law, while Jiang Huaijin only saw Yi Yuyan as a simple-minded older brother. However, Jiang Huaijin didn't succeed later because he befriended a powerful figure in a sect who happened to be facing a bottleneck. Jiang Huaijin promptly revealed Yi Qianping's wisdom Yin spirit body to the powerful figure. The powerful figure was overjoyed, praising Jiang Huaijin for being sensible, and helped him advance to the foundation establishment stage. Yi Qianping was forcibly made one of the Taoist partners by the powerful figure. However, Yi Qianping's qi refining cultivation was too low, and the powerful figure planned to nurture her until she reached the Golden Core stage before taking action. By the time Yi Yuyan learned everything, it was too late. He had already been arranged by the powerful figure to be a sitting duck. Yi Yuyan and his sister Yi Qianping fought desperately, but to no avail. On the day Yi Yuyan was thrown into the Yuanyang realm, Yi Qianping came to see him off. She actually wanted to escape to the Yuanyang realm with Yi Yuyan. But Yi Qianping, controlled by the powerful figure, couldn't even die, so how could she possibly escape smoothly? In the end, the brother and sister parted ways in life and death. Yi Yuyan could only bitterly urge Yi Qianping to live on, no matter what happened. Yi Yuyan was in immense pain when recalling this memory, and his soul was very unstable. Fortunately, you helped him nurture his soul for many years. Otherwise, you probably would have already dissipated into the world. You sat silently in the alchemy room. You originally just wanted to kill Jiang Huaijin, but now you felt that killing him wasn't enough to vent your anger. You planned to level up again and capture Jiang Huaijin to play with at your leisure. You sighed inwardly. I only knew Brother Yuyan had a story, but I didn't expect it to be this long. This is too much. After calming your mind, you began your seclusion. 13th year. You are still in seclusion, but the 1,000 bright mountains have become lively. Ding Jinyan, the leader of the Sea Alliance, led a number of underlings to rebuild the Sea Alliance in the Thousand Bright Mountains. Although the Thousand Bright Mountains is a low-grade spiritual vein, it is vast, stretching for thousands of miles, enough to support dozens of sections. When Ding Jinyin first came to the Thousand Bright Mountains, he found the Myriad Dreams sect and took a liking to it at first sight. But when he discovered that you had actually set up a sect-protecting formation, he realized that you might be a tough opponent, so he planned to be polite first and then forceful. Ding Jinyin found a time to pay a polite visit and also to test the waters and see how deep your waters were. Ding Jinyin arrived outside the formation, making no attempt to hide his terrifying aura of late-stage Foundation establishment. Zhao Yuegu hurriedly went out to greet him. Despite Ding Jinyin's polite words about wanting to visit the sect leader, Zhao Yuegu dared not let him in. He could only say that Ding Jinyin was in seclusion and it was inconvenient for him to enter, but he would definitely pass on the message. Ding Jinyin also subtly inquired about Ding Jinyin's cultivation level, but Zhao Yuegu could only give vague answers, not daring to say that Ding Jinyin was only at the early Foundation establishment stage. Zhao Yugu only knew that Ding Jinyin was not an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator, and dare not imagine that he possessed golden core combat power. He was very uncertain. After hearing Zhao Yugu's vague explanation, Ding Jinyin hesitated for a moment, a flicker of greed in his eyes. However, unable to ascertain Ding Jinyin's strength and considering the sect protective formation, Ding Jinyin could only say that he would visit another day and temporarily left. 14th year. Eastern Peak, Alchemy Chamber. Little Wan one more time. Wan Qingwan bit her lip hard. Do I want to do it again? Again, attack my weakest point. Wan Qingwan's fair forehead was covered in sweat. She was about to give in. But she looked at you, and her eyes hardened again. Ding-gling. The spirit-gathering bell in Wan Qingwan's hand barely managed to shake again, emitting a captivating, ethereal sound. Your vision blurred again, but you didn't resist, letting the illusion draw you in. Just a moment later, your hazy eyes brightened again. You looked at Wan Qingwan, your expression excited. Finally, I succeeded. My good friend, you finally created the 4th to 6th levels of the divine evolution technique. Wan Qingwan smiled brightly, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. For the past 6 months, you've had Wan Qingwan attack you with a great dream realm. You strengthened the divine evolution technique through deliberate immersion and resistance. Today, with Wan Qingwan's help, you've finally perfected the divine evolution technique to the 6th level. Of course, this perfection process took far more than 6 months. It relied on years of accumulation to break through the final obstacle in the past 6 months. Your divine sense has thus been enhanced to a certain extent, and your alchemy skills have finally reached the 9th rank of mastery. You've become a remarkable 9th rank alchemist. You've also begun to possess the ability to craft magical artifacts. You reforged your burial heaven blade and Wan Qingwan's spirit gathering bell. These 2 weapons resonated more closely with your own auras, making them easier to use. During this time, you gained a deeper understanding of your own Tao. You vaguely sensed that yourself and the Tao of existence were gradually emerging. You decided to strike while the iron was hot and continue your seclusion. You picked up Wan Qingwan, who had somehow snuggled into your arms, and placed her on the cultivation platform in the adjacent cultivation room. Wan Qingwan, sitting cross-legged on the platform, had a fair and radiant face. She looked up at you, her tone sincere. Use, and then throw away? What kind of talk is that? Wan Qingwan's bluntness was hard for you to bear. Isn't that right? Wan Qingwan tilted her head, her big eyes full of innocence and confusion. You said earnestly, Little Wan, you can't say things like that carelessly, otherwise it'll make it seem like something happened between us. Wan Qingwan suddenly realized, Good friend, so nothing happened between us today? You sensed a hint of danger. Not yet. Then what are we waiting for? That day, the earth shook and the wind and clouds changed color on Dongji Peak. After 7 days and 7 nights, the turmoil finally subsided. The disciples of Wanmeng's sect all thought you had achieved great success in your martial arts again, and they were all genuinely happy for you, applauding you without hesitation. Disciples throughout Wanmeng sect applauded for you, and you also applauded for love on Dongji Peak. You are both doing what you love. That's wonderful. After you and Wan Qingwan achieved great success in your martial arts, you continued your seclusion. During your seclusion again, Ding Jinyin established the Sea Alliance. Due to the close proximity, the Sea Alliance could receive a considerable amount of spiritual energy emanating from the Myriad Dreams sect. Even just receiving the emanating spiritual energy, the concentration reached the top tier of low-grade spiritual veins. Ding Jinyin's mind raced again. He visited the Myriad Dreams sect again, but you were in seclusion again. Before leaving, Ding Jinyin gave Zhao Yuegu a deep look. That chilling gaze sent a shiver down even to someone as resolute as Zhao Yuegu. Zhao Yuegu immediately went to the eastern peak and sent another communication talisman to your protective array, reporting the situation. You will receive the message from the communication talisman after your seclusion ends. Zhao Yuegu informed Yin Jishua, Lin Mo, and all the disciples of the situation. Unlike last time, this time Zhao Yuegu could sense that Ding Jinyin was about to make his move. Zhao Yuegu suggested that before you emerge from seclusion, no one should leave the Myriad Dreams sect's protective array. Yin Jishue and Lin Mo understood the seriousness of the situation and agreed to Zhao Yuegu's proposal, restraining their respective disciples. 8-year-old Lin Mo has been diligently studying the hundreds of heavyweight cultivation techniques you selected for him, accumulating experience for creating a heaven-defying technique. Even with such distracted focus, he has already advanced to the peak of qi refining and is preparing a foundation establishment spiritual item for himself. From your usual attitude, Zhao Yuegu can see that you value Lin Mo immensely. Plus, Lin Mo has been frequently going out to search for foundation establishment spiritual items recently. Therefore, Zhao Yuegu is still not entirely at ease and specifically went to reiterate this matter to Lin Mo and Wei Xia, urging Lin Mo to be careful and not to leave the Wanmeng sect recently. Lin Mo is calm and composed, naturally not the type to court death. Since his cultivation has reached its peak at the qi refining stage, he no longer cultivates. Lin Mo stays in the Wanmeng sect every day, focusing on creating that super cultivation technique according to your requirements. Meanwhile, recently, many foreign cultivators have appeared in the entire southern region, including the Great Qian and Jinyu kingdoms. Some even brought their entire sects to the southern region. These cultivators were incredibly powerful, some even being golden core cultivators. After arriving in the southern region, they used various methods to seize spiritual veins, causing immense suffering to the southern region cultivators. As they gradually became familiar with these outsiders, the southern region cultivators finally realized that these cultivators came from the northern region. It turned out that Jiang Huaijin and Shun Man had gone to the northern region. They seemed to be looking for something. These two, with their overwhelming cultivation, freely entered and searched various sects and factions without any scruples. Any resistance or dissatisfaction resulted in the complete annihilation of the sect. These two caused chaos in the northern region, forcing many sects and cultivators to flee, with many ending up in the southern region. In the 15th year, you were still in seclusion. Many sects, large and small, had also moved to the Thousand Bright Mountains. The strongest sect among them was the Earthblade sect, which possessed a mid-golden core cultivator. In addition, 2 other sect leaders were at the late foundation establishment stage, while the remaining 5 or 6 smaller sects only had early foundation establishment stage leaders. On the first day these sects settled in the Thousand Bright Mountains, Ding Jinyin noticed them. After observing and probing, Ding Jinyin decided to send these people to investigate your strength. He found Feng Zhe, the sect leader of the Earthblade sect, who was at the mid-golden core stage. Ding Jinyin welcomed Feng Zhe and explained the situation in the Thousand Bright Mountains. Ding Jinyan casually mentioned that the spiritual energy around your Myriad Dreams sect was very dense. Fong Zhe immediately became interested and led several Foundation establishment disciples towards the Myriad Dreams sect. Other smaller sects from the northern region, seeing this, also followed Fong Zhe and Ding Jinyan towards the Myriad Dreams sect. A dozen or so people flew over the Myriad Dreams sect. After feeling the dense, spiritual energy visible to the naked eye, everyone's eyes lit up. Ding Jinyan was very satisfied to see everyone's expressions. He chuckled and said to Fong Zhe, Sect Master Fong, the sect master of the Myriad Dreams sect once said that his sect's protective formation is incredibly powerful, capable of easily withstanding even nascent soul cultivators. Fong Zhe's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, Oh, it seems to be a truly profound formation. Ding Jinyan quickly said, Sect leader Fong is knowledgeable and experienced. He must know that the power of a formation depends on the quality of the underground spiritual veins. Fong Zhe looked at Ding Jinyan. Alliance leader Ding, are you saying that the spiritual veins possessed by the Wanmeng sect are of exceptional quality? Ding Jinyan suddenly became enthusiastic. Although the sect's protective formation isolates us, preventing me from probing the grade of the spiritual veins, I estimate it to be at least a mid-grade spiritual vein, perhaps even a high grade. Ding Jinyan's tone was exaggerated and highly persuasive. Fong Zhe's eyes showed a slight surprise, then he nodded. He stared intently at the Wanmeng sect for a long time, gradually falling silent. Ding Jinyan hesitated for a moment, then spoke again. Sect leader Fong, I have been in the Qianming Mountains for many years. I guarantee that everything I have said is true. Fong Zhe then came to his senses. Fong Zhe looked at Ding Jinyan seriously, his expression a half-smile. Alliance leader Ding, are you eager for me to break the formation? Ding Jinyan was stunned, a wave of panic, immediately rising in his heart. He then realized that Fong Zhe had seen through his little scheme of using one enemy to devour another. Ding Jinyan lowered his body and hurriedly tried to explain. Sect leader Fong, you've misunderstood. I just want to show you around and familiarize you with the 1,000 Bright Mountains, so we can visit each other more often. Alliance leader Ding, why didn't you take us to your Sea Alliance? Why did you come to the spiritually rich Wanmeng sect? Fong Zhe's tone was calm, with a faint smile on his face. Ding Jinyan felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, his hair standing on end, as if he were being stared at by a man-eating beast. Ding Jinyan's Adam's apple bobbed, and he swallowed hard. Sect leader Fong, you must have misunderstood. A peachwood sword emitting a pale yellow light pierced through Ding Jinyan's back. A gushing wave of blood shot through the air before Ding Jinyan's heart. Ding Jinyan's expression turned to surprise, his body instantly stiffening. After a few labored gasps, he breathed his last and fell straight down from the sky. Ding Jinyan's body crashed onto the ridges of the Qianming Mountains with a thud. Fong Zhe glanced at him casually, then paid him no further attention. Most of the other cultivators from a northern region were shocked by Fong Zhe's decisiveness and ruthlessness. Only 2 Foundation establishment cultivators familiar with Fong Zhe remained relatively calm. Fong Zhe didn't care about the opinions of the crowd. He turned his gaze back to the Wanmeng sect, his eyes calm, his tone neither humble nor arrogant. Fong Zhe, the sect master of the Earthblade sect, has come to the Wanmeng sect today to request an audience with the sect master. Fong Zhe's voice, amplified by spiritual power, reached every corner of the Wanmeng sect. Everyone in the Wanmeng sect looked up at the dozen or so cultivators in the air, and upon sensing the powerful aura of the newcomers, the disciples were all startled. Fortunately, the people in the sky didn't deliberately release any oppressive aura. They seemed quite friendly. After Fong Zhe's voice rang out, you didn't appear. Fong Zhe, however, wasn't annoyed and called out 3 more times. The dozen or so Foundation establishment cultivators looked on in surprise, wondering if the Wanmeng sect master was a core formation cultivator. Otherwise, why would Fong Zhe be so polite to them? Seeing that you still didn't come out, Fong Zhe wanted to call out again. Your voice finally came through. Sect Master Fong, you're too kind. Your voice reached their very souls, leaving these Foundation establishment cultivators in shock. This shows that your divine sense far surpasses that of these Foundation establishment cultivators. You're really a golden core cultivator? Fong Zhe's eyes also revealed shock, because even he, a golden core cultivator, felt the suppression of divine sense. A cultivator's divine sense generally only increases with their cultivation level. There are almost no cultivation methods specifically for it. Therefore, the strength of divine sense is generally used to judge a cultivator's cultivation level. As your voice rang out, you yourself rose majestically from the eastern peak. You have successfully advanced to the mid-foundation establishment stage during this seclusion. You have also comprehended 12 Earth origins, becoming a 46-tier extreme Dao Grandmaster. Your martial arts combat strength is roughly comparable to the late-stage Golden Core realm. You face Fong Zhe, a mid-stage Golden Core cultivator, without any pressure. When Fong Zhe and his group arrived, you sensed them and naturally heard their conversation. If they had truly attacked the Great Formation, the moment they made their move would have been the moment they turned into blood mist. Who knew that after staring at the Myriad Dreams sect for a long time, Fong Zhe would suddenly kill Ding Jinyan, leaving you completely bewildered. At this moment, you slowly rose into the air, standing opposite Fong Zhe and his group. Your powerful aura is released unrestrainedly, including the suppression of the 46 Earth Source and Life and Death Dao Essence levels. The other Foundation establishment cultivators are secretly circulating their energy, resisting in secret, their backs already slightly sweaty. Fong Zhe cannot detect your cultivation level, but he can feel the terrifying suppression of this complex aura. His pupils shrink slightly, a terrifying guess arising in his mind. Yuan? Nascent soul. Fong Zhe quickly cupped his hands and pointed to Ding Jinyan's corpse in the forest below, saying, "Senior, this villain coveted your blessed immortal mountain. I have already eliminated him for you." You casually glanced at Ding Jinyan's corpse and looked at Fong Zhe. "Aren't you with him?" Fong Zhe was startled and quickly said, "Senior, it's a misunderstanding." "What misunderstanding?" Fong Zhe's mind raced. He cupped his hands and said, "Senior, I dare not disturb you. However, Ding Jinyan's words subtly encouraged me to come and bother you. So, I decided to play along and kill him in front of you to show my sincerity." You remain calm. You change your mind at the last minute. Fong Zhe's eyelids twitched violently. He knew you had seen his actions. He did initially intend to seize the spiritual veins of the Wanmeng sect, but he did change his mind. "Why did you change your mind?" Your voice was low and unreadable. Fong Zhe said nervously, "I dare not deceive you, Senior. Before I embarked on the path of immortality, I was a feng shui master." Your eyes changed slightly, and you roughly understood what Fong Zhe meant. Fong Zhe paused for a moment, then continued, "I usually help people find auspicious burial sites and survey feng shui. I happened to obtain a cultivation technique in a feng shui treasure land and embarked on the path of immortality. I just carefully observed your Wanmeng sect and discovered that your sect's fortune is soaring, with the potential for great things. Therefore, I know your sect must be extraordinary, and I dare not offend you any further." You smile brightly. You always tell the truth. After Fong Zhe finished speaking, he hesitated for a moment, then took out a blood-red ginseng from his storage bag in a wooden box. "Sect Master, this is a 300-year-old blood ginseng. Consider it an apology. The blood ginseng has a fragrant aroma and a slight fluctuation of spiritual energy, indicating it has been nourished by spiritual energy for at least 10 years. How can I accept this?" You only finished speaking before grabbing the blood ginseng in your hand. Fong Zhe paused, then chuckled dryly. "Well, Sect Master is truly a man of character. You carelessly touched the blood ginseng. It was more than enough to refine elixirs." You smiled sincerely. "If you had taken it out earlier, nothing would have happened. Let's visit each other often. We're good neighbors." Fongze was overjoyed. Good, good, good. I'll definitely visit the sect master again another day. Farewell. You waved your hand and flew back to the Myriad Dreams sect without looking back. Fongze and the group of Foundation establishment cultivators left with a sigh of relief after seeing you enter the sect. They returned to their sects in silence. The two Foundation establishment cultivators who were familiar with Fongze arrived at the main hall of the Earthblade sect. The two looked solemn and asked Fongze, who was at the head of the table, Sect Master Fong, "This feng shui metaphysics is so accurate, it can even see the fortune of the landowner." Fongze lowered his voice and said mysteriously, "It's true that it can see the fortune of the land, but there's a more important reason today." The two exchanged a glance and asked, "What reason?" Fongze recalled for a moment and solemnly said, "The Myriad Dreams sect's majestic aura is formed later." The two asked doubtfully, "Is there a difference?" The fortune formed later in life is either because the Wanmeng sect has a powerful figure with immense fortune, or because this mountain range's spiritual land was forcibly created using great supernatural powers. Either way, it's not something to be trifled with, which is why I changed my mind at the last minute. One of the Foundation establishment cultivators suddenly realized, thankfully saying, "I see. Luckily, we didn't do anything excessive. We almost got killed by Ding Jinyan." Another Foundation establishment cultivator slammed his hand on the table and stood up. "Sect Master Fong, I don't feel satisfied. We can't just let this go." Fongze looked over. "What do you mean?" This Foundation establishment cultivator's eyes hardened. "I propose that the two of us go with Sect Master Fong to deal with the remaining cultivators of the Sea Alliance." Fongze nodded. "That's right. We can't leave any trouble behind." The three of them set up their magical artifacts and went straight to the Sea Alliance. That day, the Sea Alliance in the Qianming Mountains was completely destroyed. In the days that followed, Fongze indeed visited you frequently, and over time, you became quite familiar with each other. Fongze tells you that the man and woman who suddenly appeared in the northern region were respectively a late-stage golden core cultivator and an early-stage nascent soul cultivator, practically sweeping across the entire northern region. You also learned from Fongze that Jiang Huaijin and Shun Man were searching for Earth spirits. The people of the northern region have already summarized and categorized Earth sources according to their affinity. Therefore, the cultivators of the northern region know that these two are looking for Earth spirits with the affinity of Zhenwood or Sunwood. This seems strange to you, since Chu Zhe was also cultivating Earth spirits with these two affinities before. It's understandable that the Zhenwood remnant realm would seek Zhenwood or Sunwood Earth spirits, because it's possible that the Tao source Mahayana cultivators with the wood affinity need Earth spirits. But why would the Li Hor remnant realm seek Zhenwood or Sunwood Earth spirits? You don't understand what's so special about this wood attribute Earth spirit, why it's so coveted. Everyone wants it. You guess that after Jiang Huaijin and his companions sweep through the northern region, they'll go to the other three regions, including the southern region where you are. The piercing stone root you're currently raising is a Zhen wood attribute Earth spirit cultivated by Chu Zhe. So that very day, you took the piercing stone root outside the Wanmeng sect to raise it. Although, given Jiang Huaijin and his companions' high-profile attitude, you'll definitely hear about their arrival in the southern region. But what if those two suddenly decide to come to the southern region beforehand, and your sect already has a Zhen wood Earth spirit? Wouldn't you be in big trouble? For safety's sake, take the piercing stone root out of the sect to raise it. Please. After letting Shi Jin roam free for a while, you set up another heavenly gang spirit trapping array deep within the 1,000 Bright Mountains, along with a warning array, so you could detect any movement. After setting it up, you returned to the Myriad Dreams sect and went to Lin Mo's place. You sensed that Lin Mo had reached the peak of qi refining and could prepare for Foundation establishment. Instead of helping Lin Mo find a Foundation establishment spiritual object, you passed on your self-Foundation establishment method to him. For someone like Lin Mo, self-Foundation establishment was clearly the most suitable. Lin Mo was also surprised by the idea of self-foundation establishment and was very happy after receiving your method. He felt you were a true genius, and his admiration for you deepened. Lin Mo began to study self-foundation establishment every day, and after only half a month, he had thoroughly mastered it. That day, Lin Mo began his seclusion to attempt foundation establishment. You weren't worried about Lin Mo at all, just waiting for him to succeed. But 10 days later, Lin Mo failed. Lin Mo had clearly mastered your self-foundation establishment method, and you, the pioneer of self-foundation establishment, were even teaching him step by step. How could someone as ruthless as Lin Mo fail to even cross the basic foundation establishment threshold? Later, Lin Mo explained his experience to you in detail. He said that when he attempted to establish his foundation through self-cultivation, everything went smoothly at first, but at the crucial moment, he felt stopped by an inexplicable force. He had already stepped halfway into the foundation establishment realm, but was forcibly suppressed. You were puzzled by Lin Mo's description. You returned to Dongji Peak. Standing atop the peak, you murmured to yourself, even Lin Mo couldn't establish his foundation through self-cultivation. Then it's even more impossible for others to do so. Why can I? After a moment's thought, you said firmly, it seems I'm indeed a bit more talented than Lin Mo, this genius. You pondered, am I the only one who can establish his foundation through self-cultivation? Only me? One. You murmured softly, feeling like you were about to figure something out. You tried hard to grasp that inspiration, but your thoughts became increasingly scattered. That feeling of almost having an epiphany seemed to be fading further and further away. You sat in meditation on the summit of Dongji Peak for 3 days, but ultimately gained nothing. That elusive feeling vanished without a trace. You stood up. Forget it. We'll talk about it another time. You summoned Lin Mo to the main hall of the Wanmeng sect. Master, Lin Mo respectfully called out from below. You nodded. Lin Mo, it seems you're not destined for the self-foundation method. Then use spiritual treasures of heaven and earth for foundation building. Lin Mo's eyes dimmed slightly. Deep down, he was already captivated by your amazing self-foundation method. Now, using a conventional approach for foundation building, Lin Mo felt very uncomfortable. Don't be discouraged. My techniques are indeed a bit profound. It's not your fault. Lin Mo nodded in deep agreement. Master's brilliance is beyond my reach. That's right. You were very satisfied with Lin Mo's sincere flattery. Lin Mo praised you so highly that you immediately wanted to bestow the Tao of life and death upon him for foundation building. Do you think someone with his destiny can definitely use Taoist cultivation? Foundation. But thinking of this, you suddenly froze. The chosen one. How could the chosen one not have foundation establishment materials? Why would they need me to give them to them? You looked at Lin Mo, startled. Damn it, have I become Lin Mo's great-grandfather with this opportunity? Your eyes flickered. You immediately felt rebellious. I'm not convinced. I'll defy fate. You withdrew the Tao essence of life and death. Lin Mo, I'll give you a year. You leave the sect on your own to find foundation establishment materials. Lin Mo didn't complain at all. He bowed. Yes, master. You also gave him several powerful protective magic artifacts that you had personally crafted. Lin Mo left the sect directly. Coincidentally, only 7 or 8 days after Lin Mo left the sect, he discovered a Tao essence in an ancient cave, a Tao essence of slaughter. You had told Lin Mo that using Tao essence to establish his foundation was the best option besides self-establishment. Lin Mo was overjoyed and about to receive the Tao essence when he heard a wild laugh behind him. Ha ha ha! As expected of my good disciple. You walked out from behind Lin Mo with a sinister grin, like a villain. Lin Mo looked at you suspiciously, and after confirming it was really you, he asked, Master, you put away the Tao essence of slaughter. I just happened to be passing by and ran into you. Don't worry about me. Lin Mo pointed to the Tao essence of slaughter in your hand. Master, I want to use this Tao essence to establish my foundation. You said earnestly, you child, can your master take your Tao essence? I'll keep it for you first and give it to you when you grow up. Huh. Lin and Mo scratched his head, somewhat confused. Lin and Mo knew that you've been good to him all these years, so logically you wouldn't really want his Tao essence. He felt that there must be some deeper meaning behind your actions. All right, don't just stand there. Let's go find some foundation-establishing spiritual material. Okay. Lin and Mo had no choice but to set off again. You chuckled sinisterly from the shadows. The chosen one is indeed awesome. I wonder how many good things we'll get this time. You gave a sly smile and quietly. You silently followed Lin and Mo all the way. Lin and Mo, as a chance detector, always accurately found Tao essence. You, as a detector of chance detectors, always intercepted Lin Mo's Tao essence in advance. Lin and Mo traveled and searched all the way, but he himself never encountered any more Tao essence, or even anything of value. He reached vast plains, traversed wide seas, walked on frigid glaciers, and entered deep canyons. Lin Mo's footprints covered the entire southern region. Lin and Mo gradually made a name for himself in the southern region. The 17th year, Lin and Mo, at the peak of qi refining, already had the reputation of being the strongest qi refining cultivator. Many families and sects constantly extended olive branches to Lin and Mo, wanting to recruit him. They promised Lin and Mo all sorts of conditions. Some even offered to marry their daughters to him. Lin and Mo remained unmoved, single-mindedly searching for foundation establishment spiritual objects. However, the year you gave him was almost up, and apart from the initial Tao essence of slaughter, Lin and Mo hadn't found any other Tao essence. Lin and Mo couldn't help but feel anxious. On the day your one-year deadline expired, Lin and Mo still hadn't encountered a suitable foundation establishment spiritual item. Helpless, Lin and Mo could only return to the Myriad Dreams sect, intending to request an extension. Coincidentally, you encountered Lin and Mo again on that day. You immediately gave him another year, urging him to find a foundation establishment spiritual item this time. You also told him not to be discouraged. Perhaps it was just a matter of fate. Lin and Mo adjusted his mindset and embarked on his journey to find a foundation establishment spiritual item again. But with you, the opportunity stealer, following him, Lin and Mo didn't find a single thing. You, however, acquired a whole host of treasures. Adding to the previous killing Tao essence, you also acquired 4 more Tao essences: Destruction Tao essence, Balancing Tao essence, Sealing Tao essence, and Devouring Tao essence. Later, even Lin and Mo couldn't encounter Tao essences anymore, only some earth sources. You reluctantly collected earth sources. In the end, you collected 27 earth sources, 25 of which were in the top 10, and 2 were not in the top 10. Adding these 27 earth sources, you have obtained a total of 93 earth sources, 75 of which are from the top 10. Year 18. Lin and Mo can no longer even encounter earth sources, only spirit veins. You tearfully accepted 23 low-grade spirit veins. In the latter half of the year, Lin and Mo can only encounter some rare spiritual herbs and plants. As a result, you obtained a large number of spiritual plants for refining elixirs, some of which are old and can be used directly for elixir refining. But some are just seedlings and need to be taken back to the Wan Meng sect for cultivation. That day, Lin and Mo walked to the edge of a cliff. On the cliff face was a Ganoderma lucidum, estimated to be only 1 or 2 decades old. Lin and Mo, standing on a spear, leaped and uprooted the Ganoderma lucidum. Lin and Mo landed on the ground, looked at the Ganoderma lucidum, and nodded in satisfaction. I can take it back from my master to refine elixirs. He put the Ganoderma lucidum into his storage bag. This storage bag is a spoil of war you seized from Chu Zhe. It's useless to you, so I gave it to Lin and Mo. Over the past month, the age of the spiritual plants Lin and Mo has encountered has gradually decreased. Now even Linji, which has existed for 20 years, has come. It's practically begging for food. Please bookmark. You know you've exhausted Lin Mo, so you reveal yourself. You take a step forward, suddenly appearing above Lin Mo's head. Lin Mo, it's time to go back. Lin Mo suddenly looks at you, and upon seeing you, his smile is weary yet radiant. He left the Wanmeng sect at the age of 10 and has been traveling for 2 years, but due to some people's underhanded tactics, Lin Mo has gained nothing. Lin Mo holds up this relatively young, Lingji mushroom for you to see. Master, look, Lingji, I can use it to refine pills for you. You smile calmly, rolling the Lingji in your hand. You didn't waste your 2 years traveling. You even know to bring me local specialties. Lin Mo's weary eyes are filled with gloom. At only 12 years old, he's just a child. Lin Mo raises his spear and flies to you. He looks guilty, as if he's repeatedly made a mistake. Master, I haven't found any foundation establishment spiritual items this year. Your tone is kind. Child, it's all right if you haven't found any. Come on, come back to the sect with me. Lin Mo called out to you. Master, can you give me another year? I'm sure I can find it. You chuckled, casually waving your hand, and 5 Dao essences appeared in a row before Lin Mo. No need to look anymore. 5 Dao essences should be enough for you. Lin Mo looked up, his eyes filled with surprise. Master, you prepared Dao essences for me all along. You thought for a moment. I collected them while secretly protecting you. Lin Mo's eyes blazed with unparalleled admiration. You can collect 5 Dao essences just by walking around, Master. You're truly a person of great fortune. You smiled proudly. Yes, yes, I'm a person of great fortune. Lin Mo thought of something, and his mood plummeted. Master, you're so amazing. Unlike me, who's so ordinary. Seeing that this had actually made Lin Mo depressed, to prevent damage to his Dao heart. You comforted him. Lin Mo, don't always compare yourself to a genius like me. As long as you're willing to work hard, an ordinary person like you can also make a name for yourself. Master, really? Lin Mo looked up, his eyes shining with hope for your approval. You spoke earnestly, your expression solemn. Lin Mo, I took you as my disciple because I valued your unwavering will. You can definitely do it. Lin Mo's eyes shone with renewed determination. Master, I remember, ordinary people should also embrace their dreams with unwavering resolve. You said with a touch of self-importance. Good boy. I love that about you. You always ignite. No, you understand so quickly. You unleashed your source power upon Lin Mo, activating the Tai Su journey, and quickly returned to the Wanmeng sect. You gave Lin Mo all 5 Dao essences, allowing him to use them to build his foundation. Lin Mo left behind a promise not to disappoint you and began his secluded cultivation to break through to the foundation establishment stage. You integrated all 23 spiritual veins you had acquired by following Lin Mo into the foundation of the Wanmeng sect. You transplanted all the spiritual plants you gathered along the way to the spiritual plant garden. You carried some of the older plants with you, intending to use them for alchemy. During the 2 years you followed Lin Mo, you didn't neglect your cultivation. As your comprehension of earth sources accelerated, you comprehended 21 more earth sources. You became a 67th tier extreme Dao Grandmaster, far exceeding the usual level. Your analog combat power barely reached the peak of the Golden Core stage. The 67 earth sources you fused with made your absorption of spiritual energy incredibly fast. Therefore, your immortal Dao realm advanced to the late foundation establishment stage. Your Yuanling overlord body technique broke through to the 2nd level. You brought the harvested spiritual plants into the alchemy room, intending to begin refining elixirs. But before you went into seclusion, you summoned Zhao Yuegu, asking him to recount the events that had occurred in the outside world and within the Wanmeng sect during your 2-year absence. Zhao Yuegu, with a respectful expression, began to recount. During your 2-year absence from the Wanmeng sect, more and more cultivators emerged, some fleeing from the northern region, others inheriting lineages from the southern region. With the arrival of the surging tide of cultivation, the landscape of martial arts sects was drastically reshaped. The prestige of the 5 great sects and the 3 great demonic sects had diminished, and they were visibly declining. The Blood Demon sect, one of the 3 great demonic sects, happened to occupy a high-quality, low-grade spiritual vein, and its mountain gate was contested by several Foundation establishment forces. Even though the Blood Demon sect had agreed to withdraw from its mountain gate, the various forces had not reached an agreement beforehand. These cultivators rushed to the Blood Demon sect to vie for the spiritual vein, ultimately leading to conflict. The Blood Demon sect was caught in the crossfire. Low-level martial artists couldn't even retreat, and more than half of its members were killed or wounded. The Blood Demon sect has temporarily found a desolate mountain wilderness devoid of spiritual energy to hide in. Meanwhile, the Blood Demon sect is also searching everywhere for cultivation techniques and spiritual veins, preparing to rebuild its sect. The Legion Pavilion was fortunate enough to obtain a chi refining technique. The sect's higher-ups suggested that the Supreme Masters should cultivate it first, and only after they achieved results should the lower-level disciples be allowed to practice it, so as to keep the disciples in check. However, among the 28 Supreme Masters of the Legion Pavilion, only a few possessed spiritual roots. The others did not. Supreme Masters without spiritual roots rely solely on a fused earth source to absorb spiritual energy, a process that is incredibly slow, even slower than that of ordinary spiritual roots. If the Supreme Masters without spiritual roots were to achieve results, the entire Legion Pavilion would inevitably be crushed by the wheels of history. Therefore, Lin Jingji overruled the objections and distributed the chi refining technique to everyone in the sect for cultivation. Whoever has the highest grade spiritual root and cultivates the fastest will become a core member of the Legion Pavilion, or even its leader. Lin Jingji knew that only such destructive reform could give the Legion Pavilion any hope of survival in this great upheaval. These Supreme Masters without spiritual roots vehemently opposed Lin Jingji's sect-wide cultivation plan in order to maintain their positions. Such fundamental contradictions were impossible to resolve or compromise, and the conflict between the two sides deepened. In the end, Lin Jingji went on a killing spree. Lin Jingji killed 2 stubborn Supreme Masters in front of the entire sect. Seeing that Lin Jingji was serious, the other stubborn Supreme Masters dared not argue further, but they all left the Legion Pavilion. Before leaving, they viciously cursed Lin Jingji, saying he would suffer retribution. Lin Jingji neither refuted nor became angry. He stood with his hands behind his back at the entrance of the sect's main hall, quietly watching the Supreme Masters fly away. Lin Jingji knew why they cursed him, saying he would suffer retribution and backlash, because Lin Jingji himself also lacked spiritual roots. Only 5 people within the Extinction Cult who refused to join the Myriad Dreams sect possessed spiritual roots. The Extinction Cult members seized a low-grade spiritual vein of relatively poor quality and used it as their headquarters. Because Yin Jishue joined the Myriad Dreams sect, out of consideration for. Because of your influence, even though the Extinction sect has occupied a spiritual vein, basically no one dares to provoke them. The Extinction sect also has its own inherited cultivation techniques, so it has stabilized. In this wave of cultivation, the Li imperial family was actually the most affected. The Li imperial family has ruled the Great Qian for many years, making them too conspicuous. This led these Foundation establishment forces to always think there were good things in the capital, and they would go there to plunder every few days, making the Li imperial family suffer greatly. Fortunately, these Foundation establishment forces have no interest in becoming emperors for the time being, and are only focused on searching for spiritual veins, so Li Chunyan's throne is still secure. The entire Great Qian, and even the entire southern region, is in chaos. During this time, your Wanmeng sect was not peaceful either. In the 2 years you were away, all the Foundation establishment forces searching for spiritual veins in the Qianming Mountains came to the Wanmeng sect. The Wanmeng sect's vast spiritual energy equally shocked every group of people. Although some of them had heard of your reputation as the best in the world, they all felt that it was only the best in the martial arts field and not worth fearing. So their eyes greedily yearned to seize the Wanmeng sect. But they discovered they couldn't even break through the sect's protective array. This result made them realize that you, who could set up such a protective array, must be very strong, so they quickly retreated. But as more people attacked the array, they found that no one within the sect intervened. Many became bolder, attacking the Wanmeng sect more and more recklessly, attempting to break through the array. Many even settled down right next to the Wanmeng sect, cultivating using the dissipated spiritual energy. In the end, everyone stopped attacking the array and focused solely on cultivation. The number of cultivators in the Qianming Mountains increased, alarming Feng Zhe, a mid-stage golden core cultivator. Over the years, Feng Zhe and you had developed some acquaintance. You exchanged an inexhaustible amount of cultivation techniques for many of his spiritual plants. So Feng Zhe came to the Wanmeng sect for a look. He found it filled with cultivators, and Feng Zhe was extremely shocked and enraged. He roared on the spot, "You scoundrels, how dare you disturb sect master He's peace?" Feng Zhe, leading his foundation establishment cultivators, drove away and slaughtered a large number of cultivators. These people either died or fled, no longer daring to steal spiritual energy from the Wanmeng sect. Gradually, the entire southern region learned that Feng Zhe, a mid-stage golden core cultivator, was an ally of the Wanmeng sect, and rumors spread that you were a golden core cultivator. When a native Great Qian heard the rumors about your cultivation level, they were shocked but also suddenly realized. No wonder you could defeat Lin Jingji with a single strike. It turns out you embarked on the path of cultivation much earlier than anyone imagined. During this time, Xingming of the beast-taming sect visited the Wanmeng sect many times. The spiritual vein beneath the beast-taming sect's mountain gate is of high quality. You first sent spiritual energy there. Therefore, the beast-taming sect was also coveted by many forces. But Xingming publicly declared that the beast-taming sect specifically provided you with beast essence blood, and that harming the beast-taming sect was harming you. Grand Sect Master He. This caused these restless forces to dare not act rashly. But Xingming knows you haven't been going to the beast-taming sect to suck blood for a long time, so his explanation will be exposed sooner or later. That's why he's been going to the Wanmeng sect so frequently lately. Xingming actually wants you to incorporate the beast-taming sect, like he incorporated the extinction sect, so he won't have to worry anymore. But after going many times, Zhao Yuegu says you're not in the sect, and no one but you can make the decision. Xingming has no choice but to go to the Wanmeng sect even more frequently, just to see you. After listening to Zhao Yuegu's report, you nod. I understand. You arrive at the Danxia sect in one step. The vast Danxia Mountain is covered in bright flowers, still beautiful. Danxia Mountain has no spiritual veins, so no other forces have tried to seize it. But you notice obvious fluctuations in spiritual energy at Jingfeng Mountain, which is adjacent to the back of Danxia Mountain. You wander around Jingfeng Mountain and discover that there's a low-grade spiritual vein beneath it. Jingfeng Mountain has already been occupied by a group of people who are building a sect. You only glance at it and ignore them for now. You fly directly into the Danxia sect to find Xie Huida. In reality, you gave Xie Huida the rejuvenating pill. This time, it's a simulation of him meeting you. Soon, you land in Xie Huida's courtyard. But the courtyard gate is tightly closed. Xie Huida isn't home. You've wasted your trip. You change direction and go directly to the main hall of the Danxia sect. With one step, you instantly stand in midair above the Danxia sect's plaza. At this moment, in the main hall of the Danxia sect, Deng Rusong was holding a meeting with a group of elders. Hu Zhongshuan was also in the main hall, sitting in the first seat on the left, indicating his status was second only to Deng Rusong. Xie Huida was sitting next to Hu Zhongshuan, but Deng Wanshu was not seen. You sense Xie Huida's cultivation level. He had actually reached the mid-stage of Grandmaster. It seems old Xie has been cultivating diligently for over 10 years. The Blood Demon sect has re-established its sect on Jingfeng Mountain, which is adjacent to the back mountain. What do you all think? Deng Rusong asked, looking around at everyone. After a brief discussion among the elders, Hu Zhongshuan said, Sect leader, Jingfeng Mountain should have a spiritual vein. Otherwise, they wouldn't have moved the entire sect there. However, the quality is probably not high. Otherwise, other Foundation establishment forces would have come to seize it. Deng Rusong nodded. I share Zhongshuan's opinion. After all, the Blood Demon sect has 21 Supreme Grandmasters, and now that they are so close to us, it's not good news for the Dansha sect. Everyone fell silent. The atmosphere became somewhat heavy. Xiaohueda glanced around, seeing they were all silent, then hesitated for a moment before looking at Deng Rusong. Sect leader, then let's move. Relocate the Dansha sect to a place far from the spiritual veins to temporarily avoid the turmoil. Deng Rusong sighed. That's the only way. The Dansha sect, having been passed down for many years, had long developed a strong sense of belonging to Dansha Mountain. Now, being forced to relocate, Deng Rusong was somewhat moved. After the relocation was settled, Deng Rusong looked at the Grand Elder Yu Yun below and asked, Grand Elder, has there been any progress in exchanging for cultivation techniques? Yu Yun sighed inwardly and gently shook his head. Reporting to the sect leader, I've visited 7 sects, and not one of them was willing to share cultivation techniques. Deng Rusong frowned. Did you mention all the conditions I offered? Sect leader, yes, we did, but neither grade 8 pills nor the Dansha sect refining pills for them unconditionally held any appeal for them. Yu Yun's face was full of worry, and his expression was also helpless. Since the surge in cultivation trends, the Dansha sect has used every means to try and obtain cultivation techniques. However, while the Dansha sect excels in alchemy, the pills they can refine are only for martial arts purposes and have little effect on cultivators. Therefore, they have not obtained any cultivation techniques. While other sects have begun to produce qi, refining, and even foundation establishment cultivators, the Dansha sect, not a single grandmaster of the ultimate path. It's foreseeable that if things continue like this, the decline and even disappearance of the Dansha sect is only a matter of time. Deng Rusong has been extremely anxious about this in recent years. He seems to have already witnessed the Dansha sect's destruction in his hands. Sect leader, we don't actually need to be too demanding about cultivation techniques. Fifth Elder, Shun Dingyuan, suddenly said loudly. Deng Rusong looked over. What does Fifth Elder mean? Shun Dingyuan stood up and said confidently, since our Dansha sect was founded on pills, we only need to collect elixir formulas and refine elixirs. Even cultivators need elixirs, and we can regain our former status in the martial world and establish a firm foothold. Deng Rusong's eyes lit up. Fifth Elder is right. Moreover, elixir formulas are far less valued than cultivation techniques due to the lack of refining materials. We only need to pay a small price to obtain elixir formulas. Shen Dingyuan looked smug. Sect leader, I am willing to go personally. Bang! Shen Dingyuan's head suddenly exploded, blood splattering everywhere. Oh! Everyone in the Dansha sect was horrified. They hadn't sensed anyone's presence, yet Shen Dingyuan had exploded right in front of them. If such an attack were directed at them, no one could withstand it. Everyone instinctively looked at Hu Zhongshuan, the one with the highest cultivation. Hu Zhongshuan's expression was solemn, and he shook his head slightly. This indicated that the newcomer's cultivation far surpassed Hu Zhongshuan's, causing even greater panic among the crowd. Deng Rusong composed himself and looked outside the hall, calling out, May I ask which senior has graced the Dansha sect with their presence? If there has been any offense, the Dansha sect will certainly apologize to the senior. The next moment, you floated into the hall with a smile on your face. Don't be afraid, everyone. Although I killed your people, I am a good person. After saying this, you grinned, revealing a smile you tried to make friendly. Deng Rusong quickly stepped down from the platform, his face showing apprehension. He looked at Shun Dingyuan's corpse. May I ask, senior, what is your intention? You smiled and said, What he said earlier wasn't wrong, but he offended me before, so I couldn't help but kill him. The others exchanged glances, their eyes scanning you with suspicion. But it has nothing to do with your Danxia sect, don't panic. Your smile was casual. Deng Rusong was about to say something when he was interrupted by a cry of surprise. It's you. Xie Huida took 2 steps forward. You're the senior who gave me the rejuvenating pill. Deng Rusong and Hu Zhongshuan, upon hearing this, looked sharply at Xie Huida. This senior gave you the rejuvenating pill? That's right. Xie Huida looked at you excitedly. He walked over, wanted to bow deeply to you. I didn't have a chance to thank Senior Xie back then. Before Xie Huida could bow, you gently lifted him up. Old Xie, you're too kind. Xie Huida felt this irresistible, gentle force and was once again shocked, his perception of your strength now only unfathomable. Seeing this, Deng Rusong and Hu Zhongshuan, though puzzled, approached to bow respectfully, whether out of respect for your strength or gratitude for the rejuvenating pill. However, you stopped them. You 3 don't need to be so polite. Deng Rusong asked solemnly, May I ask your name, senior? You replied casually, No need for formalities, just call me he the great benefactor. The 3 exchanged glances and said in unison, He the great benefactor. You grinned. Just a little joke you don't mind, do you? Not at all. Not at all. The 3 responded repeatedly. You chuckled. Relax. I'm here to discuss some cooperation. Deng Rusong's eyes showed slight doubt. Then, you wave your hand, one thing at a time. Write down the details of the rejuvenating pill in your notebooks, and you can repay me another time. Deng Rusong, seeing that you genuinely didn't care about the rejuvenating pill, replied, We'll follow Senior's arrangements. You took out a jade slip containing a nascent soul cultivation technique and handed it to Deng Rusong. Deng Rusong took it with both hands. What's this? Take a look first. Deng Rusong nodded and channeled his true energy into it. Just a moment later, Deng Rusong trembled violently. A cultivation technique. What? Really? Xie Huida and Hu Zhongshuan, who were nearby, quickly gathered around, looking at the jade slip with excited expressions. The other elders also quickly surrounded it, their excited and eager gazes sweeping over the jade slip. Deng Rusong suddenly shouted, What kind of behavior is this in front of a senior? Go back. The Danxia sect members hurriedly retreated. Everyone's gaze towards you gradually changed from initial fear and even hostility to curiosity and respect. Shun Dingyuan, lying on the ground, gradually faded from everyone's attention. This cultivation technique arrived just in time, bringing new hope to the entire Danxia sect. Deng Rusong gripped the technique tightly, trying his best to suppress his excitement. Senior our Danxia sect truly needs this cultivation technique. What are your conditions? Sect leader Deng, don't worry, take these 2. You also gave Deng Rusong dozens of elixir formulas. Deng Rusong was stunned. He looked at you in disbelief. You gave him whatever the Danxia sect lacked. Deng Rusong even felt a little scared. He calmed down and fell silent. After a moment, he cautiously asked, Senior what exactly do you want our Danxia sect to do? You smiled and said, It's simple. I hope everyone in the Danxia sect can help my Wanmeng sect train disciples for the Pill Hall. Wanmeng sect? It's actually the Wanmeng sect. Could this be sect leader of the Wanmeng sect? Everyone looked at you in shock. The recent surge in cultivation has forced all sects to accept the tide of the times. But your Wanmeng sect has always been at the forefront. Now the entire Great Qian knows you, the former #1 martial artist, and possibly the #1 cultivator. Your name has resounded throughout the Great Qian. Unlike the shock shown by others in the Danxia sect regarding your identity, Deng Rusong's gaze towards you was complex, hesitant to speak. You knew he wanted to ask about Yan Jishua. A few years ago, when Yan Jishua led the Extinction sect into the Wanmeng sect, the entire Great Qian was shaken. You press your hands down. All right, everyone's shock will subside in a moment. We've already given them enough emotional value. The crowd quieted down. You looked at Deng Rusong, a half-smile on your face. Sect leader Deng, do you have a question? Deng Rusong's heart tightened, a sense of unease at having his thoughts exposed. He suppressed his thoughts and asked, Senior, are you sect leader he of the Wanming sect? That's me. After you finished speaking, the crowd murmured again, before finally quieting down. Sect leader Deng, is there any more question? You asked with a smile. Deng Rusong hesitated for 2 moments. Sect leader he, do you have any other requests? You speak. Today, all alchemists of rank 7 and above will begin to familiarize themselves with the refining of spirit pills and gradually improve low-grade spirit pills until they can be refined using currently existing spirit plants. I will leave you with spirit fire. Deng Rusong replies. Sect leader he, no problem. You ask again. Sect leader Deng, do you have any questions? Deng Rusong still doesn't ask about Yin Jishua. Sect leader he, why are you helping my Danxia sect so much? You flip your right hand, and a jade peace token appears in your hand. Deng Rusong's eyes light up. A peace token? Immediately, he quickly reaches into his robes and pulls out an identical peace token. This, Deng Rusong was stunned. Xiaohuida and Hu Zhongshuan behind him were also stunned, as were the other elders. Deng Rusong's gaze darted back and forth between the two. Nothing to worry about. Plaques. You handed them to him for a closer look. Deng Rusong took the 2 plaques and examined them carefully, frowning as he couldn't discern any difference. I'll do it. You haphazardly swapped the 2 plaques, completely disrupting their order. Hey, sect leader he. Deng Rusong was shocked. He tried to stop you, but it was too late. You spread your hands. Can you still tell them apart? Deng Rusong checked them thoroughly, finally looking dejected. I can't tell them apart. You laughed. Because they're exactly the same, of course you can't tell them apart. Deng Rusong took the no trouble token, verified its function again, and found no problems. Finally, he could only nervously put one away. Deng Rusong was bewildered. Sect leader he. The no trouble token was left by the founder of my Danxia sect. Why do you have one too? You said with emotion. You all don't know, but actually the founder of the Danxia sect left 2 no trouble tokens. Deng Rusong was puzzled. There's no such record in the sect. You patted Deng Rusong. Sect leader Deng, from today onwards, it can be recorded like this. He looked at you, hesitantly saying, Sect leader he, do you really have such a deep connection with my Danxia sect? The connection is too deep. You thought for a moment, and in a second, you fabricated an origin story. Actually, my lineage and the Danxia sect's lineage were both passed down by the founder of the Danxia sect. We are considered brother departments. Deng Rusong and the elders exchanged bewildered glances, not quite believing it. You smiled and said, Sect leader Deng, you're the 29th sect leader of the Danxia sect, right? Deng Rusong was startled. Sect leader he, I am indeed the 29th sect leader. That's right, I'm the 28th generation of my lineage, just 1 generation older than you. Deng Rusong's mouth gaped slightly. Such a connection, very much a connection. You looked past Deng Rusong at Xiaohuida. Old Xia, did you hear that? I'm 1 generation older than you. Xiaohuida was stunned, not expecting him to be involved. Although he couldn't accept it immediately, you gave him the rejuvenating pill, the cultivation technique, and now you've produced such irrefutable evidence as the no trouble token. Xiaohuida felt that there might really be such a connection. Otherwise, what stranger would inexplicably take such good care of the Danxia sect? Xiaohuida thought for a moment, then gritted his teeth and cupped his hands. Greetings, Junior Master. Hey. No need to call me Uncle Master, you interrupted Xiaohuida. Just remember, I'm a generation older than you. Xiaohuida's eyes remained blank. I remember. You then looked at Hu Zhongshuan. Old Hu. You should remember that too. Hu Zhongshuan was even more bewildered than Xiaohuida. He exchanged a glance with Xiaohuida and nodded somewhat helplessly. Sect leader he. I remember too. You turned your gaze back to Deng Rusong. Sect leader Deng. Is there anything else you want to ask? Deng Rusong hesitated for a moment, then finally shook his head. Sect leader he. I have no more questions. You clicked your tongue. Sect leader Deng. Why are you so hesitant? Didn't you outlive your grandfather? Deng Rusong's expression hardened. Sect leader He, what do you mean? You said with exasperation. Sect leader Yin Jishue is indeed at the Wanming sect. If you want to go find her, just let me know. We can go back to the Wanming sect together later. As soon as you finish speaking, Deng Rusong's expression changed drastically. Sect leader He, Jishue, and I are innocent. Deng Rusong immediately realized something was wrong. Everyone in the Danxia sect stared wide-eyed, looking over with surprise, unconsciously switching into gossip mode. Deng Rusong coughed awkwardly twice, glancing around, and let out a low, cold snort. The elders quickly turned their faces away. Some looked up and counted the roof beams, some turned around and tapped the back of their chairs to see if they were solid wood, and some put their thumbs to their ears and pinkies to their mouths, pretending to make a phone call. Although these elders were all different and varied, they all secretly pricked up one ear, listening intently to your and Deng Rusong's next conversation. Sect leader Deng, I never said that you and sect leader Yin were not innocent. As old friends, it's reasonable for you to visit each other, isn't it? You said casually. Deng Rusong looked around. Xie Huida and Hu Zhongshuan smiled kindly, and the other elders occasionally glanced at the situation. Deng Rusong coughed twice. Ahem, well, sect leader He is right. Jishue and I haven't seen each other for many years. It's reasonable for me to go to Wanming sect with sect leader He to catch up with Jishue. You smiled and nodded, feeling gratified to see the elderly man so understanding. Then it's settled. I'll take it to sect leader Deng later. Thank you for your trouble, sect leader He. Deng Rusong said politely. Then you tested everyone present for their spiritual roots. The success rate was low. Only 2 of these elders had spiritual roots. The 2 who tested positive for spiritual roots were extremely excited, dancing with joy, their usual composure gone. The other elders without spiritual roots looked gloomy and extremely disappointed. Deng Rusong and Xie Huida both had spiritual roots, but only ordinary ones. They were already very satisfied and equally excited. When it was Hu Zhongshuan's turn to have his spiritual root tested, the result was unexpected. Hu Zhongshuan had no spiritual root. Everyone present looked at Hu Zhongshuan in astonishment. Hu Zhongshuan himself was also surprised by this result and stared blankly at you. Your expression darkened slightly, and you tested Hu Zhongshuan again. The result was still no spiritual root. The fact that the highest combat power of the Danxia sect had no spiritual root shocked everyone, and they fell silent for a moment. Having no spiritual root meant that Hu Zhongshuan was now cut off from the path of immortality. Whether in combat power or lifespan, he would be surpassed by his 2 senior brothers. It could even be said that Hu Zhongshuan, Deng Rusong, and Xie Huida were now considered senior sisters. Truly, they were forever separated by the mortal and immortal realms. Sect leader He, could there be a mistake? Deng Rusong asked anxiously. Xie Huida also stepped forward, his expression very unsettled. Sect leader He, with Zhongshuan's martial arts talent, he shouldn't have no spiritual root, right? You shook your head slightly. Old Xie, spiritual roots are such a mysterious thing. They have nothing to do with martial arts talent. They are completely random. Hu Zhongshuan himself looked grave, slowly processing this bad news. But just as the atmosphere in the hall reached its lowest point, your words immediately broke the heavy silence. However, it's not like there's no way. Your eyes showed a thoughtful look. Xie Huida was even more excited than Hu Zhongshuan. Please, Sect Master He, what's the plan? The others also looked over, their eyes filled with anticipation. Their current impression of you is somewhat related to your extraordinary abilities. Hu Zhongshuan looked over calmly, but his gaze held a restrained longing. You said to Hu Zhongshuan, Old Hu, if you advance to the ultimate Grandmaster level, you can absorb spiritual energy into your body. Ultimate Grandmaster? Hu Zhongshuan's calm expression shifted slightly. The title Ultimate Grandmaster is easy to say, but without a source of earth, it's all for naught. Deng Rusong and Xie Huida's faces also clouded over. They had searched for Earth sources for many years to refine the rejuvenating pill, but to no avail. Now they couldn't provide Hu Zhongshuan with any either. Moreover, they noticed that in the past 10 years, news of Earth sources had become increasingly scarce, almost non-existent, as if Earth sources had been monopolized. This filled the three brothers with despair. Sect Master He, may I ask if there are any other ways besides becoming an ultimate Grandmaster? Deng Rusong stared intently at you. You shake your head. No more. A chorus of sighs immediately filled the hall. Deng Rusong and Xie Huida looked at Hu Zhongshuan, remaining silent for a long time, ultimately unsure what to say. Hu Zhongshuan, however, after a period of low spirits, seemed to have come to terms with it. He let out a long breath. Senior brothers, don't be too discouraged. Perhaps there's still a chance. You looked at Hu Zhongshuan in surprise. Hey, old Hu, you have a good attitude. There really is a chance. Hu Zhongshuan and the others quickly looked over. Sect Master He, do you really have a way? You nodded. It's just a lack of Earth sources. I'll give you a few, old Hu. Everyone present was stunned for a moment. They tried to understand what you meant by giving a few. Giving a few Earth sources? Is Earth source some kind of common thing? You could just give as many as you want. And what does giving a few mean? Isn't each person only allowed to fuse with one Earth source? A host of questions arose in their minds. Sect leader, you mean? Before Deng Rusong could finish speaking, he was completely captivated by the Earth source bowl in your hand. The usually composed Hu Zhongshuan's breathing gradually became rapid, his gaze fixed on the Earth source bowl, unable to look away for even an inch. You lifted the Earth source bowl, and 4 streams of Earth source energy leaped within like lively sprites. The Danxia sect members, not yet at the ultimate Grandmaster level, could not normally see the Earth source energy, but your activation of source energy made it visible to everyone. A barrage of fiery gazes turned straight towards them. This was the Earth source energy that all martial artists longed for, and there were 4 of them here. Snap! You covered the Earth source bowl, instantly concealing the mysterious aura of the Earth source. The Danxia sect members finally came to their senses, pursing their lips and trying to calm their excitement. Hu Zhongshuan asked cautiously, his eyes filled with determination. Sect leader what do I need to do to obtain one of your Earth source shards? What I need you to do is quite difficult, but I hope you can do it. Hu Zhongshuan's eyes were filled with determination. Sect leader just ask. Can you do it? I can do it. Really? I definitely can. Very good. You said solemnly. Old Hu, open your right hand. Hu Zhongshuan didn't hesitate at all and swiftly opened his right hand. You nodded, walked over, and placed the Earth source bowl in his hand with a snap. Huh. Hu Zhongshuan subconsciously exclaimed in confusion. He looked up at you at a loss. You said in a deep voice, Old Hu, congratulations, you really did it. Silence, a long silence. You could hear a pin drop in the hall. Everyone looked at the Earth source bowl, then at you, completely dumbfounded. They didn't understand why it was given away so easily. Is land source material so worthless now? Hu Zhongshuan felt this especially keenly. He opened his mouth slightly. Sect Master, what does this mean? Nothing else, just this. The land source material of the same element, and the one you have the most of, is the Zhimu element. So these 4 land sources are all Zhimu element land sources. The 4 land sources are not ranked high, all outside the top 10. They are 1,000-foot vine, sunflower, abyss cypress, and frost-welcoming flower. These land sources are no longer of much use to you. They can be used to provide Hu Zhongshuan with alternative spiritual roots. These 4 land sources were obtained in the 6th and 7th simulations. This means that you will always have 4 land sources in reality, and they will not really disappear. Although Hu Zhongshuan's absorption of spiritual energy after fusing the 4 land sources is still somewhat different from that of ordinary spiritual roots, it is at least a path. As for the problem of land sources being extracted after the return of the remnant world, you basically have a solution. You should be able to resolve this hidden danger before the return of the remnant world. Hu Zhongshuan, holding the Earth Source Bowl, still couldn't believe it. Sect leader, you just gave me the Earth Source like that. You waved your hand, casually, given it. Don't be too moved. Don't try to repay me with your body. Hu Zhongshuan was speechless for a moment. He, Deng Rusong, and Xie Huida exchanged glances for a long time, realizing that the Danxia sect couldn't offer anything equivalent to 4 earth sources in exchange. Hu Zhongshuan's tone was solemn, his face resolute. Sect leader He, what can I do for you? Old Hu, don't worry, you won't escape. I'll arrange things for you later. Hu Zhongshuan was extremely firm. Sect leader He, I will definitely live up to your expectations. Please feel free to use me. That's right, you said casually. However, why did sect leader He give me 4 earth sources? Are you worried that I might fail to fuse one? Hu Zhongshuan asked. You remembered that Hu Zhongshuan and the others didn't know that earth sources of the same affinity could be fused multiple times. So you explained this basic knowledge to them. Upon hearing this news, everyone in the Danxia sect's eyes lit up. In their eyes, this was a path to surpassing the ultimate grandmaster, a shocking secret within the martial arts world. These are things you can't learn even if you pay for them, yet you casually uttered them. And your tone was so nonchalant, completely unconcerned. Everyone felt their day hadn't been wasted. Seeing their intense focus, you couldn't resist adding a few more fabrications, attributing many of Lin Mo's extraordinary feats to yourself. By the time you finished your boasting, it was almost dark. The Danxia sect's higher-ups repeatedly praised your diverse learning, implying you must have paid a hefty tuition fee. You came today offering cultivation techniques and geomantic resources. They'd almost believe you were the reincarnation of the Danxia sect's founder, let alone that you and the sect share the same origin. Deng Rusong, representing the Danxia sect, expressed gratitude to you, stating that from now on, your affairs were the affairs of the entire Danxia sect. Whoever you commanded to be killed would be killed, and hesitation for even a second would be disrespectful. You had Deng Rusong dismiss everyone except Xie Huida and Hu Zhongshuan. You then had Deng Rusong summon Deng Wanshu and have her spiritual root tested as well. Unexpectedly, Deng Wanshu, whose martial arts cultivation was the weakest, actually had an earth spiritual root. This delighted the 3 brothers. You subtly inquired about their love lives, and they were very frank, stating that their current situation was quite harmonious. You weren't quite sure what aspect they meant by harmonious, so you asked more probing questions. You discovered that the 3 simulated individuals had somehow become more understanding. They no longer engaged in any desperate or unethical practices. The 3 of them truly lived a peaceful and respectful life together for 18 years. They maintained a delicate balance of independence and mutual affection, appearing quite amicable. You realized that their relationship was indeed harmonious, so you didn't bring up the matter of cloning Deng Wanshu again. You knew you didn't need another Deng Wanshu. After dealing with the Danxia sect's affairs, you left the Danxia sect with Deng Rusong. But instead of returning directly to Wanmeng sect, you secretly went to Jingfeng Mountain, adjacent to the back of Danxia Mountain. You then secretly extracted the low-grade spiritual vein from the foot of Jingfeng Mountain and placed it at the foot of Danxia Mountain. You've become increasingly adept at this, and no one in the Blood Demon sect noticed. The Blood Demon sect members only felt that the cultivation speed of their newly acquired immortal cultivation technique was ridiculously slow. The Blood Demon sect members all sighed. Immortal cultivation is too difficult. The Blood Demon sect members had wasted several days of cultivation, and the Blood Demon sect leader, Zhou Qiun, finally realized he had been set up. He discovered that the spiritual energy of Jingfeng Mountain had suddenly disappeared. Zhou Qiun began to investigate. Soon, Zhou Qiun discovered that Danxia Mountain, which had previously been devoid of spiritual energy, was now brimming with it. Zhou Qiun immediately understood what was going on. He led a group of supreme masters, aggressively heading to the Danxia sect to seek revenge. But upon arriving, Zhou Qiun discovered that the Danxia sect had actually set up a protective formation. Although limited by the quality of the spiritual veins, the Danxia sect's protective formation could only defend against attacks from Foundation establishment cultivators at most. However, it was sufficient to stop grandmasters like Zhou Qiyun. Zhou Qiyun couldn't understand how the Danxia sect, which he could previously easily manipulate, could now produce such a protective formation. He was utterly perplexed. Just then, the Blood Demon sect frantically brought Zhou Qiyun a bombshell message. The message stated that the Danxia sect had merged into the Wanming sect a day earlier. The Danxia sect would continue to operate independently, but had become an affiliated sect of the Wanming sect. In other words, attacking the Danxia sect meant attacking the Wanming sect, which meant attacking him, the #1 cultivator in the southern region. Upon hearing this news, Zhou Qiyun's legs went weak in midair. He screamed hoarsely, "Retreat!" The Blood Demon sect members vanished in a flash, as if a second later they would be slapped to the ground by you, unable to get up. That same day, you returned to the Wanming sect with Deng Rusong. After summoning Yin Jishua, you directly tell her that you brought her a life-size figurine. Deng Rusong makes a timely appearance, catching Yin Jishua off guard. With your kind smile on your face, the two of you run into Yin Jishua's room for a heart-to-heart talk. You went back to see Wan Qingwan. Wan Qingwan has been in seclusion ever since you returned, attempting to break through to the Foundation establishment stage. Wan Qingwan is using her Great Dream Dao essence to establish her foundation. Once she successfully advances, she'll definitely be a formidable figure. Lin Mo is also in seclusion to establish his foundation. The Wanming sect is about to have 2 more foundation establishment cultivators, and the sect's strength will receive an epic boost. You left the Wanming sect, intending to settle a small score. You went to the Earthblade sect and found Fong Zhe, giving him some spirit stones to thank him for helping the Wanming sect disperse the invading cultivators last time. Fong Zhe was overjoyed because you gave him mid-grade spirit stones, one of which is worth 100 low-grade spirit stones. Only someone with a mid-grade spirit vein like you could afford mid-grade spirit stones. They're extremely precious. Fong Zhe told you he'd take on similar jobs again. You then asked Fong Zhe to provide clues about the cultivators who had besieged the Wanming sect. From Fong Zhe, you learn about some of the cultivators who had tried to kill themselves at the Wanming sect. Within a mere 10 days, this group of cultivators vanished without a trace, disappearing into thin air. You deliberately made this a quiet affair, because Fong Zhe still didn't know the origins of some of these cultivators. You couldn't alert them. You needed to lure out the rest. You offered a bounty throughout the southern region. Anyone providing genuine clues could receive 100 mid-grade spirit stones. 100 mid-grade spirit stones were equivalent to a miniature low-grade spirit vein, a huge temptation for cultivators. You also announced that if they reported each other, they could atone for their crimes and avoid your retaliation. And they would also receive 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Spots were limited, first come, first served. Although the temptation of 100 mid-grade spirit stones was great, initially no one reported each other. No one dared to gamble that you wouldn't turn against them. But this situation didn't last long. You found a cultivator who had attacked the Wanming sect and arranged for him to report his good brother. Afterwards, this cultivator left the Wanming sect unscathed with 100 mid-grade spirit stones, and soon after, even improved his cultivation level. His good brother, whom he reported didn't have a good life, you killed him that very day. You even gave a storage bag left behind by this good brother to the cultivator who reported him. After all, their brotherhood was deep, and entrusting him with his final affairs was reasonable. From then on, the atmosphere among the cultivators who attacked the Wanming sect that day became strange. They looked at their beloved relatives, friends, and brothers, always feeling that the other was like a spirit stone. The suspicions among these cultivators deepened, each believing the other intended to exchange them for spirit stones. Soon after, a second cultivator came to report his accomplice. A soul search revealed he wasn't lying. This cultivator, too, happily returned home with 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Unbeknownst to him, a special mark lurked in a corner of his soul, clearly revealing his location in your mind. With the first informant, a second one emerged. Coincidentally, the second informant was the very person the first had reported. The two brothers were indeed in sync. The second informant exploded into a cloud of blood mist in endless regret. You deliberately publicized this incident, fully encouraging the cultivators' first come, first served mentality, each afraid of being late. Groups of cultivators arrived at the Wanmeng sect, excitedly reporting their friends and relatives, filling the sect with a joyful atmosphere. In the end, most of the cultivators were implicated and efficiently removed by you. Of course, a small number of cultivators resisted the temptation of 100 mid-grade spirit stones and remained at large. But through soul-searching of the cultivators, you learned of all those who had attacked the Wanmeng sect. You dispatched all the disciples of the Wanmeng sect to investigate and track them down, eventually finding the trail of those few who had escaped and eliminating them in the most high-profile way. The whole matter caused a great sensation in the southern region. From then on, the entire southern region knew of your ruthlessness and your clear system of rewards and punishments. The matter gradually returned to calm. But no one noticed that the first cultivator who came to report you had never appeared again. Other informants also disappeared one after another, as if they had never been in this beautiful world. The 19th year, you once again comprehended and merged the 6 paths of Earth origin, becoming a 73rd level extreme Dao Grandmaster. Your analog combat power is still at the peak of the Golden Core realm, but you're already among the best in the peak Golden Core realm. Your divine evolution technique broke through to the 4th level, and your divine sense was enhanced again. Your primordial spirit overlord body technique was improved, breaking through to the 3rd level. The refining of elixirs is far more complex, not only in terms of the refining techniques, but also in terms of the limitations of the materials. Fortunately, through continuous practice, your elixir refining ability has reached the 6th rank. That day, Feng Zhe came to visit. He told you that the situation in the northern region was becoming increasingly dire. Jiang Huaijin and Shun Man were not only searching for land spirits everywhere in the northern region, but also looking for someone recently. As long as someone resembled someone these two were looking for, they would grab them without asking any questions and subject them to a series of soul-searching attacks. The actions during the soul-searching were extremely brutal. No one had ever survived the clutches of these two living devils. The cultivators throughout the northern region were living in constant fear, and almost all of them had fled. Some of the northern region cultivators, like the previous groups, had also come to the southern region. Now the southern region is bustling with activity, filled with fleeing cultivators. Feng Zhe told you that a golden core stage, early stage cultivator, Liang Chuqiu, had also come to the Thousand Bright Mountains. Feng Zhe and Liang Chuqiu knew each other in the northern region and had a good relationship. This time, Yang, the moment you finished speaking, the cultivation room door swung open, and Wan Qingwan appeared in the doorway. Her figure was graceful, her expression lively. A white dress billowed gently from the dissipating spiritual energy, her smooth black hair flowing slowly behind her head, like a goddess descending to earth. A clear smile graced Wan Qingwan's exquisite face. She smiled, her pink lips curving upwards, and walked up to you. She patted your shoulder with her small, white hand, her voice full of energy, yet her tone mature and unassuming. It's Xiao He. How are you going to celebrate for little ancestor Wan? You laughed wildly, grabbing Wan Qingwan's firm, rounded buttocks, and lifting her up in one swift motion. I'll show you soon enough. Wan Qingwan let out a joyful laugh, her long, slender legs wrapping around your waist like an octopus. A delicate fragrance wafted over, refreshing your senses. Is that all? Wan Qingwan's eyes were defiant. You raised an eyebrow, your heart burning even hotter. You walked towards the bedroom. Is that all? Is that all? That's it. No, don't do that. Do it again next time. 3 days later, you walked out of the bedroom, looking refreshed. Wan Qingwan followed behind you, holding your clothes, her eyes filled with a dazed look. After these few treatments, Wan Qingwan was completely subdued by you and dared not challenge you again. Little Wan, do you know how to celebrate now? Wan Xingwan nodded repeatedly. I know. Will we celebrate again today? Wan Xingwan shook her head repeatedly. No. What about tomorrow? No. What about the day after tomorrow? The day after tomorrow is fine. You slapped Wan Xingwan's little head. Find my foot. It's time to cultivate. Wan Xingwan tilted her head and thought for a moment. What about the day after that? Cultivation the day after tomorrow. And the day after that? Cultivation. The day after that. All right. You pulled Wan Xingwan close and covered her soft little mouth. Let's put aside physical pleasure for now. We should discuss our main task of cultivation. Okay. Seeing your serious expression, Wan Xingwan also became more solemn. You asked, Little Wan, you used the Great Dream Tao essence to build your foundation, right? Yes. Have you formed the prototype of your Great Tao? Yes, but I don't know what Great Tao it is. You were a little confused. Isn't it the Great Dream, Great Tao? Wan Xingwan thought for a moment and said carefully, I thought so at first, but after building my foundation, I found that the aura of the prototype of my Great Tao was different from that of the Great Dream Tao essence. So, you have the complete Great Dream inheritance, but it's not the prototype of the Great Dream, Great Tao. You asked puzzled. Wan Xingwan's tone was very certain. Yes, and I can feel that my prototype of my Great Tao seems to be at a higher level than the Great Dream Tao essence. That's so strange. Wan Xingwan nodded. Before the nascent Great Tao evolves into the true Great Tao, no one knows what kind of Great Tao will ultimately form. Although you have gained the recognition of the Tao of life and death, you are different from Wan Xingwan. You haven't received the complete inheritance of the Tao of life and death. The greatest help the Tao of life and death provides is accelerating your comprehension of the Earth's origin. Therefore, you know that your Tao's nascent form has no relation to the Tao of life and death. You will create a Tao that has never existed before. However, Wan Xingwan received the complete inheritance of the Great Dream Tao. Logically, Wan Xingwan should naturally comprehend and recreate the Great Dream Tao. If Wan Xingwan successfully cultivates to the Mahayana realm, then she will be the new Great Dream Tao's source Mahayana. But Wan Xingwan says her Tao's nascent form is at a higher level, and you don't understand why. You think of Lin Mo, who is currently using the 5 Tao essences to build his foundation. I wonder what Brother Mosey said. Although he hasn't received the complete Tao inheritance, his talent should also form a Tao nascent form. I wonder if it's a completely new Tao or one of the 5 Tao essences. Just as you think of this, the winds and clouds suddenly change high above. A few days after Wan Xingwan's foundation building, the Wanmeng sect is once again shrouded in a grand aura. All the disciples felt this overwhelming momentum and rushed out to show their support. They gathered again in the sect square, prepared to be shocked. You took a step forward with Wan Xingwan and arrived at Shaoyang Peak, where Lin Mo was. You looked down at Shaoyang Peak. Lin Mo sat cross-legged on the summit, undergoing the final stages of foundation establishment. Yan Jishue also flew to your side. Yan Jishue was excited upon seeing Wan Xingwan and went straight to her. Xingwan, were you doing foundation establishment before? Yan Jishue could no longer sense Wan Xingwan's cultivation level. She knew Wan Xingwan had successfully established her foundation. Wan Xingwan smiled brightly. Sect leader, I successfully established my foundation 3 days ago. Good, very good. Yan Jishue's expression was gentle, very pleased. However, after a moment's thought, she asked, Xingwan, you successfully established your foundation 3 days ago. So what were you doing these past 3 days? Why didn't you tell me? Wan Xingwan smiled brightly. Sect leader, because these past 3 days I was with my best friend. You reacted swiftly, covering Wan Xingwan's mouth. You coughed twice. I've been helping Xiao Wan stabilize her cultivation. Yan Jishua looked at you strangely, then at Wan Xingwan, whose eyes were wide with confusion. Yan Jishua seemed thoughtful. You released Wan Xingwan and turned your gaze to Yan Jishua. By the way, sect leader Yan, how did your cultivation stabilization with Headmaster Deng go recently? Yan Jishua looked at you in surprise. instantly understanding your meaning. The intellectual and mature Yinjishua paused, a unique charm flashing in her eyes. Reporting to the sect leader, it went quite smoothly. You smiled kindly. That's right. At this moment, Wan Qingwan suddenly said to Yin Jishua, sect leader, I can sense the earth source within you. What? Wan Qingwan's sudden words greatly surprised Yin Jishua. Wan Qingwan hadn't even reached the supreme Tao Grandmaster level and directly switched to cultivating immortal techniques. She shouldn't be able to sense the earth source, let alone the earth source that Yin Jishua had already integrated with. Don't panic, it's a nascent great Tao. Because of its shape, your words made both of them look at you simultaneously. You explained, sect leader Yin, what I meant by resolving the issue of the earth source within you was this method. Sect leader, what does this method mean? After creating the great Tao, I can extract the earth source from your body, preventing your death due to the automatic convergence of the earth source after the return of the remnant realm. You've explained the remnant realm and the Tao source Mayana to Yin Jishue over the years, and she immediately understood what you meant. Yin Jishue, however, was more concerned about Wan Qingwan. She asked, sect leader, do you mean that Qingwan can also create the great Tao and extract the earth source from my body? Yes. Yin Jishue's face was full of surprise. She knew that creating a great Tao meant having the opportunity to become a Tao source Mayana cultivator, the highest existence in the Yuan Yang realm. Boom! The aura of heaven and earth surged violently again, and a large amount of spiritual energy rushed towards Lin Mo at the top of Shaoyang Peak. Lin Mo's aura rose steadily, surpassing the peak of Qi refining in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, Lin Mo's aura directly reached the Foundation establishment realm. A moment later, the Wanming sect returned to calm. Lin Mo successfully established his foundation. Lin Mo felt the vast spiritual power within his body and was overjoyed. Good disciple, come here. Hearing your voice, Lin Mo looked up and immediately raised his spear and came to you. Master, I've established my foundation. Lin Mo's heart was still pounding. You smiled and said, I saw it. You also created the prototype of a great Tao, right? Yes, master. You nodded. I knew ordinary people could also shine. Lin Mo, completely misled, bows respectfully to you. Thank you for your teachings, master. Unfortunately, I don't know what your great Tao is. Master, I know what my great Tao is. You frown and ask. You can tell which great Tao it is just by looking at its rudimentary form? Is it one of the 5 Tao essences? Lin Mo shakes his head. No, master. My great Tao is the Tao itself. What great Tao? You realize something is amiss. Lin Mo replies, the great Tao of the Tao. Upon hearing Lin Mo's name, you stared at him stiffly. Lin Mo looked back at you with a sincere expression. You remained silent for a long time. After a long while, you said weakly, Lin Mo, you've really gone too far this time. Master, I'm not joking. It's not that you've gone too far with a joke. It's that you've gone too far with a cheat code. Lin Mo asked, puzzled, Master, what's a cheat code? Never mind what a cheat code is. Nobody has gone too far like you. You said in a low voice, come on, Lin Mo, translate for me. What is the great Tao of the Tao? Master, it means that everything in the world has its own laws, and these laws are what we call the Tao. My great Tao is about understanding and summarizing these laws from their essence. Your tone became even more defensive. Translate, what the hell is the great Tao of the Tao? Lin Mo was stunned, thinking he hadn't explained clearly. He continued to explain, the great Tao of the Tao, when applied to cultivation, means starting from the essence. No matter what kind of technique or skill, I can find the underlying laws. What the hell is this called the great Tao of the Tao? Lin Mo was completely dumbfounded. He looked at you, speechless for a moment. Translate it, you said through gritted teeth. Lin Mo racked his brains, then suddenly thought of something. He said, Master, the great Tao of the Tao has a practical application. Lin Mo pulled a jade slip from his storage bag. Master, this is the task you gave me before. You asked me to research all the cultivation methods in the transmission hall, and then create a cultivation method. I created it using the great Tao of the Tao. You poured so many resources into Lin Mo, and now you finally see a return on your investment. Your mood immediately brightened. You grabbed the jade slip from Lin Mo's hand. You knew this cultivation method was definitely not simple. Your eyes shone brightly as you immersed your divine sense into it. After a moment, your expression gradually turned to surprise and delight. Wonderful, wonderful, you exclaimed in amazement. Wan Qingwan and Yin Jishua, standing to the side, watched your flushed face and lewd expression, completely bewildered. After a long while, you finished reading the contents. You look at Lin Mo with a kind expression, radiating maternal warmth. Lin Mo, what's the name of your little cultivation technique? Master, it's the Taoist scripture. What a beautiful name. What a beautiful name. The more you look at Lin Mo, the more lively, adorable, and poised he seems. The Taoist scripture is an incredibly powerful cultivation technique. Unlike ordinary cultivation techniques that clearly define a specific cultivation level, such as foundation establishment or golden core techniques, the Taoist scripture doesn't have ranks, but it can be said to be applicable to all realms. After cultivating the Taoist scripture and reaching the peak of their current major realm, a cultivator can automatically comprehend the cultivation technique for the next major realm. The comprehended technique for the next major realm is based on a combination of factors, including the cultivator's talent, comprehension, and personal attributes. For this cultivator, this is the most perfect and suitable cultivation technique. It's like each major realm's cultivation technique is tailor-made, maximizing all the cultivator's advantages and potential. This kind of technique is incredibly satisfying for combat. Your cultivation speed will reach its peak. You casually encouraged Lin Mo, then eagerly entered the alchemy room to switch to cultivating the Taoist scripture. Year 22. You completed your retraining after dispersing your cultivation. In just 3 years, your immortal cultivation level not only returned to the late foundation establishment stage, but you also took a giant leap towards the peak of foundation establishment. You are confident that you can break through to the peak of foundation establishment within a few months. Even with your previous cultivation foundation, this speed is absolutely astonishing, and this speed is also enhanced by the Taoist scripture. After switching to cultivating the Taoist scripture, you actually gained a more fundamental understanding of the great Tao. In your divine soul, the nascent form of your great Tao has become more solidified. You took 2 more steps on that glorious and vast road, getting closer to the door at the end of the road. That door gleamed with an old, pale yellow luster, its material unknown, and behind it seemed to hide unspeakable secrets. You completed the fusion of the remaining 2 top 10 earth sources in your hands. You became a 75th tier supreme Tao Master, a title no one else had ever heard of. Your combat power completely surpassed the peak of the Golden Core stage. But the gap between Golden Core and Nascent Soul is too great. You cannot yet bridge the chasm. At this point, you have used up all the top 10 Earth sources you possess. You must collect even more top 10 Earth sources to complete the feat of fusing 99 Earth sources. You originally wanted Wan Qingwan to also switch to cultivating the Taoist scripture, but after reading it, Wan Qingwan confidently stated that the Great Dream Inheritance was most suitable for her. You didn't force her. In matters of cultivation, one naturally knows their own situation best. You left the alchemy room and entered the sect's main hall. Zhao Yuegu stood respectfully below. Has the news been announced? Zhao Yuegu replied, Sect Master, the news of exchanging cultivation techniques for earth sources has been announced. You nodded and added, there's another matter. The Wanming sect will begin recruiting disciples starting today. Yes, Sect Master. How should the number of disciples and their qualifications be limited? You thought for a moment. Those under 12 years old will be recruited based on their top 10 qualifications tested. Also, Zhao Yuegu, seeing you pause, slightly raised his head and asked, Sect Master, what else? You seemed thoughtful. After a long while, you smiled and said, also, the disciples' worldly experiences must be thoroughly investigated. Priority should be given to recruiting young men who have experienced being jilted in marriage. Zhao Yuegu was taken aback, not understanding what you meant. Jilted in marriage? Yes, besides those who have been jilted, there are also those who are cautious by nature and like to run away, those who are ridiculed wherever they go, and those from small villages and towns. These should all be given priority. You nodded with great satisfaction. As long as the candidates meet these characteristics, you can basically capture all these geniuses. Although Zhao Yuegu didn't understand your meaning, he felt that you must have a reason for doing so. Yes, sect master, go. Zhao Yuegu respectfully withdrew from the main hall. At this moment, your eyes suddenly narrowed. You sensed intense spiritual energy fluctuations in 1,000 bright mountains. Clearly, someone was fighting, and their cultivation levels were not low. You instantly flew out of the Myriad Dreams sect and slowly made your way to the scene of the incident. You hid high in the sky, looking down over. 2 golden core cultivators are engaged in combat, not far from the Earthblade sect. One is a stranger, the other is Liang Chuchio from the northern region, the one Fong Zhe told you about. Liang Chuchio, a middle-aged scholar, wielded a flying sword and fought the opposing cultivator to a standstill. The opposing cultivator also wielded a flying sword, but could not overcome Liang Chuchio. Sword light flashed, spiritual energy surged, and the battle between golden core cultivators stirred the surrounding world with a buzzing sound. The spiritual energy fluctuations caused by the 2 attracted cultivators from the 1,000 bright mountains, and more people gathered to watch from afar. Seemingly sensing that more and more people were paying attention, Liang Chuchio and his opponent, who were engaged in battle, became somewhat anxious. Just then, Fong Zhe arrived on his sword. Fong Zhe glanced at them, said nothing, and his peachwood sword flew to his hand, instantly activating. Go! The peachwood sword transformed into a streak of light, piercing straight at the back of the unfamiliar cultivator. The unfamiliar cultivator immediately sensed the sharp aura behind him, and his expression changed drastically. Be careful! Liang Chuchio's expression hardened, his sword light erupted, and he swung his sword with all his might. With a loud bang, Liang Chuchio's sword actually collided with Fong Zhe's peachwood sword. Liang Chuchio's voice was urgent. Sect Master Fong, it's all a misunderstanding. Fong Zhe frowned and recalled his peachwood sword. He looked at Liang Chuchio with surprise. Brother Liang, what does this mean? The stranger stopped fighting, still shaken, and stood side by side with Liang Chuchio. If Liang Chuchio hadn't blocked the sword for him, the stranger would have been injured. Liang Chuchio cupped his hands to Fong Zhe. Thank you for your help, Sect Master Fong. I'll explain today's events to you later. Farewell. After speaking, Liang Chuchio glanced uncomfortably at the surrounding cultivators, seemingly unwilling to be under so much scrutiny. Come back to my cave with me, Liang Chuchio said coldly to the stranger. The stranger remained non-committal, but still followed Liang Chuchio away. The 2 who were fighting just a second ago are now able to return to their caves together. It's utterly baffling. The surrounding spectators were equally confused. The well-meaning Fong Zhe was utterly bewildered. He thought he was offering a helping hand, but it turned out the 2 not only knew each other, but seemed to have a good relationship. He almost made things worse. Sect leader Fong, it's been a while, you said loudly, landing in front of Fong Zhe. Fong Zhe snapped out of his daze and quickly replied politely. Sect leader, he is here too. Liang Chuchio was fighting someone just now, and sect leader, he just missed it. You smiled and nodded. I didn't miss it. I saw the 2 leave together after their fight. Fong Zhe was taken aback, then realized you had been hiding nearby all along. Sincerity appeared in his eyes. Sect leader, his concealment technique is truly remarkable. You grinned. Sect leader Fong's insight is still as sharp as ever. Fong Zhe's expression faltered slightly. Then he smiled. Sect leader, he is still as genuine as ever. Not bad, not bad. You glanced in the direction Liang Chuchio had left. Just who is this Liang Chuchio? Fong Zhe considered for a moment and explained his relationship with Liang Chuchio to you. Back in the northern region, Feng Zhe and Chu Qiu were acquaintances from the secular world. After Feng Zhe obtained the cultivation technique and embarked on the path of cultivation, he never saw Liang Chu Qiu again. Liang Chu Qiu's journey from the northern region to the Thousand Bright Mountains was also a chance encounter with Feng Zhe. Feng Zhe also. You don't know the specifics of Liang Chu Qiu's situation after cultivating immortality. After listening to Feng Zhe's description, you feel that Liang Chu Qiu is strange. But Feng Zhe doesn't know much either, and you can't get more information out of him. You also learn from Feng Zhe that the chaos in the northern region has basically subsided. Jiang Huaijin and Shun Man no longer kill entire families at the drop of a hat. These two have established a blazing sun palace in the northern region, recruited a large number of cultivators, and sent cultivators to the other three regions to investigate the earth spirits compatible with Zhenwood and Sunwood. According to Feng Zhe, these cultivators are not only looking for earth spirits, but also secretly looking for people, but they don't know exactly who they are looking for. You immediately think of the sneaky Liang Chu Qiu and guess that he might be the person the Blazing Sun Palace is looking for. You further guess that the strange cultivator who attacked Liang Chu Qiu might be a cultivator from the Blazing Sun Palace. But Liang Chu Qiu and the unfamiliar cultivator seem to have a good relationship, and you're unsure if the unfamiliar cultivator is from the Blazing Sun Palace. You initially wanted to capture the unfamiliar cultivator for a soul search, but you're afraid of alerting him. After all, Jiang Huaijin doesn't know of your existence, let alone your desire to fight him to the death. You're still hiding in the shadows. As long as you don't expose yourself, you can wait until you're strong enough to unleash a devastating attack on Jiang Huaijin. You decide to temporarily refrain from contacting Liang Chu Qiu and the unfamiliar cultivator, focusing on developing your strength quietly before surprising everyone. Currently, the fastest way for you to increase your strength is by fusing with earth sources. You can fuse several earth sources a year now, resulting in incredibly rapid power increases. However, fusing with earth sources is also the slowest method because you no longer have any earth sources ranked in the top 10, and you're reluctant to acquire those ranked too low. You finally decide to first raise your immortal Tao realm to the peak of foundation establishment, and in the meantime, see how efficient the previously announced method of exchanging cultivation techniques for earth sources is. If the exchange yields too few earth sources, you'll have to personally search for more. And you can only find land resources outside the southern region. Because you previously drove Lin Mo and thoroughly plundered the land resources of the entire southern region. There are no more wildland resources in the southern region to satisfy your collecting addiction. You and Feng Zhe chatted about all sorts of things for a bit, and then returned to the Wanmeng sect. Year 21. The Wanmeng sect, deep in the Qianming Mountains, was shrouded in vast clouds and mist, appearing ethereal and otherworldly. Not far from the sect protective formation, there was a huge mountain peak, its summit forcibly sheared off, leaving a flat, huge platform. At this moment, the platform was crowded with people, a sea of people, a cacophony of voices. They were all young men with tender faces, looking up at the sky above. High in the sky, Zhao Yugu, with a calm expression, hovered in front of the crowd. The eyes of these young men were full of reverence and longing. Quiet, those whose names are called, come forward to have your spiritual roots tested. Zhao Yugu, with a cold expression, pointed to the area below him, where more than a dozen Wanmeng sect members stood side by side, their expressions equally cold and their demeanor imposing. The sound Zhao Yugu amplified with spiritual power exerted immense pressure on the youths, causing them to tremble and instantly fall silent. As the only sect in the southern region possessing a mid-grade spiritual vein, the Wanmeng sect could be considered a sacred cultivation ground coveted by cultivators. These teenagers naturally understood the meaning of Wanmeng. The status of the Dream sect. Faced with Zhao Yugu, the head of the Dream sect's Hall of Affairs, the youths were trembling with fear. Everyone obediently stayed where they were, waiting to be called. A Dream sect member, receiving a signal from Zhao Yugu, stepped forward, about to call out the first youth's name. Suddenly, a stream of light rose from within the dream sect and flew rapidly towards them. The youths all looked at the stream of light, their eyes filled with curiosity. But the stream of light did not stop at the summit of this giant peak. It merely passed by, flying over the peak and towards the horizon. The youths withdrew their curious gazes, only to suddenly realize that Zhao Yuegu had somehow descended from the sky to the ground. Zhao Yuegu, with a respectful expression, bowed slightly in the direction where the stream of light had disappeared. Only after the stream of light had completely vanished did Zhao Yuegu and more than 10 Dream sect members straighten up. Continue the testing. Zhao Yuegu's voice was deep, his entire being still exuding an overwhelming aura. The streak of light merely passed over the giant peak, yet Zhao Yuegu, who looked incredibly ruthless, willingly descended and bowed in farewell. The youths were immediately astonished. Regarding the identity of the streak of light, they immediately thought of only one answer: the man universally acknowledged as the #1 person in the southern region. The youths turned to look, their eyes burning with fervor, their longing for the Wanmeng sect growing even stronger. After leaving the Wanmeng sect, you headed straight west. You only used 2 months to push your immortal cultivation to the peak of the Foundation establishment stage. The gap to the Golden Core stage cannot be crossed in a short time. Your immediate priority became collecting geomantic resources to enhance your strength. You did exchange some geomantic resources using your immortal cultivation techniques, but their rankings were not high. After all, you had already monopolized the high-end geomantic resources in the southern region. This time, you will begin your search for geomantic resources in the western region and plan to visit the Chi Barbarian tribe along the way. Black Dragon Forest, Chi Barbarian territory. You conceal your presence, standing high in the sky. Looking down, you see the Chi Barbarian settlement has inexplicably shrunk considerably. Where you are now standing was the outer edge of the Chi Barbarian territory, now completely deserted. Only empty stone houses remain. All the Chi Barbarians have moved to a more distant location, gathering around the palace where the giant statue of the Chi Barbarian god is enshrined. You fly into the Chi Barbarian tribe to find Black Phoenix and ask what's going on. But you find that none of the Foundation establishment warriors, including Black Phoenix, are in the tribe. Only the elderly, women, and children remain. You lived among the Chi Barbarians for several years, and most of them know you. You ask the remaining tribespeople what's happening, and they tell you that Black Phoenix has led the rest of the tribe to fight off the demonic beasts. Following the directions given to you by the Chi Barbarians, you arrive at the battlefield. Sure enough, you see Black Phoenix and the Chi Barbarians fighting against an endless tide of demonic beasts. The beast tide is vast and stretches as far as the eye can see. These demonic beasts aren't high-level cultivators, and most reaching the peak of Foundation establishment, not yet at the Golden Core stage. But there are many of them, and they charge fearlessly. Looking at all those demonic cores, you almost drool. The Black Phoenix has transformed into a 4-meter-tall, muscular battle form, charging at the forefront, fighting fiercely like a humanoid beast. The Black Phoenix's combat power has clearly increased significantly, vaguely reaching the Golden Core level. These demonic beasts can't harm at all, but there are too many demonic beasts, including quite a few at the Foundation establishment stage. Even the Black Phoenix is struggling. You click your tongue and shake your head. Little Blackie, haven't seen you in over 10 years. You've gotten so weak. You're about to rush up to rescue the Black Phoenix from its predicament, and maybe even show off a little. But you realize these demonic beasts seem a bit off. While demonic beasts can gain some intelligence from spiritual energy, the degree isn't very high. Demonic beasts only fully develop intelligence and take human form when they reach the nascent soul stage. But now these monster horde attacks are very methodical, knowing how to fight strength with strength, and even using some feints. They seem organized and premeditated, not at all like they have an awakened intelligence. Your big eyes darted around, looking towards the end of the monster horde in the distance. Take 2 steps, and you arrive at the end of the monster horde. Looking down, you've indeed found the problem. Directly below you, on the empty wasteland, two cultivators sit facing each other, maintaining a huge magic array with a diameter of over 50 meters between them. All the monsters are rumbling in from all directions, their eyes filled with confusion. They instinctively step into the magic array. Then their eyes are covered by 2 points of scarlet light. The monsters shudder, roar, and rush into the monster horde, joining together to attack Black Phoenix and the others. You two are pretty cunning. You're very angry, so your gaze darkens and you fly away. For safety, you circle around within 100 miles. After confirming that only these two Foundation establishment cultivators were feigning illness, you returned. You became angry again, your gaze darkening, and you swung your sword directly. The strange formation was blasted to smithereens by your dazzling sword light. The two cultivators, startled, shouted angrily, "Who goes there?" You didn't waste any words, and a surge of immense source power erupted from the burial skyblade. With a loud bang, both of them instantly fainted. You landed and used the soul-searching technique on one of them, a technique whose effectiveness is best known to anyone who uses it. The cultivator being searched looked pained, resisting your intrusion. Your eyes turned cold, and you exerted even more force. Bang! The cultivator's head exploded, and you threw the limp corpse onto the ground. You said helplessly, "Damn it, they've been placed under a restriction." You discovered that this cultivator's soul restriction was very similar to the situation in Chuze back then. His head exploded as soon as you searched his soul. You guessed that the other cultivator also had the same restriction on his soul, so you didn't search his soul. You frowned. Could these two be live targets? But you immediately dismissed the idea. If these two are living corpses, then they must have lived for at least 2,000 years. Spiritual energy has only recently recovered, so these two couldn't possibly have lived that long. You thought about it and thought of Jiang Huaijin and Shunman. This kind of soul restriction technique could only have been used by these two people from the Li Hua remnant realm. You deduced that these two people were likely from the Liang Palace. You picked up another unconscious cultivator and left, arriving at Black Phoenix's place. The demonic beasts in the Beast Tide had regained consciousness. Faced with Black Phoenix, who was even more like a demonic beast than themselves, they instinctively began to retreat, and the Beast Tide slowly dissipated. The enormous Black Phoenix and the equally tall Bloodfang exchanged a glance and breathed a small sigh of relief. "Black Sister, don't just stand there. Give me some more demon cores." Watching the demon cores flee, you are heartbroken and shout at Black Phoenix. You flash through the air, your blade flashing, reaping the demon beasts. At the same time, you precisely toss several bottles of stamina-restoring pills into the hands of the Chi barbarian warriors. Upon seeing you, Black Phoenix grumbles, It's you." Black Phoenix swallows the stamina-restoring pills, regaining her vigor. Feeling her renewed strength, she nods in satisfaction. Watching the fleeing demon beasts, Black Phoenix roars and plops down on the ground to rest. Black Phoenix sits there, smacking her lips, somewhat reminiscing, showing no intention of helping you kill the demon beasts. That little black devil is still too despicable, taking money without doing anything. Fortunately, Bloodfang led the other Chiman tribesmen to help you chase down the demonic beasts. Your own efficiency was also high. In the end, you cut down most of the demonic beasts. You landed in front of Black Phoenix. "Little Blackie, you're quite leisurely." Black Phoenix shrunk back to its original size and stood up. Her tone was stiff. "Although my strength has recovered, I don't want to move." You nodded. Calm down, calm down." Bloodfang excitedly ran over quickly, looking down at you with a simple and honest expression. He pointed to a small area of demonic beast corpses, his tone as if he were boasting. "I killed them." You threw him a bottle of pills. "Bloodfang is the best. Go, get all the demonic cores for me, and you can get another bottle when you come back." Bloodfang nodded emphatically with a look of surprise, then ran off with a rumble. At this moment, a small, soft, dark hand silently reached out in front of you. You slap. You slap Black Phoenix's hand away. Little Blackie, you understand the saying no reward without merit, right? Not quite, but it seems to mean they won't give me the pills. Although your education level isn't high, your intelligence is decent. Do you recognize this person? You toss the cultivator in front of Black Phoenix. Black Phoenix recognizes him immediately. He and another person ambushed me half a month ago. Tell me in detail. Black Phoenix tells you that these two cultivators came to the Black Dragon Forest half a month ago to hunt demonic beasts and deliberately approached the Chi Barbarian tribe. After gaining some trust from the Chi Barbarian tribe, they launched a fierce attack on Black Phoenix. Caught off guard, Black Phoenix's heart was pierced, but she only suffered superficial injuries. Because not only did she drive away these two cultivators without a heart, but she also recovered completely after staying in the Chi Barbarian Temple for a day, which is quite miraculous. You listen with amazement. Can other Chi Barbarian tribesmen recover from injuries of this degree? Can they also recover in the Chi Barbarian Temple? Black Phoenix shook her head. No, only I can. What happened during your recovery? I have no memory of it. I was healed as soon as I woke up. You felt that the Chimon god statue was a bit sinister, and Black Phoenix was somewhat affected by it too. Those two cultivators who were driven away, knowing they couldn't defeat Black Phoenix, didn't flee far. Instead, they launched a beast-tide attack on the Chimon people. These two cultivators probably weren't doing this to vent their anger. They probably wanted to deplete Black Phoenix and the Chimon warriors' strength, and ultimately, they probably wanted to kill Black Phoenix. If these two were from the Blazing Sun Palace, why would they attack Black Phoenix for no reason? You thought about it carefully and realized that the most different thing about Black Phoenix compared to other Chimon people was that she possessed divine power within her. Combined with the Blazing Sun Palace's recent search for someone, or rather, for certain people, your heart tightened. Could it be that the Blazing Sun Palace is looking for cultivators with divine power within their bodies? You looked at Black Phoenix. Black sister, you have divine power within you, right? Yes. Let me show you. Black Phoenix, unsuspecting, nodded. Then her entire aura changed drastically. Her body began to shrink, emitting a blinding light. A moment later, Black Phoenix transformed into a light gray Tao essence, exuding a mysterious aura. Floating before you, you stared in disbelief. Wait, how the hell did you turn into Tao essence? Whether it's your own Tao essence of life and death, or Wan Qingluan's or Lin Mo's Tao essence, they're simply absorbed into your body, completely unlike Black Phoenix's state. You recall Black Phoenix's various extraordinary abilities. For example, living for an unknown amount of time, even without spiritual energy, consistently surpassing all the Chi-Man tribe members in combat power, and her ability to completely heal fatal wounds within the Chi-Man temple. You looked at Black Phoenix, your tone surprised. Black sister, I'm afraid it's not that you fused with divine power Tao essence, but that you yourself are divine power Tao essence. Your words caused the Tao essence manifested by Black Phoenix to flicker like a swaying flame. Then Black Phoenix revealed her true form, transforming back into little black girl. She stared at you intently, a hint of surprise appearing on her usually expressionless face. I myself am the Tao essence of divine power. She recalled the various differences between herself and the Chi-Man tribe, gradually realizing her own supernatural abilities. I'm not actually a Chi-Man tribesman. Black Phoenix murmured again, falling silent. Black Phoenix's understanding was shattered, her mind reeling, astonishment appearing on her usually expressionless face. I'm not actually a Chi-Man tribesman. Black Phoenix mechanically repeated this sentence. You see, Black Phoenix has been stimulated, becoming rambling. You immediately comforted her. Little black girl, you don't need to feel too sorry for not being born human. I'm not actually a Chi-Man tribesman. Black Phoenix continued to repeat this sentence. Little black girl, don't freeze up. Although you're not human, it's not your fault. Black Phoenix looked at you, stunned for a moment. That's right. Then let's go back to the tribe and get some roasted meat. Black Phoenix instantly returned to normal and beckoned the Chi Barbarian warriors to head towards the tribe. You paused? No? Is it all done? Who said women are hard to coax? Isn't she easy to coax? At this moment, Bloodfong rumbled over, handing you a large animal hide bag filled with demon cores he had painstakingly dug out. The quantity of demon cores was enough for your current elixir refining. You reached out and took it, checked it to make sure everything was all right, then used your source energy to create a large palm and patted Bloodfong on the head. Bloodfong is still the best. Here you go. You tossed him 2 bottles of pills. Bloodfong caught them, chuckling. You returned to the tribe with Black Phoenix and the other Chimon people. Along the way, the simple and honest nature of the Chimon warriors greatly influenced you, and you felt yourself becoming more genuine. So you stopped riding Bloodfong and jumped off his neck to walk. Soon, you returned to the tribe. Black Phoenix told the tribespeople about how you helped them uncover the ambush and defeat the demon beasts, and these simple Chimon people offered you local specialties. You've always been shy and don't know how to refuse others, so you accepted them all. A whole bunch of demon cores, animal hides, and demon beast flesh and blood were collected. This leopard print animal hide skirt is quite practical. I'll get Xiao want to try it on when I get back. Night falls. You and the Chimon tribesmen sang and danced around the campfire, spending a pleasant night. The next day, you found Hei Feng and carefully questioned her about her being a spirit formed from divine power and Tao essence. But Hei Feng only remembered being left behind by the Chimon god, and then living normally for countless years. She knew nothing else, so you had to give up. You also told Hei Feng that the 2 cultivators might be from the Liang Palace, and that the Liang Palace might be looking for a Tao essence incarnation like Hei Feng, or a cultivator whose body contained Tao essence. You told Hei Feng to lead her tribe away, because someone from the Liang Palace might come again. But Hei Feng said that she and her tribesmen would not leave, because the Chimon God Palace was here. You frowned and asked, even if many powerful cultivators come and wipe out your tribe, you won't leave? I won't leave, Black Phoenix replied calmly. You look at her. All right, take this. What's this? Black Phoenix took the thumb-sized, grayish-white bead you handed her. This is my latest invention, a recording bead artifact. It can record things around you. Why are you giving me this? When you encounter powerful enemies, use this to remember their appearance. Then put the recording bead in the mouth of the Chimon god statue. Once you're all dead, I'll know who to seek revenge on. Black Phoenix nodded. When will you help us avenge them? If I'm lucky this time. If not, next time definitely. Black Phoenix blinked, only understanding that you would avenge them. You left the Chimon tribe and continued westward. 1 month later, Senior Shangwan, are we just going to go like this? You glanced at Zhong Hong, who was flying alongside you with shifty eyes. Brother Zhong, how can someone who aspires to great things be so hesitant? Zhong Hong hesitated. Senior Shangwan, while that's true, that mid-grade spiritual vein is guarded by a golden core cultivator. If we disturb him, it might cause a commotion. This Zhong Hong is the Foundation establishment cultivator you encountered after arriving in the western regions. You were secretly collecting a low-grade spiritual vein when you noticed Zhong Hong nearby. You initially thought he was just an ordinary cultivator, but you were surprised to find him also stealthily transferring another underground spiritual vein. You both discovered each other's activities almost simultaneously, realizing you'd encountered a fellow cultivator. After an awkward 2-second eye contact, you greeted Zhong Hong kindly. Business is good. Zhong Hong couldn't sense your cultivation level, but knowing you were a senior, he quickly replied, It's all right. How's the performance? How many veins have you collected? You asked. Zhong Hong stammered, 5. 5 low-grade spiritual veins. You were slightly surprised. Not bad. I only collected 4 today. Zhong Hong was startled. Senior, I've touched 5 spiritual veins since I started cultivating, not just 5 in one day. Zhong Hong doesn't have your spatial abilities. He can only slowly transfer and merge spiritual veins underground, and he has to be constantly wary of other cultivators seizing them. Compared to you, his efficiency is very low. You were taken aback. That's a bit lacking. I need to work harder. Zhong Hong nodded repeatedly. Yes. The reason you're interested in Zhong Hong is because you discovered that his ability to transfer spiritual veins doesn't come from the Kuan earth source, but is purely a characteristic of his cultivation technique. What interests you even more is that Zhonghong's cultivation technique is very close to the aura of the Kuan earth source you've merged with, as if they share the same origin. You immediately realize that Zhonghong's cultivation technique might be related to that Dao source Mahayana cultivator with Kuan earth affinity, and might even be the inheritance of that Kuan earth Dao source Mahayana cultivator. You resisted the urge to use your useful soul-searching technique. If it truly is the inheritance left by a Dao source Mahayana cultivator, there must be many hidden tricks. Forcibly searching the soul won't be very effective and might even result in a backlash. So you, posing as an ordinary colleague, exchanged insights with him. Over time, under your pressure, you gradually learned about Zhonghong's background. Zhonghong is now a lonely figure because his family was wiped out by two ruthless individuals who stole their inherited cultivation techniques. After taking the techniques, those two never appeared again. Zhonghong silently cultivates, plotting revenge. Originally, this was just an ordinary case of murdering an entire family, but you suddenly remembered Liang Chuchio hiding in the Qianming Mountains and that strange cultivator. Damn, could it be such a coincidence? Liang Chuchio seems to be hiding something. Could he really be the cultivator who stole Zhonghong's family's inherited cultivation techniques? But when the two were fighting, I didn't sense any affinity with the Kuan earth source. Have they not yet cultivated the stolen techniques? Or are they deliberately not using them? Seeing your thoughtful expression, Zhonghong feared you had malicious intentions. He quickly revealed another piece of information to you. He said that only those with Zhong family blood can cultivate the family's inherited cultivation techniques. Zhonghong's explanation made the sequence of events clearer in your mind. You guessed that the stranger who challenged Liang Chuchio to a duel probably felt that Liang Chuchio had given him a cultivation technique he couldn't practice. The stranger thought Liang Chuchio was deceiving him, hiding the true peerless technique, leading to a small misunderstanding and conflict between them. Seeing you deep in thought again, Zhonghong could only grit his teeth and say, "I dare not deceive you, senior. This is my family's inherited cultivation technique. Please take a look." Your eyes lit up as you looked at the jade slip of the cultivation technique Zhonghong handed you. Haha, Brother Zhong, you're too kind. It's not that I don't trust you. I just wanted to broaden my horizons. You took the jade slip and immersed your divine sense into it. With your level of divine sense, you could easily remember everything you saw. A moment later, you had completely memorized the technique. The technique was called the Kunwichin Domain Technique, a complete inherited technique, its realm directly pointing to the Mahayana stage. The Kunwichin Domain Technique contained several secret methods, encompassing all the characteristics of the Kunta earth source, such as manipulating the earth's veins and probing its source. Compared to the Mahayana techniques you had previously collected, the Kunwichin Domain Technique was on a completely different level. You were absolutely certain that this was at the level of a Dao source Mahayana. From this, you deduced that besides the Kuntu Dao source Mahayana, other Dao source Mahayana techniques must have also left behind their inheritances, a way for them to prevent the extinction of their lineage. You might not encounter the inheritances of other Dao source Mahayana techniques, but it doesn't matter. As long as these Dao source lineage families aren't completely wiped out, they will inevitably rise in the Yuan-Yang realm with their top-tier inheritances and might even stir up a storm. These rising families or sects are your targets for the next simulation. You just need to sneak over before they rise and obtain all the Dao source Mahayana inheritances. Then have your super brain, Lin Mo, study their flaws and weaknesses, and you'll be able to understand the depth of these Dao source Mahayana inheritances to some extent. Now that you've obtained the Kuan Wuchen domain technique, Zhonghong is no longer of any value to you, so you no longer force him to accompany you. You turn and smile. "Young friend Zhong, if you don't want to go with me to observe that mid-grade spiritual vein, you could just say so." Zhonghong's face falls, and he almost cries, "Senior Shangwan, I've said it so many times, but you've never listened. That must be because you spoke too softly. Ah, yes, I spoke too softly. You smile, revealing your teeth. That's right. Young people should always reflect on themselves. Zhong Hong chuckled dryly. Senior Shangwan's lesson is correct. All right, you can go now. Take care on the road. Zhong Hong felt like he'd been granted a pardon. If he really had to follow you to face a golden core cultivator, he wouldn't have enough lives to spare. Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Senior. Zhong Hong turned around, transforming into a swift shield of light, disappearing in an instant. Watching the direction he disappeared in, you smiled faintly. At this moment, a point of light flickered in your divine sense, representing Zhong Hong's location. Zhong Hong possesses the Kuan Earth inheritance. His future achievements will not be low. But you have no grudge against him, so there's no need to kill him. Moreover, through Zhong Hong, you might even find other Dao source inheritances. Therefore, you only need to know his approximate location and check on him occasionally. There's no need to be too deliberate. After letting Zhong Hong go, you quietly approached the vicinity of that mid-grade spiritual vein. This mid-grade spiritual vein was indeed controlled by a late-stage golden core cultivator. You smiled crookedly, directly unleashing your power and instantly seizing the spiritual vein. The golden core cultivator, still in seclusion, was cut off from his supplies and was terrified. A furious roar echoed through the air. Which scoundrel is courting death? Please. The sound had barely faded when a shield of light shot rapidly away into the distance. The golden core cultivator's eyes flashed with cold light. Dare to provoke me? You're courting death. He urged his flying sword to give chase. Once he was far away, you, who hadn't left, slowly appeared. Looking at the golden core cultivator chasing after him, you shook your head and chuckled. Still too young, lacking in combat experience. I'll give you a free lesson. No need to thank me. The shield of light the golden core cultivator was chasing was a Foundation Establishment Stage Flash Spirit Vulture. It had no other special abilities, except for its incredibly fast flight speed. You had subdued the Flash Spirit Vulture beforehand, and fed it a pill to unleash its potential, making it even faster. After collecting its spiritual veins, the spiritual energy bindings on your side were released, and the Flash Spirit Vulture naturally darted away. The enraged golden core cultivator wouldn't even notice anything amiss. By the time he caught up with the Flash Spirit Vulture, you would have long since vanished. Although you could kill that golden core cultivator, it would cause a huge commotion. You haven't even warmed your heart in the western regions yet, so don't be too high profile. You happily left with a mid-grade spiritual vein in your pocket. You continued wandering the western regions, searching everywhere for land sources. But you didn't find a single land source. At this point in time, unless you happened to encounter a wild land source, it would have already been taken by someone else. You changed your approach, going to various cultivation markets to exchange pills and spirit stones for land sources. For cultivators, the value of land sources is far less than spirit stones and pills. You easily obtain land sources, acquiring 8 of the top 10, and not wasting resources on those ranked outside the top 10. You were very cautious and discreet when exchanging land sources in the markets, but some guys still had their eyes on you. There was no other way, so you had to take these guys to secluded places and kill them. Incidentally, you also obtained quite a few cultivation techniques, spirit stones, and several storage bags. After failing to exchange for any more land sources in the Western regions markets, you left the Western regions. And during this market transaction, you had an idea. These markets inevitably encounter impolite acts of murder and robbery. Those like you who can easily fight back aren't bothered, but weaker cultivators must be living in constant fear. Therefore, you plan to create a platform where all cultivators can trade absolutely safely, taking a small commission of spirit stones from each transaction. The more cultivators trade through your platform, the more spirit stones you can earn each day. If all the cultivators in the entire Yuan-Yang realm use your platform, you could earn a fortune of spirit stones every day without doing anything. With a massive amount of spirit stones, You wouldn't need to spend all your time scavenging discarded spirit veins. With the spirit stones you earn, you could synthesize the mid-grade spirit veins of the Wanmeng sect into high-grade or even top-grade spirit veins. As this idea came to mind, the concept in your mind became increasingly clear. You went straight back to the Wanmeng sect, and when you passed by the Chimon tribe, you specifically checked on Hei Feng and the others to see if anything had happened to them. After your investigation, you regretfully find they're perfectly fine. They just gather around every day eating barbecue, looking quite happy. You return to the Wanmeng sect and integrate this newly arrived mid-grade spiritual vein into the existing ones. The spiritual energy concentration of the Wanmeng sect increases by another level. The disciples clearly feel the change in spiritual energy concentration and marvel at the Wanmeng sect's excellent feng shui. You give the Kumwichin domain technique to Lin Mo, asking him to research it using his own methods. You tell him it would be best to create a cracked version, removing the restrictions on bloodline cultivation. Lin Mo, seeing this level of technique, becomes enthusiastic and begins to study it diligently. You then have Xiao Wan wear the leopard print skirt to see if it fits. But once they start trying on, they can't stop. You try it on for 4 or 5 days before stopping. After completing these tasks, you begin your seclusion. Year 24. You fuse with 8 of the top 10 Earth sources, becoming an extraordinary 83rd level extreme Dao Grandmaster. You also crafted several small magical artifacts to set up a trading platform. These magical artifacts are tokens about half the size of a palm, entirely black, exquisitely crafted, and you name them the Heavenly Pivot Tokens. The Heavenly Pivot Tokens can activate teleportation arrays out of thin air, completing the transfer of items and spirit stones, thus facilitating transactions. Countless Heavenly Pivot Tokens can form a vast trading network, which you name the Heavenly Pivot Network. Cultivators can access the Heavenly Pivot Network through the Heavenly Pivot Tokens and view the traded goods and spirit stone prices listed by other cultivators. With the Heavenly Pivot Network, all cultivators can complete transactions anonymously and with absolute security. This advantage is fatally attractive to a massive number of low-level cultivators. Theoretically, if all cultivators possess a Heavenly Pivot token, your Heavenly Pivot Network can cover the entire Yuan Yang realm. You take a commission on every transaction, and cultivators throughout the Yuan Yang realm will voluntarily send you spirit stones. You are determined to make doing business easy in the Yuan Yang realm. Besides collecting spirit stone commissions, you have another more important function in establishing the Heavenly Pivot Network, collecting resources from the other top 10 land sources. You've collected and integrated the top 10 of the 83 Earth sources. At this stage, relying solely on your own efforts to collect Earth sources is extremely inefficient. However, you've established the Tian Shu network covering the entire Yuan Yang realm. You only need to post a single transaction notice for acquiring Earth sources, and you can obtain them from within the Wanmeng sect. You gave these test versions of the Tian Shu tokens to Zhao Yuegu, asking him to arrange for his disciples to test the relevant functions throughout the southern region. 1 month later, the testing was complete. Your Tian Shu tokens completed all function development and testing and officially launched. To popularize the Tian Shu tokens, you first piloted them in the southern region. You distributed a large number of Tian Shu tokens to cultivators in the southern region for free, and you fully covered the spirit stones required for teleporting items, without charging any spirit stone commission. You want cultivators to start using the Tian Shu tokens first. Charging is a next step. Often, what's free is the most expensive. Your spirit stone recycling plan has taken its first step. A large number of Tian Shu tokens were distributed. Initially, only a few cultivators used them for trading, and the items traded were mostly low-value items. These cultivators did indeed benefit from the convenience and gradually increased their use of the Heavenly Pivot token. However, many more cultivators remained hesitant, primarily concerned about the security of traded items. Although the cultivators knew that your Wanmeng sect was wealthy, no one could guarantee that you wouldn't use the Heavenly Pivot token to steal their belongings. The usage rate of the Heavenly Pivot token remained low, a slump that lasted for a month. But you weren't anxious because you knew it was just a matter of habit. Once you could get cultivators to successfully use the Heavenly Pivot token a few times, their defensiveness would greatly decrease until it completely disappeared. For example, in your hometown, people were initially very concerned about protecting their privacy when using mobile apps. But after developing a habit of using certain shopping apps, even if you knew the app was secretly recording your conversations and recommending products, you would still continue using it. Your psychological threshold for privacy and security has become very high. Therefore, you only need to solve the problem of getting cultivators to start using it. The solution to this problem, the method is very simple and straightforward. Just throw spirit stones, and you directly activate a subsidy of 10 billion. For every transaction completed, you not only don't charge spirit stones, but you also subsidize each transaction with spirit stones. With this real influx of spirit stones, the usage rate of the Heavenly Pivot token begins to rise rapidly. Initially, cultivators, trying to take advantage of you, would only list cheap goods for sale on the Heavenly Pivot network. Some of the traded items weren't even worth as much as your subsidy. Some cultivators even forged transactions to fraudulently obtain your 10 billion subsidy. Despite these chaotic situations, you didn't stop subsidizing. Those cultivators who fraudulently obtained subsidies didn't realize the high cost of cheating you out of spirit stones. With your continued subsidies, the Wanmeng sect's expenditure of spirit stones has increased dramatically, amounting to the cost of 5 low-grade spirit veins. Your burning of spirit stones has made Zhao Yuegu, who is in charge of this matter, increasingly confused about your actions, but he doesn't dare to directly object to your ideas. He can only report the subsidy expenses to you more frequently, hoping to subtly draw your attention. After you read the data he compiled for you, you praised him for doing a good job, and then increased the subsidy amount. Your subsidies have gradually taken effect. The popularity of the Heavenly Pivot token in the southern region is increasing, and many have even flowed into the other 3 regions. Year 25. With your continued promotion of the Heavenly Pivot token, almost every cultivator in the southern region now possesses one. Daily trading on the Heavenly Pivot network has become their norm. Their wariness has disappeared. No matter how valuable the item, they naturally complete the transaction through the Heavenly Pivot network. At the same time, they have become accustomed to receiving spirit stones as a subsidy after the transaction, which seems to have become a matter of course. But one day, you suddenly announced that the transaction subsidy would be halved. This caused quite a stir in the southern region's cultivation world. But since there was still a spirit stone subsidy, the cultivators quickly convinced themselves and continued to use the Heavenly Pivot network. Another month later, you announced the permanent cancellation of the spirit stone subsidy. This caused an uproar throughout the southern region. They had become accustomed to receiving subsidies, and now that there were no subsidies, it felt like a loss. A few cultivators gave up using the Heavenly Pivot token, but they found that the original markets were now almost deserted, and they could no longer trade for suitable items. So they resumed using the Heavenly Pivot token, and the cultivators' use of the token gradually stabilized. The market gradually declined, and no more cultivators went there to trade. The coverage of the Heavenly Pivot network expanded from the southern region to the 4 regions. You obtained the top 10 Earth sources of the 6 paths by posting information about acquiring them. You immediately fused with these 6 Earth sources. You became an astonishingly powerful 89th tier Supreme Dao Master. You only need 10 more Earth sources to complete the ultimate fusion. Your combat power is still at the Golden Core level, but you can crush all Golden Core cultivators without a doubt, commonly known as the number 1 person below the nascent soul stage. Your foundation establishment peak cultivation is incredibly solid, reaching a point where further advancement is impossible. You begin to consider advancing to the Golden Core stage. Ordinary cultivators only need to break through bottlenecks to advance to the Golden Core stage. But someone like you, who created the rudimentary form of the Great Tao during Foundation establishment, must comprehend your Great Tao before advancing to the Golden Core stage. Only then, upon advancing to the Golden Core stage, can you imprint your Great Tao in the world, allowing the world to generate a Great Tao fruit. Only after you advance to the Mahayana realm and attain your fruition can you formally achieve the Tao source Mahayana, surpassing all ordinary cultivators. As you fuse with a large amount of earth source, the embryonic form of your Great Tao becomes more solid and clear. You can vaguely sense that the day you fuse with 99 earth sources will be the day your Great Tao breaks through the illusion and manifests in the world. You begin to acquire the top 10 earth sources on the Tianshu network at higher prices. You decide that if you cannot collect all 10 top earth sources within 3 years, you will use the earth sources ranked outside the top 10 to supplement them, completing the fusion of 99 earth sources. Year 26. Cultivators across the 4 domains received tremendous good news today. The Heavenly Pivot Network is going to charge them transaction commissions. Cultivators selling items will need to pay a certain percentage of spirit stones as commission. This announcement immediately sparked a fierce backlash from the cultivators, who strongly condemned your commission-charging behavior. Many cultivators protested with action, rebuilding several large markets to counter your unreasonable fees. After the rebuilding of these large markets, more and more cultivators abandoned the Heavenly Pivot Network and returned to trading in the markets. Although the trading process is troublesome, at least they won't be ripped off by your commission. The usage rate of the Heavenly Pivot Network plummeted, reaching an all-time low. This result made Zhao Yuegu even more worried about you, because if this continues, your previous huge investments and subsidies will all go down the drain. Although Zhao Yuegu was anxious for you, he found that you remained calm and composed, without the slightest panic. Zhao Yuegu wasn't sure if you were just putting on an act, so he asked tactfully, "Sect Master, are you putting on an act?" You replied tactfully, "I'll pretend. I'll watch and learn." You were confident, knowing these cultivators would return. Sure enough, soon after, Zhao Yuegu noticed the usage rate of the Tianshu network inexplicably began to rise, and the corresponding commission income gradually increased. Zhao Yuegu knew it was your doing, but he didn't know how you did it. He only felt you were incredibly arrogant. The reason you were so confident was because those large markets used to oppose you had only been established and were operating for a short time, and murder and robbery were becoming increasingly common and increasingly blatant, making the cultivators trading in the markets feel uneasy. The cultivators then realized that the core advantage of the Tianshu network wasn't the convenience of trading, but its absolute security. Even with countless spirit stones and incredibly powerful treasures, they were afraid of having their accounts deleted. So more cultivators returned to the Tianshu network to trade. They comforted themselves by thinking of it as paying you protection money. Thus, the Tianshu network brought your group more legitimate income. Furthermore, in unnoticed corners, no one noticed that the cultivators who were murdered and robbed in these major markets all shared a common trait. This common trait was that these individuals had all defrauded you of subsidies, and the amounts were exceptionally large and the circumstances particularly serious, leading you to personally sentence them to death. Your belief is that they won't repeat such mistakes in their next life. Through your efforts, cultivators in the 4 regions gradually accepted the practice of charging commissions on transactions. Your initial investment is beginning to be recouped, based on the trend. Breaking even is only a matter of time, and profitability is also a foreseeable future. Zhao Yuegu watched the ever-increasing profits every day, feeling utterly astonished. Your forward-thinking business acumen taught Zhao Yuegu a harsh lesson. Year 28. Your Tianshu network began to radiate beyond the 4 regions, allowing you to collect 7 more top 10 Earth sources. You completed the fusion of Earth sources immediately. Your martial arts cultivation took a giant leap forward. You became a 96th level extreme Tao Grandmaster. Only 3 more Earth sources remain. You casually recline on the sect leader's throne in the main hall, muttering to yourself. Your great Tao manifestation is now within reach, and you can't help but feel excited. Sect leader, in the past few days, people suspected to be from the Blazing Sun Palace have been spotted in the Thousand Bright Mountains. Zhao Yuegu enters the main hall and bows to report to you. The Blazing Sun Palace. Your thoughts fluctuate, recalling how the Blazing Sun Palace is helping Jiang Huaijin and Shunman search for cultivators related to Tao essence. You possess the Tao essence of life and death. Wan Xingwan has obtained the complete inheritance of the Great Dream Tao essence, and Lin Mo even used 5 Tao essences to build his foundation. And there's the even more outrageous Yi Yuyun, who once possessed 11 Tao essences within him. Your Myriad Dreams sect has practically become a happy home for Tao essence. To the Blazing Sun Palace cultivators searching for Tao essence, the Myriad Dreams sect is like a bright campfire in the dark night, exceptionally conspicuous. You estimate that the Blazing Sun Palace cultivators in the Thousand Bright Mountains might soon expose you to Jiang Huaijin and Shun Man, and you decide to break your vow of non-killing. Your tone was icy. Immediately investigate the whereabouts of the Liang Palace cultivators. This task has the highest priority. Zhao Yuegu, sensing your chilling tone, quickly agreed. Yes, Sect Master. Zhao Yuegu immediately arranged for people to gather information. The southern region is currently extremely dependent on your Tianshu network, so most cultivators are very friendly towards the Wanmeng sect. In layman's terms, they've all become your sycophants. Anything that could bring them closer to the Wanmeng sect, every cultivator would scramble to do. Zhao Yuegu then mobilized all the sects and cultivators in the southern region to secretly investigate the whereabouts of the Liang Palace cultivators. He also announced that the first person to report the whereabouts of the Liang Palace cultivators would receive preferential treatment in transactions through the Tianshu network, and their posted items would rank higher in search results. These corresponding permissions on the Tianshu network are powers you granted Zhao Yuegu, allowing him greater flexibility in his actions. Of course, any promises Zhao Yuegu makes to the outside world need your approval afterward before they can be truly implemented. With the combined efforts of cultivators throughout the southern region to investigate the Blazing Sun Palace cultivators, the 2 Blazing Sun Palace cultivators who had been deliberately concealing their movements were quickly exposed. On the 3rd day, Zhao Yuegu reported the location of the 2 Blazing Sun Palace cultivators to you. It turned out that these 2 Blazing Sun Palace cultivators were hiding near Fong Zai's Earthblade sect. After tracking their daily routes, you discovered that their target was neither the Earthblade sect nor the Myriad Dreams sect, but Liang Chuqiu. You were unsure why Liang Chuqiu was being targeted by the Blazing Sun Palace, so you decided to observe the situation. Now your influence had completely permeated the Thousand Bright Mountains. You knew that the unfamiliar cultivator who had fought Liang Chuqiu had long since left. Although Liang Chuqiu was alone in the cave, these 2 Blazing Sun Palace cultivators were only Foundation establishment cultivators. They dared not disturb Liang Chuqiu, who was in the early Golden Core stage and could only secretly monitor him. You, too, secretly monitored them. You estimate they're waiting for reinforcements from the Blazing Sun Palace. Dealing with Liang Chuqiu, who's only in the early Golden Core stage, will require at least a mid-Golden Core cultivator. On the same day, you acquired another top 10 Earth source from the Heavenly Pivot Network. You feel your luck is almost heaven-defying. Your speed of comprehending and fusing with the Earth source is reaching its limit. You fused with this Earth source in just 3 days. You became a 97th level Supreme Master. Afterwards, you acquired the last 2 top 10 Earth sources at an outrageously high price. 19 days later, the Wanmeng sect activated its protective array at its highest power and announced the complete closure of its mountain gates to the outside world, with the reopening date uncertain. During the closure of the Wanmeng sect's mountain gates, no visits from anyone will be accepted, and the issuance and replacement of Heavenly Pivot tokens will also be suspended. The day after the Wanmeng sect announced its closure, a mid-stage golden core cultivator from the Liang Palace arrived in the Qianming Mountains. This mid-stage golden core cultivator directly attacked Liang Chuqiu, but Feng Zhe, unaware of the attacker's identity, intervened and saved Liang Chuqiu. The mid-stage golden core cultivator from the Liang Palace, under the combined attack of the two, gradually became overwhelmed and, following procedure, uttered a few harsh words before retreating. Liang Chuqiu explained the whole situation to Feng Zhe, and Feng Zhe and Liang Chuqiu reached a cooperation agreement. Half a month later, the mid-stage core formation cultivator from the Blazing Sun Palace returned, bringing with him two more mid-stage core formation cultivators. He was determined to regain the dignity he had lost last time. Feng Zhe hadn't expected his opponent to be a man of his word. He meant what he said, he wouldn't let them go. Feng Zhe was also surprised to find Liang Chuqiu's cave empty. Liang Chuqiu had already fled. Facing three cultivators of the same level, Feng Zhe also tried to escape, but was severely injured during his escape. Feng Zhe had never risked his life like this before. He fled to the outside of the Myriad Dreams sect, desperately calling for help. The Myriad Dreams sect's great formation remained closed, offering no response. Feng Zhe struggled to withstand an attack from the pursuing Blazing Sun Palace cultivator and called out to you again, but still received no reply. After several more moves, seeing he couldn't withstand the attacks of the three, Feng Zhe dodged, causing the attack to strike the sect's protective formation directly. The Northern Wind and Crescent Moon formation rippled with transparent light, as if a giant beast had been awakened. A violent, suppressive force emanating from the very source of heaven and earth suddenly swept out from the Myriad Dreams sect. The two golden core cultivators of the Blazing Sun Palace instantly felt their souls imprisoned, as if facing the rejection of the entire world. Your calm voice trembled the void. Hitting Feng Zhe is one thing, but daring to attack my grand formation? Your voice sent chills down the spines of the three golden core cultivators from the Blazing Sun Palace, leaving them trembling as if plunged into an ice cave. Upon hearing your voice, Feng Zhe clung to you like a drowning man grasping at a straw. His nose stung and tears streamed down his face. Sect leader, why did it take you so long? Your figure slowly rose from the eastern peak deep within the Myriad Dreams sect. You stood calmly with your hands behind your back, the mountain wind whipping your robes, exuding an air of grandeur. You took a step forward, arriving beside Feng Zhe. Feng Zhe was covered in blood, his hair disheveled, looking utterly wretched. Upon seeing you finally appear, Feng Zhe became excited. Sect leader, save me. You looked at him. Sect leader Feng, three cultivators of the same level couldn't defeat you. You're quite resilient. Feng Zhe, ignoring your teasing, pointed at the three opposite him. Sect leader, please don't let them escape. You glanced indifferently at the three. Do you think they can escape? You smiled at Feng Zhe. Feng Zhe paused, turning to look at the three. The next instant, shock appeared on his face. The three golden core cultivators from the Blazing Sun Palace had already been decapitated and were long dead. Wh1. Feng Zhe's shock turned to horror. From the moment you appeared, Feng Zhe's attention had been entirely on you. He hadn't even seen you make a move. These three cultivators of the same level who had tormented him to the point of near death died silently in your hands. Feng Zhe stared at you, speechless, feeling that everything was unreal. Sect Master, really a nascent soul cultivator? You smiled, not yet. Temporarily? Feng Zhe stared blankly, his expression puzzled. You didn't answer him again, only saying inexplicably, Sect Master Feng, please stay here for now, don't leave, it'll be more convenient. Feng Zhe looked confused and asked, Sect Master, what's convenient? It'll be convenient for me to show off. Feng Zhe, ? You went straight back to the eastern peak of the Myriad Dreams sect and sat cross-legged on the summit. You gently close your eyes, your divine sense sweeping through your body. You mobilize your source power, and your body instantly boils. 99 powerful auras collide within you. You had already gathered the top 10 of the 99 Earth sources, which is why you closed the Wanmeng sect's gates and began focusing on comprehending and fusing them. Today, when Feng Zhe was chased and hacked through several streets and begged you for help, you had just fused with the 99th Earth source. Now you are a genuine 99th level Supreme Tao Master. Some friends may not understand what this means. It means you have fused with a full 99 Earth sources. When the 99th Earth source fusion was completed, you clearly felt the nascent Great Tao being drawn upon. Your Great Tao seemed ready to burst forth at any moment, but in reality, it was as solid as a rock. You could never take that final step. However, you can sense that after completing the 100th fusion, you will definitely be able to comprehend your own Great Tao, thereby imprinting it and advancing to the Golden Core stage. According to Yi Yuyun, the 100th fusion requires fusing with an Earth spirit to take another step forward and expand your ascension space. Coincidentally, you've already nurtured this Earth spirit. You made a hand seal, and somewhere in the Thousand Bright Mountains, a deafening roar echoed. From within the secret canyon, the stone root Earth spirit swiftly flew in, its tadpole-like face filled with bewilderment. Boom! The massive body of the stone root crashes down in front of you. You slowly open your eyes, a cold glint in them like lightning. The stone root trembles instantly. Sensing the surging, powerful source energy within you, it knows you're finally about to do that to it. Faced with the threat of death, the stone root immediately displays its survival instinct. It rolls away, shrinking to the size of a puppy, and wriggles to your side. Squeak, squeak. The stone root lets out a knowing, affectionate sound, nuzzling and rubbing against your legs. You pat its head, saying kindly, "Big tadpole, since you're so cute, I'll give you a quick death." Golden runes suddenly appear on the stone root's body, and it lets out a shrill scream, slowly rising into the air. Your expression remains unchanged, your source energy suddenly boiling. Boom! A vast and overwhelming pressure swept across the entire Wanmeng sect. Everyone in the Wanmeng sect rushed out upon hearing the sound, gazing at the distant eastern peak with awe. Lin Mo, still researching the Kunwichin domain technique, mounted his spear and flew to the eastern peak. He looked at you from afar with a solemn expression. Is this source power? Master's martial arts cultivation is simply beyond reason. Yin Jishue and Zhao Yuegu also came to Lin Mo's side. Zhao, Yuegu exclaimed. Home Master Lin, is the sect master breaking through to the Golden Core stage? Why is he emitting such a powerful source power pressure? Lin Mo shook his head in response to Zhao Yuegu's question. I can't see Master's method either. Yin Jishue herself was an extreme Tao grandmaster and had retained her martial arts cultivation, so she felt it most deeply at this moment. Her red lips parted slightly, but her usually gentle eyes were filled with fear. Yin Jishue felt like a tiny star facing the vast sky, feeling as insignificant as a drop in the ocean. Feng Zhe, outside the Wanmeng sect, was utterly dumbfounded. Source power? Sect master He's combat strength has always been martial arts. Feng Zhe wasn't an extreme Tao grandmaster, but he knew that even a 9th-tier extreme Tao grandmaster at their limit was only at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. But the source power pressure you're displaying right now is overwhelming, making even Feng Zhe, a mid-stage Golden Core cultivator, feel immense pressure. How could martial arts possibly reach this level? Just how far has Sect Master He progressed in martial arts? Feng Zhe exclaimed to himself in astonishment. At this moment, atop the eastern peak, a beautiful figure stood quietly behind you. Wan Qingwan's bright, clear eyes held a resolute determination. She knew you couldn't be disturbed right now, so she pursed her pink lips, silently encouraging you. You controlled the piercing stone root to float in the air, and you yourself slowly rose up. The complex aura of the 99 Earth sources formed dense halos behind you, as if swaying and cheering. The piercing stone root was enveloped by your source power and began to fuse. Unlike the comprehension and fusion of Earth Source, Earth Spirit can already be seen as a living being. Therefore, comprehension is unnecessary. Simply grasp it and refine it instantly. Your source power surges, continuously absorbing, and the body of the stone-piercing root visibly shrinks and withers. The Earth Spirit aura within you gradually strengthens. Soon, the stone-piercing root is complete, all merged into you. The 99 Earth sources seem to have found their center, radiating joyful emotions. Immediately, one Earth source surged into the stone-piercing root. Having merged with the stone-piercing root, your power immediately increased. Then the second, the third. The 99 Earth sources, like a surging tide, eagerly merged into the stone-piercing root. Your martial arts combat power skyrocketed, instantly surpassing the peak of the golden core stage and reaching the early nascent soul stage. Your own source power became even stronger, even beginning to displace the spiritual power within your body. The 99 Earth sources seemed to have a switch flipped, becoming even more restless and frantically merging into the stone-piercing root. Your combat power also rapidly increased. The early nascent soul stage was no longer the limit. As the fusion continued, your power gradually increased and increased again. Your combat power reached the mid-nascent soul stage. Finally, all 99 Earth sources merged into the stone-piercing root. Your combat power barely touched the threshold of the late nascent soul stage. The stone-piercing root, having merged with the 99 Earth sources, began to transform your body once more. Unlike the transformation during the first fusion with the Earth source, this transformation allows the vast source power within your body to begin seeping into your bones, flesh, and organs. Your body and source power are more tightly and deeply integrated. However, your combat power has not increased further. This deep integration only makes your body more purely source power-based. So pure that it seems as if only source power remains. You feel like an Earth Spirit. Boom! Your Tao embryo suddenly erupts. The primordial aura of the Tao embryo surges out wildly, fiercely pressing down on the stone-piercing root, causing it to be violently impacted. The stone root is suppressed by your nascent great Tao and immediately falls into a disadvantageous position. The process of your body's source power transformation has temporarily halted. The nascent great Tao presses its advantage, its vast aura filling your entire body. You gradually understand the essence of Earth Source and Earth Spirit. You curse inwardly. Damn it. After all this time, it's turning me into a supersized Earth Spirit. After fusing 9 Earth Sources and 1 Earth Spirit, the source power transformation of your body will be completed. The source power transformed body is equivalent to becoming the corresponding Great Tao's Earth Spirit, and you can normally absorb spiritual energy to continuously improve your realm. However, unlike ordinary Earth Spirits, after the Great Tao of the Tao returns, the source power transformed body will not merge into the Great Tao of the Tao, but will still exist as an independent individual. But the upper limit of the source power transformed body's realm can never exceed that of the corresponding Great Tao of the Tao of the Tao. Not only that, the corresponding Great Tao of the Tao of the Tao of the Tao also has complete control over the source power transformed body, essentially becoming an alternative avatar of the Great Tao of the Tao of the Tao. You fused with 11 Earth sources, meaning you could be happily controlled by 11 Tao source Mahayana cultivators. It's incredibly exciting. This phenomenon isn't a deliberate arrangement by these Tao source Mahayana cultivators, but rather an inherent effect of the Great Tao itself. I thought I'd just die, but I didn't expect to be controlled, and by 11 people at that. How the hell can I handle this? Your expression darkened, and you immediately activated the Great Tao's nascent form to peel away the stone-piercing root. Although the Great Tao's nascent form hadn't condensed into a complete Great Tao, its rank was a level higher than the Earth Spirit, and the stone-piercing root began to peel away from your body. The stone-piercing root, immediately became restless. It instinctively unleashed a powerful force, fusing even more tightly with your body, like a parasite desperately burrowing into your flesh. The source energy within your body also instantly went out of control, beginning to assimilate your body as well, trying to completely transform you into source energy. You groaned in pain, your face fierce. I'll show you who the true master of this body is. In your consciousness, the heavenly road formed by the great Tao's nascent form stretched straight to the heavens, and the heavenly road began to tremble violently. The nascent great Tao released an even stronger pressure, suppressing the stone-piercing root. The stone-piercing root's agitation was suppressed, but it still did not give up on merging with you. The nascent great Tao and the stone-piercing root formed a tug-of-war within your body. With the continuous confrontation, the path to heaven became more solid from being half illusory and half real. The end of the path to heaven connects to that ancient gate. The path to heaven beneath your feet is only a few steps away from completely connecting to that gate. The moment the path to heaven is completed will be the moment your great Tao manifests, and the stone-piercing root will no longer be able to resist. The tug-of-war between the nascent great Tao and the stone-piercing root continues, and your body experiences indescribable, intense pain, as if in the depths of your soul. But your expression is cold and stern, and you have calmed down. In your divine sense, your figure appears on the path to heaven. You calmly sit cross-legged. Your state is profound, and you begin to contemplate your own great Tao. Self-foundation building. Only I can build my own foundation. Self-existence. Unlimited simulation. After countless simulations, countless lives, is there still a difference between reality and simulation for me? Can't we live in a simulation forever? Will I completely lose sight of my true self? As your thoughts surged, the path to heaven trembled violently, its power immense. Suddenly you, seated cross-legged on the path to heaven, slowly open your eyes, your gaze devoid of joy or sorrow. The vast sky radiated a sense of elation. Countless dazzling golden rays shone down from the heavens, dyeing the path to heaven a magnificent gold. You stood up, took a step, and golden light spread beneath your feet, solidifying the path to heaven. You took another step, and the path to heaven became even more solid, as if pulled from a phantom. With each step you took, the path to heaven extended further toward the gate. Finally, you successfully reached the end of the path to heaven and stood before the gate. The gate stood silently atop the six-tiered heavenly ladder, seemingly eternally present. You smiled slightly, lifted your foot again, and stepped directly onto the first tier of the heavenly ladder. Boom! The path to heaven shattered, transforming into countless golden rays that merged into your divine consciousness. Instantly, enlightenment dawned on your mind. Your great Tao had finally manifested. A celestial voice resounded in your ears. Having experienced reincarnation, traversed life and death, and never fallen into delusion, a single true spirit endures forever. The sole, true source eternally guards the great Tao. Your divine consciousness withdraws from inner vision and returns to your physical body. 10,000 rays of light descend from the sky above the Wanmeng sect, and golden lotuses with Tao patterns sprout from the ground. The entire Wanmeng sect is enveloped in a mysterious and dazzling light. The aura of the nascent great Tao completes its transformation, instantly becoming vast and incomparable. The piercing stone root can no longer resist and is easily and completely stripped away. Even the 99 earth sources are separated. The immense source power within your body is casually dissolved by you, leaving only spiritual power. The 99 earth sources are neatly arranged in mid-air before you. You have completely understood the essence of the earth sources. You frown and casually discover something interesting. Junwood, Sunwood, so there's such a relationship. You shake your head with a smile. Looks like you have quite a few twists and turns. You look down at the myriad dreams sect below. Everyone is already awestruck by the immense power, their gazes fixed on your figure in shock. At this moment, a golden light descends from the heavens, enveloping you within it, making you exceptionally conspicuous. You smile slightly. The aura of the one true source, constantly guarding the great Tao, surges into the sky. Heaven and earth tremble, your great Tao instantly imprinted within the Yuan-Yang realm. Then you murmur, "Today I create the one true source, constantly guarding the great Tao, with the great power of the great Tao, commanding heaven and earth to condense the fruition." The world suddenly changed color, a deep hum echoing between heaven and earth. High above, unseen by anyone, 11 golden rays floated. At this moment, the 12th golden ray slowly emerged, thicker and more solid than the others, seemingly never to dissipate. All the cultivators of the Yuan-Yang realm looked up at the sky in bewilderment, a strange sense of oppression rising in their hearts. Something seemed to have appeared in the entire Yuan-Yang realm. Everything seemed to have changed, yet nothing had changed. You sat upright in midair, radiating golden light, as if the great Tao itself had been embodied. You created the great Tao, gaining the favor of heaven and earth. Your aura began to surge wildly. Your aura at the peak of foundation establishment broke through to the early stage of golden core in the blink of an eye. Then you soared to new heights, reaching the mid-stage of golden core, late stage of golden core, peak of golden core. Then your aura stagnated, ceasing its growth. You frowned slightly. "That's it? This won't do." As if in response to your words, your aura surged again. In an instant, you crossed a major realm, rushing into the early stage of nascent soul. And it wasn't over yet. You shuddered, advancing to the mid-stage of nascent soul. You shuddered again, the aura of the late-stage nascent soul emanating from you. You shuddered once more, and even the mid-grade spiritual veins of the Myriad Dreams sect seemed unable to withstand your voracious appetite. Vast spiritual energy surged wildly into your body. You directly advanced to the peak of nascent soul. The soaring realm filled you with immense excitement. Your face was somewhat frenzied. One more time, just one more time. Boom! The brilliant sunset cast from the clouds shone brightly once more. You activated your unique true source, the everlasting great Tao, squeezing out the last drop of favor from heaven and earth. Then, the sunset dissipated, and heaven and earth returned to normal. But the Myriad Dreams sect stirred, its vast spiritual power surging into your body from all directions. The massive spiritual vein beneath the ground trembled continuously, as if about to burst forth. Crack! The spiritual vein, overabsorbed by your continuous breakthroughs, shattered. Your aura rose steadily, charging towards the early stage of the nascent soul realm. The sect's protective array flickered due to insufficient spiritual energy supply. The entire Myriad Dreams sect seemed to be facing annihilation. You showed no sign of stopping, desperately pushing forward with all your might. Finally, with a resounding boom, your realm firmly stood at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. You felt the vast spiritual power within your body, your eyes shining brightly. A realm enhanced by heaven and earth is incredibly solid. The chaotic spiritual energy of the Wanmeng sect has finally subsided and gradually calmed down. However, the underground spiritual veins have been damaged, their grade dropping to the lowest level of top-tier spiritual veins. This concentration of spiritual energy is no longer sufficient for your normal cultivation. Fortunately, you remember that you have a backup spiritual vein of considerable quality, located beneath the Liang Palace's earth veins. It's time to retrieve it. Although you no longer have the earth source to absorb spiritual energy, you have undergone a complete transformation after being baptized by heaven and earth. For you, spiritual roots are no longer important. You possess an unparalleled affinity for the spiritual energy of the Yuan-Yang realm. You could even say without reservation that in terms of cultivation, you are one of the most talented people in the Yuan Yang realm. You conceal the overwhelming aura of the early nascent soul stage. The Wanmeng sect disciples finally recovered from their shock. Your breakthrough just now felt like a dream to them. The speed at which your realm ascended and the final stable realm exceeded their understanding. In their worldview, realms should be improved step by step, with great difficulty. Your reckless advancement speed makes cultivating immortality seem far too easy. All the disciples gathered in the sect square, gazing almost fanatically at your figure in the sky above the eastern peak. They didn't know what realm you had reached, only that you, already the number one in the southern region, had risen even higher. Someone started it, shouting, "Congratulations, Sect Master, on achieving great success in your divine skill." The others, quick to react, immediately followed suit. "Congratulations, Sect Master, on achieving great success in your divine skill." They cheered for you from the bottom of their hearts. May the Sect Master live forever, unifying the martial world. The more than 100 members of the Wanmeng sect shouted with all their might, their unified slogans echoing throughout the Wanmeng sect. At this moment, many congratulatory voices also came from outside the Wanmeng sect. "Congratulations, Sect Master He, on your successful advancement. Congratulations, Sect Master He. Sect Master He is awesome." It turned out that the other cultivators in the Qianming Mountains had already been attracted by the magnificent celestial phenomenon. At this moment, hundreds of cultivators had gathered in the air and on the ground around the sect's protective formation. They witnessed your extraordinary breakthrough and were all utterly shocked. If you hadn't been there, they would have thought you were about to ascend to immortality. Many of them even broke through their own cultivation levels on the spot because of your manifestation of the great Tao, and now they looked at you with even greater reverence. You sat steadily in the void, the aura of the great Tao floating and swirling around you, like a true immortal descending to earth. You surveyed the people outside the Wanmeng sect and smiled faintly. Your calm, profound, and imposing voice resounded in everyone's souls. "Today I have overcome countless difficulties and dangers, and by sheer luck, I have advanced to the nascent soul realm." In an instant, the Wanmeng sect members and the cultivators outside erupted in discussion. Nascent soul. The sect master has actually advanced to the nascent soul realm. So, sect master, he was really a nascent soul cultivator before. That's terrifying, everyone exclaimed in amazement. At this moment, your voice rang out again. 3 days from now, I will be giving a sermon. Please be sure to attend. Your words excited all the cultivators. They absolutely. Most of them were below the golden core stage. You, a living, breathing, nascent soul cultivator, can enlighten them with just a few casual remarks. Sect Master, he is so righteous. We will certainly prepare a small gift to listen attentively. The others chimed in with their own opinions. At this moment, you coughed twice. Oh, everyone, no need to be so polite. No need for any rare treasures. Just exchange them for equivalent spirit stones. These cultivators didn't have many spirit stones to offer, but even a small amount is still something. Let's get them to replenish our spiritual veins first. The cultivators looked at each other, somewhat puzzled. At this moment, a clever one guessed. Sect Master, he must understand that we can't offer a substantial gift, so he suggested using spirit stones instead. Sect Master, he is indeed a sage with the demeanor of a senior. Yes, Sect Master, he is so righteous. Although they wanted to give spirit stones, they all praised you as a great person. After all, coming to hear you preach is like paying for knowledge. You nodded. All right, everyone, you may all leave. All the external cultivators bowed to you and dispersed. Fong Zhe stood there stunned for a moment, then also headed towards the Earthblade sect. But he kept turning back, his eyes filled with shock. As a golden core cultivator, he could better sense your terrifying cultivation level. He knew that ordinary cultivators breaking through to the nascent soul stage wouldn't have such a grand spectacle. You were definitely not an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. But he couldn't ask any more questions now. He returned to the Earthblade sect with doubts and shock. You summoned all the members of the Myriad Dreams sect and came to the sect's main hall. You stood on a high platform with Lin Mo, Yin Jishue, and the others standing below, their expressions respectful. Wan Xingwan stood beside you, looking at you with joy. She had witnessed all the pain you felt when you peeled away the stone root. Her emotions at that time fluctuated with your aura. Now that you had finally completed your breakthrough, she relaxed as if she herself had overcome a tribulation. You summoned Yin Jishue and Zhao Yuegu to your side. Then you used the great Tao to extract the earth source from their bodies. You then dissolved the source power within them, completely eliminating their hidden dangers. Afterwards, you told your disciples that you were going on a long trip and would not return for a full day. The current sect-protecting formation, due to insufficient spiritual vein level, could only withstand attacks from peak foundation establishment cultivators. You told your disciples not to be too arrogant and to keep a low profile for a day. Lin Mo had already reached the peak foundation establishment realm. Now, influenced by your breakthrough, he also felt the effects and prepared to break through to the golden core realm. Regardless of whether Lin Mo needed it or not, you gave him a copy of your breakthrough insights and sent him back to Shaoyang Peak for seclusion. After arranging everything, you announced the end of the meeting. You flew out of Wanmeng's sect with Wan Xingwan. Now, you were full of power and planned to retrieve the backup spiritual vein of Liang Palace, and incidentally kill Jiang Huaijin. After leaving Wanmeng's sect with Wan Xingwan in your arms, you used the Tai Su Xing technique to take a step and run a long distance. Although your earthly source has been stripped away, all your special abilities have been retained after you comprehended these 99 earthly sources. You looked at Wan Xingwan wrapped around your waist, your tone solemn. Little Wan, I'll grind Jiang Huaijin's soul down to a very weak state, but you still need to be careful when you use the great dreamscape. Don't be reckless. Wan Xingwan's face tightened. Don't worry, my good friend. I'll definitely be reckless. You glared at her and slapped her on the head. Speak properly. Wan Xingwan rubbed her head. I won't be reckless for now. You nodded. Good for you. You chickened out quickly. You took another step, teleporting a great distance. You hadn't understood why Jiang Huaijin and Shun Man were looking for earthly spirits with a wood element. But after understanding the essence of these earthly sources, you had some clues. But besides collecting earthly spirits, Jiang Huaijin and Shun Man were also looking for people related to the Tao, which made you curious. Furthermore, these two seemed to be searching for cultivators like Liang Chuqiu, who possessed Tao source Mayana cultivation techniques. You plan to thoroughly investigate what these two are up to see if it's some kind of backup plan arranged by a Tao source Mayana cultivator. But you suspect there's a restriction on Jiang Huaijin's soul, so soul searching won't work. Therefore, you plan to kill Jiang Huaijin and then preserve his soul. Then have Shao Wan activate the Great Dream Realm, making Jiang Huaijin constantly reveal what you want to know within the illusion. Besides, you also plan to design some plot for Jiang Huaijin in the Great Dream Realm to torment him a little for a few hundred years first. You've even thought of an appetizer for Jiang Huaijin. Let him experience a life similar to Yi Yoyun's in the illusion. Let him feel the pain of Yoyun Chan. You carry Wan Xingwan, walking high in the sky where no one else has set foot, the thick clouds rushing past. At this altitude, fierce gales rage, extremely damaging to the souls of cultivators below the nascent soul stage. Wan Xingwan's soul is protected by your spiritual power, unaffected by the gales. She squints, resting her face on your shoulder, gently inhaling your unique scent. At this altitude in the Yuan Yang realm sky, only the two of you exist. You ran so high because a higher vantage point allows for a wider view. At this altitude, you activate the Tai Su Xing technique, taking 3 steps. In an instant, you arrive above the Liang Palace in the northern region. Shun Man is in the early nascent soul stage, and Jiang Huaijin is in the late core formation stage. So the Liang Palace they founded can be considered the #1 sect in the northern region. Looking into the distance, the Liang Palace occupies a vast mountain range, its buildings magnificent. Before the Liang Palace's gate stand a huge, dark red, ferocious flame statue, serving as the sect's totem. What interests you most about the Blazing Sun Palace is the spiritual vein beneath its earth. Given Jiang Huaijin and his companions' arrogant and domineering style, the spiritual vein they occupy must be of exceptional quality. You happen to frequently help others relocate spiritual veins, making you an expert in this field. With a slight sense of the surrounding spiritual energy, you immediately know that beneath the Blazing Sun Palace lies a mid-grade spiritual vein of extremely high quality. This spiritual vein is even of higher quality than the 2-star mid-grade spiritual vein you synthesized in the Myriad Dreams Sex Earth vein. This thing is destined for me. You smile and nod, casually patting Wan Qingwan's little head on your shoulder. Wan Qingwan, who had been resting with her eyes closed, looks up and blinks. Good friend, have we arrived? We've arrived. Let's go down. Okay, you're about to float down when you suddenly stop. Huh? Wan Qingwan asks in confusion. What's wrong? You look towards the southwest of the Blazing Sun Palace, a hint of a smile in your voice. I even ran into an old acquaintance. Wan Qingwan also looks in your direction. She saw 2 cultivators hurrying towards the Blazing Sun Palace, followed far behind by a figure. This figure had dark skin, a blank expression, but exquisitely delicate features. It was Black Phoenix. Black Phoenix concealed herself, stealthily following the 2 Blazing Sun Palace cultivators until they entered the palace, at which point she stopped. Black Phoenix gazed at the Blazing Sun Palace from afar, her expression thoughtful. You watched Black Phoenix from high above, sensing that she had actually advanced to the late Golden Core stage. It seems someone in the Chi Barbarian tribe broke through to the Golden Core stage. Thus, Black Phoenix received a corresponding advancement. Wan Qingwan recognized Black Phoenix as an old acquaintance and asked, Good friend, who is this girl? She's not human, you blurted out. Wan Qingwan, insulting people is impolite. Insulting people is indeed impolite, but she really isn't human. Wan Qingwan looked at you, her eyes filled with doubt. You then told her about Black Phoenix's origins. After listening, Wan Qingwan nodded deeply, reaching a consensus with you. She really isn't human. You glanced at the Black Phoenix below and guessed that the people from the Blazing Sun Palace had once again ventured into the Chi Barbarian tribe, perhaps even causing damage. The Black Phoenix is currently cultivating. To increase the chances of success, they deliberately let 2 escape, wanting to follow and probe the situation of the Blazing Sun Palace. Black Phoenix has improved a lot now, knowing to first quietly follow the cultivators of the Blazing Sun Palace, and not just recklessly charge in. You are very pleased that the simple-minded Black Phoenix has finally grown up. You say to Wan Qingwan, Black Phoenix is much more cautious than before. Before, she would probably have shouted loudly, Blizzard Sun Palace cultivators, prepare to die. As if responding to your words, Black Phoenix's voice suddenly exploded below. You look down and see that Black Phoenix has completed its super transformation, a huge, black figure over 4 meters tall, standing in front of the Blazing Sun Palace's mountain gate, challenging you. Damn it, I haven't even finished praising you, and you've already gone reckless again. Boom! The towering gates of the Blazing Sun Palace were blown away by Black Phoenix's sheer physical strength. The 2 Chi refining cultivators guarding the gate were slapped in a gas by Black Phoenix. The tremendous noise startled the other cultivators in the Blazing Sun Palace, who immediately filed out to meet Black Phoenix. How dare you act so presumptuously in the Blazing Sun Palace? 2 Golden Core cultivators activated their magical artifacts to attack Black Phoenix, while many Foundation establishment cultivators stood by and watched. But Black Phoenix's physical body was incomparably powerful. These ordinary magical artifacts were no match for her, clanging and clattering against her. Black Phoenix roared, transforming into a streak of black light, directly smashing through a Golden Core cultivator with her bare body. A cloud of dark red blood mist spread through the air. Black Phoenix didn't stop, charging towards another golden core cultivator like a ferocious beast. This golden core cultivator knew that once Black Phoenix got close, he would die. This golden core cultivator's hands danced, constantly forming hand seals, creating layers of defensive shields for himself. The Black Phoenix, utterly ruthless, smashed through several layers of shimmering protective shields. The golden core cultivator was shaken. Seeing the Black Phoenix about to reach him, he cried out, "Palace Master, save me!" Almost simultaneously, an incredibly solid wall of crimson fire appeared out of thin air, blocking the Black Phoenix's path. The temperature of the surrounding space rose sharply. The Black Phoenix felt as if it were being scorched, its body burning hot, as if flames were about to ignite within it. The Black Phoenix hesitated for a moment, then a faint light flashed across its body, and the intense heat within it vanished completely. The Black Phoenix charged again. With a deafening roar, the Black Phoenix smashed through the wall of fire unharmed, and incidentally smashed the head of the remaining golden core cultivator with a single punch. The Black Phoenix slowly raised its head, looking at Jiang Huaijin, who had just arrived on his flying sword. Jiang Huaijin paused in midair, his expression calm, and also looked at the Black Phoenix. He chuckled lightly. "A body cultivator, huh? Interesting. However, a golden core body cultivator isn't enough." Jiang Huaijin unleashed a fierce sword light towards Heifeng. Heifeng dodged to the side, its speed increasing dramatically as it charged straight towards Jiang Huaijin. Heifeng's speed was unbelievable. Even after Jiang Huaijin activated his sword technique, he didn't have time to react. Gazing at the black light magnified in his pupils, a look of panic flashed across Jiang Huaijin's face. Bang! Jiang Huaijin's fine head was smashed to pieces by Heifeng's punch. Before Heifeng could even rejoice, her expression suddenly changed. A large net, shimmering with purple light, descended upon Heifeng. This net-like magical artifact was extremely effective against Heifeng. Her immense strength was rendered useless within the flexible net. Jiang Huaijin's calm, yet arrogant voice echoed around them. "Ha ha! You're not weak in the Mother Realm, but in the end, you are just from the desolate Spirit Land. Can you compete with my years of accumulated strength?" Jiang Huaijin's headless corpse turned into specks of light and slowly dissipated. He himself appeared before Heifeng, who struggled violently within the net-like magical artifact. Jiang Huaijin held a talisman in his hand and chuckled. "This is called a substitute death talisman. Once activated, it grants an extra life, and I have more than one. Roar. Die." Heifeng roared wildly, struggling madly, causing the net-like magical artifact to shimmer with intense purple light. "Don't struggle." The blazing fire net was bestowed by the ancestor. "It's more than enough to trap a golden core cultivator like you." "Ha! Who?" Jiang Huaijin's words trailed off as he suddenly cried out in terror. He suddenly felt a tangible, killing intent. At the same time, his spiritual power erupted, desperately activating the substitute death talisman in his hand. Just before the unknown threat of death arrived, the substitute death talisman was successfully activated with a hum. A relieved smile appeared on Jiang Huaijin's face. He felt he could survive this once. But the next second, Jiang Huaijin suddenly felt something was wrong. Although the substitute death talisman was activated, his true life force was instantly drained away. Bang! Jiang Huaijin's physical body exploded in midair. Jiang Huaijin's last thought flashed through his consciousness. Why didn't my substitute death talisman work? Jiang Huaijin's soul gradually dissipated. But then, a powerful force restrained his soul, which should have dissipated. Jiang Huaijin felt a dizzying sensation. Then, his soul was collected by you into the soul-binding bottle magic artifact you had prepared beforehand. You and Wan Qingwan suddenly appeared at the location of Jiang Huaijin's explosion, and you grabbed Jiang Huaijin's storage bag and put it into your space. You smiled and held the soul-binding bottle in your right hand in front of your eyes, gently shaking it. Fear and confusion emanated from Jiang Huaijin's soul. Who? Who are you?" You chuckled. I was just passing by and I couldn't stand you, so I killed you casually. You have a problem with that. You. Jiang Huaijin clearly didn't believe it. Jiang Huaijin's emotions were very unstable. The contrast between his overwhelming advantage and his instant death was too great. Jiang Huaijin and Shun Man had been used to being arrogant since arriving in the Yuanyang realm, and he never expected that someone in the Yuanyang realm could kill him so easily. This was far beyond his expectations. Even now that he's dead, he's still incredibly resentful. No, I clearly activated the substitution talisman. Jiang Huaijin's soul trembled violently. Even if the ancestor himself intervened, I could still complete the substitution. How dare you, a mere cultivator from the mother realm, kill me? How dare you? You coldly smiled. How dare you? Because I'm your father. Of course, you wouldn't tell Jiang Huaijin that this was because after establishing the unique true source and the everlasting great Tao, you comprehended a special ability. This ability allows your attacks to ignore defense, damage reduction, and damage transfer. It ensures that your attacks are 100% effective against anyone you can reach. For the enemy, no matter what tricks they use, your attack power remains constant. To make a simple analogy, just as the speed of light remains constant regardless of the frame of reference, your attack power also remains constant. Once caught in your combo, they can only directly clash with you. All other tricks are useless. If your absolute attack power can't surpass yours, then it's death with no chance of recovery. You named this ability True Damage Attack. You used a true damage attack, ignoring the substitute death talisman and killing Jiang Huaijin directly. You touched the jade-white soul-binding bottle with interest. This is going to be fun. You. The Black Phoenix tore apart the uncontrolled blazing fire net with a rip and flew over. You turned around and saw the Black Phoenix had shrunk back to its normal size, its previously wooden face showing rare surprise. You came specifically to save me. All right, you readily admitted. Blackie, you can't be so reckless next time. I wore out 8 horses trying to get here. The Black Phoenix nodded solemnly. Thank you. We're brothers, you said casually. The Black Phoenix suddenly looked at Wan Qingwan. You're a fellow traveler too. You knew the Black Phoenix sensed the great dream Tao essence within Wan Qingwan. A fellow traveler? Wan Qingwan was somewhat suspicious. Yes. The Black Phoenix nodded. Where to? Wan Qingwan asked. I don't know. Hei Feng answered truthfully. Okay. Yes. Wan Qingwan didn't understand, but responded politely. Okay. Hei Feng seemed to be doing something. You stopped their meaningless immortal conversation. You two stop talking, you'll only get more confused. You turned around, raised the soul-binding bottle, and decided to give Jiang Huaijin a taste of his own medicine. You suddenly activated your spiritual power. I'll let you taste what it's like to be roasted by fire. Cold white spiritual flames targeting the soul instantly ignited inside the soul-binding bottle. Jiang Huaijin's soul emitted waves of pain and terror. No, don't kill me. If you spare me, I can give you supreme cultivation techniques and magic treasures. The spiritual flames continued to burn silently, licking Jiang Huaijin's life force. Jiang Huaijin felt his soul rapidly weakening, and he became even more terrified. I have a secret. I'm not from the Yuanyang realm. Really. I know many secrets. I'll tell you them all. Just let me go. Your soul search is useless. There are restrictions on my soul. You remained silent, like a seasoned chef precisely controlling the heat of the spiritual flames. You allowed the flames to weaken Jiang Huaijin's soul without burning him to ashes. Secrets. You raised an eyebrow. I happen to know a few of your secrets. Jiang Huaijin's soul struggled violently within the soul-binding bottle. You know my secrets? You spoke calmly. Your name is Jiang Huaijin from the remnant realm of blazing fire. Jiang Huaijin was stunned, then filled with terror. Who are you? After arriving in the Yuanyang realm, Jiang Huaijin never revealed his real name, nor did he ever speak of the remnant realm to anyone else. Your words immediately threw Jiang Huaijin into a panic. Your tone remained calm as you continued. You come from the Fire Phoenix sect of the Li Hua Remnant realm. You once had a Taoist partner named Yi Qinping, but you offered her to your backer in the Fire Phoenix sect to help him break through his bottleneck. Jiang Huaijin's soul trembled, speechless for a long time, an endless chill spreading through his soul. Jiang Huaijin's already weak soul shattered further. He finally couldn't help but roar in horror. You're not just passing by. You've come specifically to kill me. Who are you? You didn't answer, only continuing to tend the fire. The primal pain from his soul caused Jiang Huaijin to scream. The deep-seated agony, however, actually sharpened his thoughts. Yi Qinping. You are Yi Qinping's elder brother, Yi Yuyan. Jiang Huaijin had barely finished speaking when he denied it again. No. How could Yi Yuyan be alive now? He had no spiritual energy at all when he was thrown into the Yuanyang realm. You smiled faintly. Yi Yuyan wasn't as gentle to you as I am, but you'll see him soon. You really are related to Yi Yuyan. You were sent by Yi Yuyan to kill me, you slowly said. Don't misunderstand. It's just that I personally have a small, life-or-death feud with you. The constantly burning spiritual flames caused Jiang Huaijin to radiate pain. His soul, scorched by the flames, became extremely illusory. Feeling the weakness of his soul, Jiang Huaijin erupted with a will to survive. You, former senior, there must be a misunderstanding. I've never seen you before. You control the spiritual flames to scorch, and you'll soon be able to reduce the heat. Jiang Huaijin's mentality is almost collapsing. Senior, don't listen to Yi Yuan's one-sided story. Don't be bewitched by him. At this moment, you smile slightly and immediately withdraw the spiritual flames. The pain in Jiang Huaijin's soul suddenly dissipates. He thinks you've changed your mind, and a joy of surviving a calamity rises in his heart. Senior is indeed insightful. Senior, that Yi Yuyan. Jiang Huaijin's words are cut short as you seal his soul. You look at Wan Qingwan, and the soul-binding bottle is waved in front of her. Your soul strength is about right. Jiang Huaijin, as a late-stage golden core cultivator, possesses a strong soul. Now, you've used your spiritual flames to grind his soul down to around the qi refining stage, ensuring Wan Qingwan won't suffer a backlash when using the great dreamscape. Wan Qingwan naturally and obediently agreed. Okay, you put away the soul-binding bottle and look towards the blazing sun palace. Your gaze seemed to pierce through layers of buildings, landing on a certain spot. Shenman, right? You can't hide it anymore. From the moment you arrived at the blazing sun palace, you sensed that Shun Man, a nascent soul cultivator, was hiding there and hadn't come out. She didn't leave even while you were torturing Jiang Huaijin. Your divine sense far surpasses that of an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. You wouldn't misjudge. Just as you were about to step into Shun Man's hiding place, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth suddenly surged. The spiritual energy of the mid-grade spiritual vein beneath the blazing sun palace rushed wildly towards Shun Man's location. At the same time, the aura of this mid-grade spiritual vein was no longer concealed, revealing the concentration of spiritual energy of a high-grade spiritual vein. The speed at which the spiritual energy was extracted was incredibly fast, even exceeding the speed at which you extracted it when you broke through to the nascent soul stage. Oh no, my spiritual vein! Your heart is breaking. You're in immense pain. Boom! A dark rift suddenly opened in the sky. Almost simultaneously, a pale, golden passage descended from the rift, connecting directly to the blazing sun palace. Shun Man used her entire superior-grade spiritual vein as payment to activate the interdimensional teleportation array leading to the blazing fire remnant realm. You understood that Shun Man sensed your domineering aura, knew she couldn't defeat you, and wanted to escape back to the blazing fire remnant realm. Trying to run? You sneered. Anyone else might have gotten away, but you've met your match. You watched as spiritual energy was frantically drained, your heart bleeding. Don't touch my spiritual veins. Your Tao aura surged forth instantly, resonating with the entire world. Your state was mysterious, seemingly establishing some kind of connection with the Yuan-Yang realm. The pitch-black spatial rift grew larger and larger, even emanating the aura of the Li Hua remnant realm. The teleportation pillar within the rift was rapidly taking shape. You roared, "I'll fucking let you run." You stretched out one hand, plunging directly into the void. Simultaneously, from a higher position on the pitch-black spatial rift, your enormous hand emerged from the void. Your hand magnified countless times, the lines on your hand clearly visible, appearing overwhelmingly. The entire Liang Palace was instantly shrouded in a massive shadow, as if facing the end of the world. But you didn't attack Shen Man. Your enormous hand clenched tightly, actually seizing the spatial rift. A spatial rift isn't a physical entity. Theoretically, it shouldn't be able to be seized, but your supernatural powers are completely beyond reason, utterly unreasonable. You truly grasped the spatial rift. No, impossible. Shen Man's terrified voice echoed from the depths of the blazing sun palace. You smiled slightly, slowly clenching your fist. Rumble, a deafening roar, shaking the very soul, echoed throughout the heavens and earth, symbolizing a drastic change taking place in this world. As you exerted force with your palm, the spatial rift was slowly pinched shut, gradually shrinking. You were able to achieve this because after you created and imprinted the great Tao, you gained the favor of heaven and earth. You have already achieved preliminary communication with the Yuan-Yang realm. Your activation of the great Tao, just now, was a simple linkage with the Yuan-Yang realm. After your amicable negotiation with the Yuan-Yang realm, they temporarily allowed you to change the rules of this world. Therefore, you were able to directly grasp and pinch shut the spatial rift. Your enormous palm, which blocked out all the light of day, continued to exert force. A few breaths later, the pitch-black spatial rift completely closed, and the interdimensional teleportation array projected within shattered with a deafening roar. The teleportation array's momentum of absorbing spiritual energy abruptly stopped. You let out a long sigh of relief, your tone filled with satisfaction. My superior-grade spiritual vein is saved. From the depths of the blazing sun palace came Shen Man's desperate question. Who exactly are you? Shen Man's escape route was exhausted. She knew she could only confront you head-on. Of course, this was only Shen Man's one-sided view of a head-on clash. The actual situation was countless times more hopeless than she imagined. You coldly snorted. Still dare to play tricks and not show yourself. Your giant hand slammed down on the blazing sun palace like swatting a fly. The sheer force of your imposing aura caused the blazing sun palaces, several layers of protective arrays, to creak and groan. A moment later, the blazing sun palace's protective arrays crackled and popped, turning into countless points of light and dissipating into the air. Shen Man hadn't expected her carefully constructed defensive array to be as fragile as a baby's skin. Sensing Shen Man's location, your colossal hand swept down directly. The hand's descent appeared slow, but the oppressive force was immense. Panic flashed in Shen Man's eyes as she sat in the middle of the teleportation array. But she immediately... Decision. The next moment, Shen Man's entire body exploded with white light, and her figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. You paused slightly, but Shen Man's aura was still locked onto by you. You discovered that she had actually teleported to your location on her own initiative. You frowned slightly, immediately understanding Shen Man's intention. Trying to take a hostage under my control, naive. Your violent spiritual power surged out, and the power of the great Tao also emerged, instantly protecting Wan Qingwan flawlessly. Thus, Shen Man successfully took He Feng hostage. Shen Man retreated several hundred meters with He Feng as her hostage. He Feng glanced at the short sword magic weapon pressed against her forehead. She could feel the violent and restrained spiritual power churning within it. I think I've been taken hostage. Hei Feng's tone was wooden. It seems so. You replied. Senior, I just want to live. Shen Man's thin red lips parted, and she shouted loudly. Her tone lacked the arrogance she displayed upon arriving in the Yuanyang realm, carrying only the most sincere pleading. Even with Black Phoenix held hostage, Shen Man herself felt no sense of security. Your extraordinary methods just now terrified her. She even thought of the supreme being in the Li Hua remnant realm. Shen Man no longer cared about your origins or purpose. She only wanted to survive. Shen Man knew she couldn't escape from you through strength alone, so she had to resort to this desperate measure of blackmail. However, due to the overwhelming power she possessed, despite holding Black Phoenix hostage, her pleading tone made it seem as if you had leverage over her. You looked at Shen Man. Of course I know you want to live. Shen Man was stunned, a glimmer of hope flashing across her delicate, snow-white face. She tentatively pleaded again. Senior, I've never seen you before. We certainly don't have any irreconcilable grudges. Please let me go, okay? You gestured towards Black Phoenix and Shen Man's hands. Is this how you beg? Shen Man's thin red lips pressed tightly together. Then she hesitated and said, Senior, I would never hurt your people, but I'll definitely die if I let her go. You smiled crookedly. You don't think you can live just by capturing Blackie, do you? Shen Man's expression changed. She sensed the confidence in your tone. Senior, I have no other choice. Shen Man's words abruptly stopped. The space around her was instantly sealed off, and the spiritual energy within her body froze like millennia-old ice. Her body remained frozen in place, even her eyes unable to move. Clang! A seemingly ordinary flash of light appeared. A bloody gash inexplicably appeared on Shen Man's nose, extending to both sides. Shen Man's pupils trembled. The upper half of her head was severed by her blade, instantly severing her life. Black Phoenix immediately broke free, unharmed. This time, you didn't use any supernatural techniques to trap Shen Man. You relied purely on high numerical values and overwhelming spiritual power. At this moment, a pale white streak of light shot out from Shen Man's corpse, incredibly fast. You simply watched silently, ignoring it and not giving chase. Black Phoenix turned to you and said, Her soul is about to escape. You wave your hand. Let her run 2 miles first. Black Phoenix turned back in confusion to look at the frantically fleeing streak of Shen Man's soul. The next moment, Black Phoenix's doubts were answered. In the distance, Shen Man's soul suddenly exploded like a dazzling firework blooming. Shen Man completely vanished from the world. You nod in satisfaction. My true damage attack is really useful. You grab Shen Man's storage bag and casually examine its contents. The cultivation techniques and treasures are all suitable for Shen Man's nascent soul cultivator level. Just as you're about to withdraw your divine sense, your eyes suddenly light up. There's actually a method for crafting storage bags. Not bad, not bad. Your Wanmeng sect now has many disciples, and it needs quite a few storage bags. However, you won't distribute them for free. Disciples need to exchange them for sect contribution points. Your Wanmeng sect is now a legitimate sect, and those exploitative practices of large sects can gradually be added. You look at the blazing sun palace. The dense, almost impenetrable spiritual energy makes you feel incredibly comfortable. That's the spiritual energy concentration unique to high-grade spiritual veins. You lick your lips. Little spiritual vein, don't be afraid. I'll take you home right away. You landed before the blazing sun palace with Wan Qinglan and Heifeng. Most of the other cultivators in the blazing sun palace fled after you killed Jiang Huaijin. But a small portion of them hadn't changed their minds. They still believed that you would kneel down on the spot once Shen Man, this nascent soul ancestor, made a move. Little did they know you were a ruthless character who could conjure spatial rifts with a single hand and instantly kill Shen Man. These cultivators were terrified and fled in a flash. Now, the vast blazing sun palace is empty, without a single person. With a flick of your hand, a thick stream of spiritual energy slammed into the ground. This spiritual energy split into countless tiny branches underground. These branches, like tentacles, instantly covered the entire superior grade spiritual vein. With your nascent soul stage cultivation, controlling the entire superior grade spiritual vein at once was extremely easy. Feeling the rich spiritual energy, you felt incredibly at ease. You exerted a slight force, and the ground trembled slightly. The superior grade spiritual vein was instantly absorbed into your spatial storage. I've struck it rich. You're as happy as if you'd found money. You should know that the spiritual energy provided by one high-grade spiritual vein requires 100 mid-grade spiritual veins to equal it. You've made a killing. After you extracted the spiritual vein, a massive, jagged cavity formed in the Earth's veins of the blazing sun palace. If a cultivator were to drop in and take a look, they would find it incredibly spectacular. You used your spiritual power to prop up the cavity, temporarily preventing the blazing sun palace from collapsing. You haven't raided its territory yet. The blazing sun palace can't collapse. You entered the blazing sun palace with the two women. You didn't hold back, digging 3 feet into the ground and thoroughly ransacking the palace. Ultimately, your efforts paid off. You found nothing. The blazing sun palace was unexpectedly poor. Cultivation techniques, scriptures, spirit stones, treasures, nothing at all. You were very unwilling. These two have dominated the northern region for so many years. They can't possibly have nothing. You fully utilized your automatic looting ability. Soon, you finally discovered the entrance to a cave hidden by an illusion array atop the peak, where Shun Man had set up the interdimensional teleportation array. After breaking the restriction, you entered the cave alone. This time, you finally found the right place. In the spacious cave, you discovered over 300 storage artifacts. These storage artifacts were of various types, including storage bags, storage rings, and storage belts. But none of these storage artifacts contained anything else. They were all filled with spirit stones. Mostly mid-grade spirit stones, with a small portion being low-grade spirit stones. The spirit stones in each storage artifact, when fully utilized, were equivalent to 13 mid-grade spirit veins. Keep in mind that you only fused with 2 mid-grade spirit veins and a little over 200 low-grade spirit veins in the entire Wanmeng sect. The Wanmeng sect's entire Earth vein network only had less than 5 mid-grade spirit veins in total. These storage bags from the Blazing Sun Palace contain a full 13 mid-grade spiritual veins, plus the high-grade spiritual vein you just picked up. The Blazing Sun Palace is practically the richest place in the northern region. You know that Jiang Huaijin and his companion have emptied all the mid-grade spiritual veins in the northern region, even taking many high-quality low-grade spiritual veins. You strongly condemn their unethical and exploitative behavior. Of course, you're also very grateful to these 2 gold miners. You don't need to go dig anymore. What's somewhat strange is that spirit stones of the same quality are stored in different storage artifacts according to their size. While this seems organized, it's completely unnecessary for cultivators. The amount of spiritual energy absorbed from a spirit stone is the same regardless of its size. This categorization of spirit stones seems purely for satisfying a collecting obsession. It's like earning money and not spending it, just using it to decorate the wall. A normal person like you can't understand their thought process. Besides these spirit stones, there are also 2 Zhun wood-type earth spirits and 3 Sun wood-type earth spirits in the cave. Jiang Huaijin and Shun Man are also using the Heavenly Gang Trapping Spirit Array to cultivate and imprison earth spirits. You also have the Heavenly Gang Trapping Spirit Array. You obtained it from Chu Zhe, who served as a life-sustaining specimen. Chu Zhe comes from the Zhun Wood Remnant Realm, while Jiang Huaijin and Shun Man come from the Lihor Remnant Realm. Both sides have the same array. Even stranger, you also discovered that this cave also has an Earth Spirit Teleportation Array. Moreover, the Earth Spirit Teleportation Array, set up by these 2, is exactly the same as the one set up by Chuze. This means that the two Earth Spirit teleportation arrays lead to the same place, which can be said to lead to the same remnant realm. This indicates that only one Tao Source Mahayana cultivator is actually collecting wood attribute Earth spirits. The other Tao Source Mahayana cultivators are not interested in wood attribute Earth spirits. This Tao Source Mahayana cultivator is probably not a Zhen Wood or Sun Wood Tao Source Mahayana cultivator, because as long as they return to the Yuan Yang realm, these Earth spirits will automatically converge on them, without needing to painstakingly collect them in advance. You thoughtfully stroke your chin. You recall the interesting thing you discovered after creating the Great Tao and comprehending the 11 Great Taos. Combined with the current behavior of this Tao, Source Mahayana cultivator, collecting Earth spirits, you have a general idea of the whole situation. Intrigue and backstabbing are good. Maybe I can even use them, you silently calculate. You put all the storage bags into your space, took the 5 Earth spirits with you, and walked out of the cave. The interdimensional teleportation array outside the cave was now dim and lifeless. You found the array diagram for this teleportation array in Shunman's storage bag. Because it allows for inter-realm teleportation, this array consumes a huge amount of energy, requiring a high-grade spiritual vein to activate. Activating it will take you to the Li Hua Remnant Realm. The high-grade spiritual vein you have is for your cultivation, so it can't be used to activate the teleportation array. However, with the complete recovery of spiritual energy, more high-grade spiritual veins will definitely appear. You plan to acquire more high-grade spiritual veins then, activate this teleportation array, and go to the Li Hua Remnant Realm to see what's going on. The arrogant appearance of the Li Hua Remnant Realm as a blessed land each time it returns suggests it's very wealthy, perhaps even possessing top-grade spiritual veins. If you go to the Li Hua Remnant Realm, you can also bring Yi Yun, the homesick child, back with you. You look at the inter-realm teleportation array, then lightly tap it with a wisp of spiritual energy. The teleportation array is completely destroyed with a loud boom, revealing 108 enormous array flags. You put away the array flags. You'll need them for future array setups. You turn to Black Phoenix. Blackie, you came to the northern region to take down the Blazing Sun Palace, right? Black Phoenix nods. Yes. Then your mission is complete. Go back. Black Phoenix didn't move. She said calmly, I have a question. You smiled. Go ahead. Black Phoenix asked blankly, why did you want to kill me when I was kidnapped? You paused. How so? I'm very sensitive. I could feel your murderous intent towards me. You thought for a moment, then suddenly realized, Black Phoenix, you've misunderstood. I didn't want to kill you. I just wanted to cut off your head and let it roll around on the ground. Wan Qingwan, standing to the side, paused, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. She turned to look at you, then at Black Phoenix, her pretty face full of confusion. Is there a difference? Wan Qingwan was unaware that the Black Phoenix, having attained enlightenment through Tao cultivation, was practically immortal. As long as the Qi barbarian clan survived, the Black Phoenix would live forever. Therefore, you felt that successfully killing the hostage was the best way to deal with Shun Man. Wan Qingwan remained puzzled. The Black Phoenix nodded. Understanding your meaning, I understand. Cutting off my head will kill the nascent soul cultivator who is holding me hostage. That's right. You were pleased. The Black Phoenix had good comprehension in combat. All right. The Black Phoenix's tone was calm. Then you'll cut me off again next time. Next time, definitely, you said casually. The Black Phoenix nodded, turned, and flew away. Wan Qingwan, still puzzled, looked at the Black Phoenix's retreating figure, then looked at you. Has Black's sister always been this brave? You chuckled softly. Black's sister must be one of the 2 most fearless people in the world. Who is the other one? Wan Qingwan asked. The other one. Your words trailed off. You looked at Wan Qingwan's delicate, upturned face, hesitated for a moment, then changed your words, saying, the other one is also a little reluctant to die now. Wan Qingwan's bright eyes twitched slightly. Why? You smiled without speaking, then picked up Wan Qingwan and flew south towards the Wanmeng sect. As soon as you left, the spiritual energy supporting the earth's veins suddenly dissipated. Then, with a loud bang, the entire Liang Palace collapsed. The entire Liang Palace was buried in a deep, winding canyon stretching for thousands of miles, never to see the light of day again. You activated the Tai Su travel skill and returned to the Wanmeng sect in just a few breaths. From your departure for the Liang Palace to your return, it only took less than half a day. You had a very fulfilling half day, achieving the small accomplishment of destroying the Liang Palace, the #1 sect in the northern region. You also obtained a high-grade spiritual vein, which, after being integrated into the Wanmeng sect's ley lines, will support your steady cultivation from the nascent soul realm to the void refinement realm. The most satisfying gain from clearing the Liang Palace instance was obtaining Jiang Huaijin's soul. You don't plan to tell Yi Yuyin that you have captured Jiang Huaijin yet. You want to first throw Jiang Huaijin into the Great Dream Realm and cleanse him several times. Besides venting your anger, you also want to thoroughly investigate the secrets of the Lihor Remnant Realm through Jiang Huaijin. If the Lihor Remnant Realm truly contains top-grade spiritual veins or other valuable items, you will definitely make a trip there via the interdimensional teleportation array. You landed at the Wanmeng sect with Wan Qingwan. Just as you were about to land on the summit of the eastern peak, you suddenly discovered that the Wanmeng sect protective array was not activated. Your heart tightened instantly. Only gone for half a day, and they've already raided our base again. Upon sensing further, you discovered that the spiritual vein within the Wanmeng sect's earth veins had completely dried up. This was why the Wanmeng sect protective array couldn't be activated. At this moment, the spiritual energy concentration of the Wanmeng sect was even lower than that of other low-grade spiritual veins in the Qianming Mountains. The Wanmeng sect was now wide open, without any protective measures, extremely unsafe. Feeling the dried-up spiritual vein, you were filled with rage. Who the hell did this? I'll skin you alive. Your powerful divine sense swept across the entire Wanmeng sect without restraint. Your divine sense was unreserved, carrying an extremely strong sense of oppression. But the next moment, your anger turned into confusion. Why are they all alive and kicking? You discovered that the Wanmeng sect members were all present and orderly, showing no signs of a fierce battle. Just as you were wondering, your divine sense happened to sweep over Lin Mo on Shaoyang Peak. You froze. Lin Mo had already advanced from the peak of Foundation establishment to the early stage of nascent soul. Clearly, Lin Mo had already evolved the nascent Great Tao into the Great Tao before breaking through to the Golden Core stage, and had inscribed the Great Tao between heaven and earth. Lin Mo thus gained the favor of heaven and earth, and after breaking through to the Golden Core stage, he advanced to the early stage of the nascent soul stage. So it was you who drained my huge spiritual veins, oh well. However, you don't understand why Lin Mo only crossed one major realm, despite the favor of heaven and earth. You know, after you inscribed the Great Tao and received the favor of heaven and earth, you directly reached the early stage of the deity transformation stage. Lin Mo's realm is actually a whole major realm lower than yours. You frowned, your face showing contemplation. After a moment, you suddenly realized, it seems Lin Mo's talent is indeed inferior to mine. You nodded to yourself. The more you thought about it, the more it made sense. That must be it. Lin Mo, who was stabilizing his realm, trembled slightly when you impolitely probed him with your divine sense. Lin Mo immediately raised a spear and came before you. Lin Mo said respectfully, Master's good friends, you've returned. Hearing Lin Mo address Wan Qingwan, you raised an eyebrow. You've got some nerve. Lin Mo's expression. Zhen, Master, is something wrong? Wan Qingwan also looked at you with suspicion. Good friend, is something wrong? You looked at Wan Qingwan, then at Lin Mo, and clicked your tongue. I can't find fault with you. Forget it. Stop talking about this. What's wrong with your cultivation level? You asked Lin Mo. Lin Mo quickly replied, Master, I have completed the inscription of the great Tao and received the baptism of heaven and earth. I know that. I'm asking why you're only at the early nascent soul stage. How do things get so bad? Playing around is one thing, but you know Lin Mo's talent. Reaching the early nascent soul stage after being baptized by heaven and earth is clearly not Lin Mo's level. The only possibility you can think of is that the Wanming sect's spiritual vein couldn't provide Lin Mo with enough spiritual energy, resulting in his ultimately low cultivation level. After all, the spiritual vein was completely drained by Lin Mo and turned into an ordinary earth vein. Obviously, Lin Mo still had room for advancement. Lin Mo didn't show any unusual emotions when he heard your question. He said sincerely, "Master, it's normal for me to advance to the early nascent soul stage." You frowned, then your eyes lit up. Understand. So you feel your talent isn't as good as mine. So it's normal that you haven't reached my nascent soul realm, right? You nodded with satisfaction. Good child. You have a clear understanding of yourself. You'll definitely achieve great things in the future. Lin Mo thought for a moment, then shook his head. No, master. You felt a slight tremor in your heart. A bad premonition forming. You realized Lin Mo was probably about to sincerely show off again. You hesitated for a long time, but finally asked bravely, "Then why?" Sure enough, the next moment, Lin Mo launched his sincere show-off technique. He looked at you, his tone calm. "Master, because I don't think realm is important to me." You. Lin Mo, master. You. Lin Mo, master. You. Moza. Lin Mo, master. You. Can you be my master? Lin Mo was startled. Master, what did I do wrong? You did very well, especially in showing off. Lin Mo scratched his head, looking bewildered. Master, I don't quite understand what you mean. At this moment, Lin Mo was feigning ignorance, his demeanor natural and effortless. He perfectly exemplified what it means to subdue someone without feigning it. You really wanted to tell him, Coach Mo, I want to learn this. But you knew this was Lin Mo's innate skill, something he simply couldn't learn. Never mind. You suppressed your surging emotions. Try to keep your tone calm. Lin Mo, your cultivation level isn't important to you anymore. What is? Lin Mo blurted out. Master, you are the most important to me. You, Wan Qingwan. Silence, a long silence. Lin Mo's seemingly intoxicated statement greatly shocked you. You took a half step back without showing any emotion and said earnestly, Moza, have you been under too much pressure with your cultivation lately? Lin Mo shook his head. Master, cultivation has been quite easy. Did you absorb the techniques of the extinction sect? Master, no. Did you suffer a chi deviation? Master, no. You frowned and said, don't you think your statement was a bit explosive? Lin Mo looked at you and said seriously, Master, it's true. After I imprinted the great Tao, I sensed in the darkness that my mission seems to be to help you reach the highest level. What the hell? Lin Mo's sudden change of topic caught you off guard. Your brows remained furrowed as you cautiously confirmed. So, you're just an ordinary chosen one, born to assist me in accomplishing a small matter concerning the entire world. Lin Mo nodded repeatedly, appearing very excited. Master, how did you know? That's exactly the feeling I had when I imprinted the great Tao to connect with the world. You secretly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling much more at ease. So it's just about saving the world. I thought you were going to steal Xiao, Wan's boyfriend.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.